Hey, hey, here we are, the national championship game. We have finally arrived. Bama and Georgia on the biggest stage in college football. Welcome to the College Football on Fox Tailgate. We've got an amazing watch party planned for you. Tonight's show is brought to you by FTX. Buy, sell, and trade crypto and NFTs safely and easily with the FTX app. Folks, we have got an amazing show for you tonight. I cannot wait. We've got all sorts of great guests. We're going to be talking about football. We're going to be telling stories. This is going to be a really fun night on college football's biggest night as we get set to see Georgia and Alabama tangle for the second time in this season for the national championship. Okay. Let's start with our guests tonight, though, because we got a couple of guys that'll be joining me for the majority of the program right here live in studio in Los Angeles. And we're going to start with a guy that might be the number one pick in the NFL draft this spring in 2022. I'm talking about the edge rusher from the Oregon Ducks. Kayvon Thibodeaux is here live with us in studio. Kayvon, one of the best, most premier players in college football over the last few years. What's going on, my man? How are you?
How you doing? Good.
Hey, it's good to have you here. I can't wait to get into all things. We're going to talk about recruiting, pass rushing. We'll be talking about this game, obviously. But, you know, I've got one of your rivals. We've got Oregon State all of a sudden going down in this studio, although he's a little older like me, maybe even a little older than me, but one of the best receivers in Oregon State history, great NFL career. TJ Houshmandzadeh is here live with us in studio. TJ! There he is. What's going on, man? How are you?
Chilling.
Good to see you.
Yes.
Yeah, in the building.
There it is. The Oregon State love. All right, folks. Here we go. We're going to settle in right now as we get all set for this national championship because this one should be a good one. First of all, how are you guys doing? What's going on? Kayvon, how you been, man?
First, for the record, this is the only Beaver that I'm giving love to. All the rest, hey, you know, we can't sit and hang. Ducks and Beavers just don't sit and hang.
That's
but
true.
This one, it's nothing but respect.
You know what's interesting about that is people will ask me, like, hey, what's some of the best rivalries in college football? And I'll mention, like, hey, you know, Oregon State. Like, they genuinely don't like each other. And they're like, what? What are you talking about, Oregon State? I'm like, this is a good rivalry.
See, but you know what I think is funny about the rivalry? When you're in Oregon, I feel like there's a complete understanding. You know what I mean? We see eye to eye because we both live in Oregon and we're both in that atmosphere. So I feel like in real life, it's a little more of a, you know, of an understanding.
And close proximity.
Yeah,
Sure.
we're close.
Very
I feel like it's.
Because what is it? I mean, it's only like an hour away, right?
No,
It's
it's not
40
even that
40 minutes.
40
yeah,
minutes?
30 minutes, yeah.
You're driving away, they drive in California, it's 30 minutes.
Yeah, right?
Unless it's raining. And then it's 4 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we cannot drive in the rain out here. How have you been, man? What's going on?
I've been good, man. Just watching football. That's what I love to do.
Yep.
And we're getting this draft training underway. So
For those of you that don't know, TJ is heavily involved with training both wide receivers and quarterbacks right here in the Southern California area. Guys that are in college and going to continue.
I wouldn't say training the quarterbacks.
Well,
I'm
but
just
you're involved.
around them
You're involved.
Yeah.
You're involved.
Yeah.
But also the guys that are going to be going into the draft.
Yeah.
Also guys that are in the NFL and come in and work out. Take us through that. You know, who you working with and how's that going?
This year is a little different. Have Drake London. So, sounds really cocky, but because he's training with me, he's going to be the best receiver in this draft. That's a fact.
I love
He
it.
was already talented without me.
You know, I've got all sorts of lists ready tonight, right? And one of them is going to be my top 5 wide receivers in the NFL draft.
We'll break that down.
We're going to break.
'Cause
You're going to be
The
perfect
list
to break
from
that.
this past year, man, I was damn near dead on with it.
You were?
Yeah, I was
Who'd you
pretty
have
good.
number 1?
So let me tell you who I had as my sleepers, who I thought should have been drafted higher, but they weren't because of their size.
Okay.
Was the Moore brothers.
Okay.
They're not brothers, but Rondale and Elijah. I thought both of those guys should have been first-round picks, but because of size, they weren't. I was high on both of them. They both had rookie. I didn't really Alabama guys, the guys that's going to get drafted in the top 10, you know that they're going to force you the ball. Not saying they can't play, but you're going to be
NFL politics?
NFL politics. They're going to force you the ball. I thought Kadarius Toney. I thought that was a bad pick for the Giants. Standing right here on this wall, I said that's a bad pick. Looked like I might have been right.
Well, I've also got to list my top 10 overall players, and I can tell you one of the guys that is very high on that list is sitting right here. You had a phenomenal career at Oregon. I know it didn't finish the way that you guys wanted, and you guys certainly had a team that, at least early in the season, looked like you were primed to not just make like a conference championship run, but maybe even a playoff national championship run after that win in the shoe against Ohio State, a game that I called. They did that without you even on the field. But, you know, I know it didn't end the way, but you guys had a good year, and you had a great career as an Oregon Duck, man.
I think the craziest part about it all is that when I look back, it feels like it went so fast.
Yeah.
And now it's the legacy of my whole life. You know, like the fact that I've done it, it's basically like a piece of work that, a project that I completed in my life. And now it's just like, it's a piece of history, which is kind of crazy to see.
It's like an NFT.
Like an NFT.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like
All right, that was a little inside joke. TJ and I are both old. Sorry.
Yeah.
But we are, right? And so earlier today,
DC.
we walk in the room, and I'm saying hello to the guys, and TJ comes over and asks the best question of the night. He says, all right. Kayvon, you got to explain one thing to us because we're both old. What's an NFT? He was like, let me break it down for you.
Okay, so I'm gonna break it down for everybody. And this is the simplest way I can do it. You know, I talk about the metaverse, right? The metaverse is you look at it as the world cannot produce more land, right? So whoever came up with this idea to kind of create a world around us, through cryptocurrencies, through NFTs, and now basically using the world we live to kind of create these moments. So whether it be like NBA Top Shot, whether it be like a baseball card, or whether it be a drawing by Tinker Hatfield of Kayvon Thibodeaux, no matter what it is, you can turn into a moment. And the non-fungible token part is how you kind of create that community around it and get the fans and get, the supporters to kind of make it grow.
Millennials.
See, folks,
Millennials.
he's not just a great pass rusher. He was teaching us all sorts of things earlier. Right. I love it, man. Right. I appreciate it. I'm gonna start looking into non-fungible tokens here.
Look, don't even look into non-fungible tokens. Look into Dreamcoin.
Dreamcoin. You know why? Do you know why you should look into Dreamcoin? That's Kayvon's cryptocurrency.
Dreamcoin.
Dreamcoin. That's
dream
right.
Big, dream with us.
All right. So listen, we're all here not just to talk about NFTs, but to watch this game. I'm pumped for this game. Alabama looking to continue their dynasty, which has been, folks, this is never going to happen again. So everyone's like, hey, this is not good for college football. Screw that. Like, I'm here for it. I am ready. I love watching. I loved watching the Bulls winning 6 championships in 8 years, or, if you don't like it, go beat them. And that's what's been very difficult for everyone to do. So Alabama looking to continue their dynasty against the team that has been as close to any. I know Clemson has done it a couple of times, but here's this Georgia team trying to get that gorilla off of their back and take down Nick Saban and Alabama. So, guys, in this game, I want a couple of things from you. What's the one thing that you're most excited about in this matchup? And then let's get a score prediction here before we kick things off here in Indianapolis. TJ, I'm going to start with you.
I'm going to take it to his position. Can Georgia not let Anderson impact the game the way that if he does, Alabama's going to win? I say Georgia wins 33-26.
You got Georgia. Do you have like a reason outside of the Will Anderson?
I feel like if Stetson Bennett cannot turn the ball over, if he can play a clean football game and just let the players around you do their job.
That's right. Game manager. There's a bad connotation about quarterbacks managing the game, man. You got to manage the game.
They win. That's right. Games.
That's right. All right, Kayvon. What's the thing you're most excited about, and then what's your score prediction?
This is a championship game, right?
Yes, sir.
Defense wins championships. And I'm honestly ready to see Georgia's defense. I've heard a lot about it. I've seen them play, but I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. I'm looking more like 21-17 Georgia. And I love Bryce Young. He's a great athlete. Will Anderson is obviously, I mean, the tape he's put together in the past 2 seasons is unstoppable. But I think Georgia as a unit, as a front seven, might be the thing that helps Georgia win this game.
I think they're the cream of the crop in the sport. Georgia's front seven. They were, my goodness, they were consistently the best unit in college football all season long. Jordan Davis is I mean, his value cannot be overstated. What he is in the middle of that, I mean, he is an anchor point. You can't run against him. But I think that for me, the thing I'm watching for is the fact that Georgia does not have to contend with dual wide receiver threats, okay, like they did in the SEC championship game before Mechie's injury. So the fact that Williams and Mechie were on the field, you had, as a defender, you know, like you can't focus on one guy. You can't roll coverage. You can't support and stop the run in ways that you can continue to be sound in pass coverage. And because of that reason, what you saw was Jamison get way too much single coverage, and he got loose in the middle of the field. I don't think that that's going to happen tonight. I think that the pass rush gets home to Bryce Young more often than what we saw in the SEC championship game. So I can't believe that I'm doing this, because generally in big games and championship games, you got to go with quarterback play and you got to go with coaching. And that clearly rests with Alabama. And yet here I am. I'm with you two. I'm picking Georgia in this game. I've got 28-21 Georgia. I think that it's going to be too tough to beat this Bulldog defense twice. And in particular, when they don't have to deal with those dual wide receiver threats.
We just need Kirby to be smart.
Hey, you touched also on Stetson Bennett. I think that's an interesting one from a quarterback standpoint. If he can not turn the ball over, this is going to be an interesting game, to say the least. All right, Kayvon, a huge, huge impact player, maybe the most impactful player that Bama has outside of their quarterback, is Will Anderson. Now, he's not going into the draft because he's not going to be eligible for the draft. But if he were, he'd be right up there, you know, with you and the Aiden Hutchinsons of the world and the top 3, top 4. He's that dynamic off the edge. What are you going to be watching when you watch him? You know, what are the things that are going to jump out to you when you watch a guy like Will Anderson?
For me, I want to see opportunity. You know, for me playing, when you're a highly rated guy and when people know who you are, they like to key you. So I want to see how Georgia, you know, intends on blocking them, whether they slide to him, whether they send a running back, or even, you know, and I also want to see what Alabama does to keep him in the game. Are they going to switch sides? Are they going to send him up the middle? Are they going to send him on twists? There's a lot of things you can do, but that's pretty much going to play a big part in his impact on the game.
The game plan against a great pass rusher, and I know you felt it being on the field versus several teams is always impactful, because, you know, as to get the ball on the outside, you got to block those guys up front. We're going to have great guests all night long, and we're going to start right here in the first quarter with a guy who was really the last guy to take down the Alabama dynasty. And that is a guy that was the head coach of the LSU Tigers just a couple of years ago. Well, this last year, and then 2 years ago, won the national championship. Coach Orgeron is going to join us right here live at the tailgate. Coach O, we got him, right? There he is. Coach O, what's up? What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, I tell you what, I would sign those 2 guys up on each side right now today.
Ain't that the truth?
Kayvon, what's up, man?
Coach,
Kayvon,
we're gonna get the guys some earpieces here. We don't have them earpieces on just yet. Coach O is saying he would sign you up tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah, that's right. See,
you don't remember. I remember Coach O when he recruited me to LSU. I remember he told me he was on the blind side. And I feel like that was the biggest, you know, I never knew it. And I went back and watched it. I'm like, that really is you.
That is,
like
that's
he was a
right.
movie star.
That's right, when he was back at Ole Miss. Coach, we're going to get these guys earpieces as soon as we can so that we can make sure that they hear you. But for me and you were in this game 2 years ago. You were facing, you know, Clemson in that championship game. Can you take us into these coaches, what they're feeling right now at this moment, getting ready to kick things off?
Confident. You know, they've gotten this far but with great football teams. And I told my team before the national championship, I knew we were going to play our best game. We had too many great players led by Joe Burrow. We had too many great coaches. We just needed to go out there and play our game.
And you did that in spades because your offense was one of the best offenses that we've ever seen in college football history. You talked about it, led by Joe Burrow. Having a great quarterback, and we're going to see Bryce Young in this game. Won the Heisman Trophy, had a great year, 4,500 passing yards. How much confidence does that give you, a head coach, when you know your guy running out there at quarterback in a game like this is the best in college football?
Joe, we walked into any stadium, I knew we were going to win the game because of Joe Burrow, because of his guts, because of his smarts, and because of Joe Brady and Steve Ismail. We had an outstanding plan. We had some outstanding players surrounding us. We just had a lot of confidence going into each game.
I know that as we get this game started, Coach, and I know you're watching right along with us, we're going to see this front seven for Georgia right off the bat. This is a front seven that you've seen. Tell me about them from your perspective. You know, when you're trying to go against this front seven, what do you got to do?
Yeah. They got to play, man. Hey, 99 got to dominate. Hey, I've seen him dominate, and I've seen him not dominate. I love him to death. I think he's one of the best players in football, but I think that Alabama's going to throw the football on the perimeter. They're going to try to get him tired. They're not going to come right at him, and they can see if they can run the football on the edge like they're doing right there, cut 99, run away from him. They got to stay patient and keep playing.
Hey, Coach.
What's up, TJ?
What's going on, Coach? You were very good to me down in Baton Rouge. When we going to see Coach O on the sideline again? Can you get the band back together? Joe Brady out of a job. Get you guys back together, man, and having fun again.
Hey, TJ, I said I was going to take a year off. I took a month off. I'm about going nuts, man. It won't be long. I promise you that.
Good to hear, man. Nice talking to you. You were always great to me, man. I wish you nothing but the best, man. You had LSU and Baton Rouge rocking, bro.
No doubt. No doubt.
Look, I played against you, TJ, and what a great career you had. Outstanding football player, outstanding young man. And I want to thank you for what you're doing and giving back to the game. You're taking young men across the country, you're giving them opportunities to get an education, to visit big-time places, and you're giving back to the game. That's what it's all about.
I tell you what, this is just what happened right here. That pass rush just got home. Did you see that?
A sack.
Sack, fumble,
Jordan
touchdown.
Davis just got after Bryce Young, ball out, Nakobe Dean, scoop and score. You talk about a huge play, that front seven coming up huge early in this game. Touchdown, Georgia. Everyone's looking around like they're going to look at this here. Maybe there was a flag down. Touchdown's good. Woo! I tell you what, how about that start?
If you see
That's
how
what we're
Bryce
talking
got
about.
tore apart.
Here's
You called it,
You gotta
99.
make plays.
Here's
There you
99.
go.
Look at this dude, man.
Get off me.
That ball looks like it's out.
That's a fumble.
That looks like it's a fumble.
If they celebrate,
Everyone kind of stopped.
No, that's a fumble.
Oh, I don't know, guys. I don't know. They're going to
With
take
the
a
hand
look
on
at
the
that.
arm?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so here's the rule.
like
And
last
Coach, you know you probably argue with officials like this all the time. If Bryce Young has control of that football and his hand is moving forward in any motion, they're going to rule this incomplete. And this is so close right now. There's the scoop. It's a clear recovery for Nakobe Dean. They didn't blow it dead, so this is either going to be a touchdown, Georgia, or an incompletion. This is going to be a massive review. Is it being reviewed right now? Yeah, it's being reviewed. Coach, what do you think here?
Incomplete pass is going forward.
I think so too.
Fumbles. I hope it's a sack fumble. Hey, that's better. I came out. I'm big for it, man.
Sack fumble.
I think they'll say his arm's going forward. But I'm not a referee, and I don't try to be.
You know, that offensive line, guys, from Alabama, they struggled against Auburn, protecting a little bit. All game, really, until that last series.
They struggled against LSU.
Heck yeah, they did.
You had them on the ropes, Coach.
Yes, we did. Hey, you know what we did? We said we're going to punch them in the mouth. You can't go in that game. They can't smell any fear. And we zero blitz every time that we got a chance. We want to give Bryce Young a chance.
For those of you who don't know, zero blitz is no safeties, man-to-man coverage, no help for those man-to-man cover, and you're bringing everybody. And with zero blitz, there's always one more rusher than they have blockers, just because of how the numbers equate. So you were sending them and forcing that ball out of Bryce Young's hand.
You know, we must have zero blitz at least 15 times during the game. And we
Love that.
had to show them one time all year.
Yep, Coach, incomplete. This is the right call.
Now, you know what I say about that? When you watch that play, he's trying to get rid of the ball because he feels the defender on him. That should be intentional grounding because there's no eligible receiver in the area. He threw it at the foot of an offensive lineman. So if it's not a fumble, it should be a penalty on Alabama.
At the least. I've been talking about this forever. They do everything in their power to give the quarterback like the magic stick over football.
That's right. Man. That's right. See, I expect this, TJ. I'm shocked by you. I expect this from Coach O and Kayvon. I mean, they want that. But as a quarterback, hell no. That needs incomplete, baby. I want everybody to be in the vicinity. I want to be able to get that ball out of my hands as quickly as I possibly can. Oh, man.
Hey, Kayvon. Hey, Joe.
Yes, sir.
If I'm Davis, I'm telling that center, hey, I'm coming again.
Again and again.
You better get ready.
And you saw that twist that they ran, too.
Exactly. You know what? We stunted. Said we're either going to stunt or blitz every down. And think about this: we held the Crimson Tide to 6 yards rushing.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to get to that, Coach, because it wasn't just about pressuring the quarterback. It was also about what you guys did against their run game. Because you obliterated their run game. They had no ability to run the football, which was a big part of why you had success in that game. And here's what you see right now. And Coach, you know exactly. What you see right now from Alabama is an acknowledgement that the front seven for Georgia is a problem. The ball's out on the edge immediately. It's back to a zone read, trying to get the ball outside. So they're trying to get on the edge right now as fast as they can and away from the strength of that defense.
Eliminate them and give the ball to our athletes and let them make plays in space, which both teams has great athletes.
Quick throw again. Little tight end.
There you go.
Hey, Coach, what does Georgia do now defensively? You see how they want to attack you. They want to get on the perimeter. They want to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands. What does Georgia do to counter that?
I'm coming. I'm either zero blitz or 8-man drop. 4-man drop's not going to cut it. You're going to be wasting your energy. Either I'm going to get an 8-man drop where I can cover all the passes, or I'm going zero blitz and I'm coming after him. And I'm going to hit the quarterback and he's going to feel it.
So that's opposite ends of the spectrum right there. So zero blitz means you're bringing one more than they can block. Dropping 8 into coverage means that you're only rushing 3 just by the math, okay? So you're going opposite ends of the spectrum, giving the quarterback lots to look at. There's a little
Everything is on a perimeter. Everything's on a perimeter.
Yep. They don't want to run in the middle of that defense.
You can't win like that.
Little speed option on the outside, trying to block the edge.
Because the thing about it, I feel like you make your players nervous when you start to do things that your team don't normally do.
You're not used to doing.
Yeah, so now a team's trust and a team's confidence, as soon as it stops working, everybody's going to start looking around.
Well, they certainly didn't need to do any of this against Cincinnati. They overmatched Cincinnati they are so superior at the line of scrimmage against Cincinnati. They just lined up and drilled them with the run game. But they can't do that against Georgia. And so now you're seeing everything else. It's everything on the edge right there, a little release out of the backfield. Here, see 18's in the backfield, and you're going to get a blitz. And watch. So this is just going to be scat protection, guys. They're not checking that scat protection. Only 5 guys in the protection means the quarterback is protecting himself with 5 free releases. So all 5 eligible wide receivers are out right now, and I'm going to find somebody really quickly to get that ball out to immediately.
Pitches.
And the defense, if they're aware, you can tell when the back in the backfield is free releasing or not. When he's over the tackle, you know right away he's free releasing. He's not picking up anything. He's out of there.
By alignment, there's no doubt. Coach, you guys clearly thought that you needed to go and attack that offensive line for Alabama. You've seen Alabama now for a few years. Would you say that they overall this year are not what they have been at the offensive line? All 5?
I'll say this to you. Nick Saban has had some great offensive line. He's a great coach, and their line coaches are great. So I don't want to underestimate them at all. Evan Neal is probably the best tackle in college football. But overall, they weren't as strong as they were in the past. I agree. And Kayvon, you said something a while ago. If you do stick to the plan, look 99, Jarvis Data. If you stick to the plan and you good enough on defense and be patient, you're going to start making plays, and that does give your players confidence, and you don't want to put them out of the realm of something they're not used to doing. We had 9 starters missing from our defense. So we felt that we had to make something happen. We couldn't sit there and take their punches every down. There it is. There it is. One unblocked player. Now he's got to make the play right there.
Yep.
I mean, they're getting the ball out of Bryce's
Yeah, they are.
hands
Everything
so
is just a screen on the outside. They're trying to get the ball out. Now this is a big.
Can't play like this all game.
Truth be told, that's what happened to us in Utah. When you look back at it, if you look at Ohio State and how we won that game, we pounded that rock. And who's to say that Ohio State D-line is not better than the O-line? But that was our DNA. So now if Alabama's DNA is running the ball up the gut, and now you want to change it, it's like, why not try it? If it's not broke, don't fix it.
All right, Coach, we've got interaction from the fans out there. And if you want to join us, by the way, if you're out there watching, you can join us on Twitter at College Football on Fox. You can hit me up at Joel Klatt on Twitter. You can hit us up, and we'll try to answer your questions. Coach, we've got a tweet that came in as a question for you. It says, please ask Coach O what was the most surprising thing about winning a national championship. That came in from our own Charlotte Wilder, who does awesome things right here on our digital platform. Coach, was there something surprising about winning the national championship?
Well, you take it one day at a time, and it passed so fast, a lot of things happen. But think about this. That team, and I got to give them the credit. I got to give the credit to the assistant coaches and our players. We beat 7 out of the top 10 teams that year.
Yep.
And that's a great feat. And think about all the teams, especially in the SEC. To go undefeated in the SEC and go 15-0 and beat 7 out of the top 10 teams, I got to give credit to our football team.
I just remember the run late, and I can remember you saying it, and a couple of your players saying that the moment when you realize, like, okay, like, we're really good is when you went to Tuscaloosa and you beat Alabama.
Yeah.
And that game was like, from that point on, no one really had a chance. You were crushing teams.
Yeah, we felt that, especially in the playoffs, when we played Oklahoma and we played Georgia in the SEC championship. When we played Oklahoma, now we were down. For the first time, we were down against Clemson. They had us backed up, but I knew our team was going to fight. And then Joe started finding Jamar one-on-one. And then we got ahead at halftime, and then we felt that we were going to win that game. But, we really never were behind. That's twice the whole season in that whole season.
Well, you've got to be almost like a proud father. And maybe you take a little pride watching the Bengals this year with Joe Burrow doing what he's doing, but what Jamar is doing. These guys are setting the league on fire right now. And shoot, guys, Tennessee's scaring nobody as the number 1 seed. Why not the Cincinnati? I mean, like, I'm not betting against Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. Are you guys betting against these dudes?
I'm not. And the Bengals have a chance to be special because their best players are all young. I mean, Joe's young. Jamar's young. T. Higgins is young. Joe Mixon is young. That offensive line is young. But I noticed when training for the combine, Joe was just different, man. Just his leadership. Like, you just saw it. It was like he was just different than quarterbacks I had been around.
Can you give me an example? Like, what's
like
an example?
He was, and we're out there. It's Joe Burrow. It's Sam Darnold. It's Josh Allen. It's Justin Herbert. It's Jordan Love. Kyle Allen. We had so many guys, NFL guys. Even Sam Darnold, I'll never forget, Joe made a throw, and we were just on routes on there, and Sam was like, God, he's so accurate. And Darnold, he just said it, just out the blue. And, it's routes on air. But these receivers, the first time they had run routes.
Yeah.
The way he carried himself, like, if you don't know Joe, you think, like, he's stuck up, like he thinks he's better than everybody. But he just walks around with a bunch of confidence. When he gets to know you, then he's cool with you. But prior to that, he's about his business. And I saw that, and he's bringing that to Cincinnati. The Bengals are going to be a problem for a long time, and it starts with Joe and Jamar.
You know what's interesting, and Kayvon, I don't know if you've dealt with this yet in your life, and I don't know if you will because you're so talented. But there's something to the first time you fail. You know, TJ, you know what I'm talking about? Like, I was a minor league baseball player, coach, and failed, right? And I had to go and walk on at Colorado. But the perspective I got from failing was the only thing that allowed me to have success moving forward because I knew how to work. And I don't want to say Joe failed at Ohio State, but Joe Burrow getting beat out at Ohio State and then having to go to LSU, Coach, the player you got had that perspective. And yes. I'm wondering, did you sense that right away about that perspective and drive out of Joe Burrow?
No question, man. The first day we're having summer workouts. We run 16 110s. At 6 o'clock in the morning. Joe's the first one there. We had some quarterbacks with some pretty good quarterbacks. They were close to the team. Joe ran every 16 110 and won every one of them. And he did it all summer. He kept his mouth shut. And he won over the locker room by hard work and convincing those guys by how smart he was and how well he could lead this football team. You know, in our meeting, in our recruiting meeting, Joe didn't want to talk any recruiting. He wanted to eat crawfish. I made sure I got him some crawfish. But we had a recruiting meeting, a football meeting, 6 of us in the room, and Joe Burrow was by far the smartest person in the room, including me, the offensive coordinator. It didn't take me long to figure it out. The guy is very, very smart, and he's very, very hungry and focused on a daily basis.
Yeah. Well, and you can see that in the NFL. All right, now it's Georgia's first series, and this is, you know, guys, I mean, a spade is a spade here. Kirby is trying to do something that is insanely difficult to do, and that is try to go win a national championship. And this is not a knock, but with a guy that is a serviceable game manager as the quarterback. And Coach, I'm sure that that's not giving Stetson Bennett his credit, but you look at the quarterbacks that have won national championships in the last few years, and it's dudes, man. I mean, they are guys that can play. Trevor, Joe Burrow, what Mac did last year, you know. So this is Kirby's trying to do something that's very difficult to do, and there Stetson just drops the ball right out of midair.
Right?
That's
just
nerves.
Running. Nobody. That's nervousness.
Yep, there's no doubt.
Wow.
Looking at his hands.
Hey, question number 10. He's from USC, huh? The linebacker?
No, he was the Tennessee kid.
Tennessee. Oh,
Tennessee.
Okay. Tua.
Yeah, the USC kid Naote Ote went to Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Yeah, but didn't play much for them. And there you see Bennett in the open field. Coach, how difficult do you think this is going to be for Georgia to try to win a game? And again, I'm trying not to be like harsh against Stetson Bennett, but he's not the best quarterback in the game.
You know, all the players around him got to step up, and they stepped up all year. But, you know, I think that Alabama's going to win this game. I've got to give the edge to Alabama. I think that their players, they smell it. They know how to win chips. They got it in their blood, and they're going to find a way to do it.
So Bennett is struggling already in this first series. You can tell, like, this is not even close to the same quarterback that we saw against Michigan. So he takes a sack on his first, because they're trying to boot right into a blitz. They brought that field side pressure, Kayvon. Then he's running and just drops the ball. And then there he takes a delay, and Kirby's looking out there like, what are you doing?
Kirby looked like he's telling him, just run the play.
Yes.
Okay.
There he's leaving the pocket. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. Coach, all three of us picked Georgia, and I feel like I might need to backtrack.
Hey, if Stetson Bennett stays the quarterback, Georgia's getting run off the field.
Well, shoot. And they've got a more talented quarterback sitting on the sideline.
Kirby not being smart.
So is he not hurt, or he's just benched?
From everything that I've heard and been told, that, you know, it's been kind of like Stetson's the hot hand. He's the one that they're playing, and, you know, for whatever reason they haven't gone to JT Daniels. But I think
we're gonna see. Are we gonna see a?
You may.
Hey, Coach, what if Stetson Bennett is not effective from an offensive perspective in the first half? If JT Daniels was okay physically, would you make that move if you're the head coach?
You have to win the game. If any player, we tell them the depth chart, as Esther said, if any player is not playing at the standard of performance, you got to go because there's somebody on the sideline waiting, chomping at the bits to go perform it. You got to give a chance. You got to be fair to your team.
That's why you had the success you had. You got to get back on the horse, man. Get back on the sideline, coach.
Come coach with me, man. I'll take you on my staff.
How much
of the best receivers in college football?
How much of it is mindset against Alabama? Just believing that you can, because this has been the big question, Coach. Is like, can Kirby and Georgia get over this hump of Alabama? And I think it's real. And I know you guys had to deal with that a little bit, right?
Yeah. Hey, I think the mindset starts on Monday from the head coach. When you have the meeting, your team's got to feel you. And when we beat them in Tuscaloosa, I told them on the Monday meeting, I said, guys, we're a better football team. We're going to win this game. And when they hear that from the coach, and when you coach like that all week, that gives them the confidence. Now, I had to know that we were going to win the game to be able to tell them we were going to do that. Now, last year when they were playing, we were down. But I told them at the beginning of the week, we're going to blitz, we're going to fake a punt, reverse it, we're going to do everything we have, and we're going to go down there and upset Alabama. And I do believe that we should have done it. We got close to doing it. We didn't punch the ball in the 80-yard line, but it's a mindset. If they smell that you're scared, they're going to crush you.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you guys had a great chance. Really, in your game, I remember watching it. I was on a flight coming home. I can't remember exactly which week. What beat you was just Jimmy's and Joe's. Will Anderson was just – he was too much for you. You couldn't block him, right? And by the way, that's not – there's only so much you can do as a coach at that point. Will Anderson was just a machine at that point.
Yeah, he's incredible. I tried to recruit him. What a great kid. Hey, I should the game. I watched him well. I'm a defensive line coach at heart, man. I get so excited watching great D-line playing. Hey, you cannot single block him. If Georgia's going to drop back and they're going to try to single block they're going to be in trouble.
Well, another guy you can't single block is sitting next to me right here, Kayvon Thibodeaux. Kayvon, take me into, okay, so you're Will Anderson, you're Kayvon Thibodeaux, you're Aiden Hutchinson, you're a great pass rusher. And you see the formation and you see the situation and you sense that, like, oh, man, I'm getting singled up here. I'm one-on-one. What does that do to you? Like, take me into your mindset.
You don't actually notice that you're getting one-on-one, right? What it is, it's like boxing, right? If you're fighting that, like when you're fighting that old lineman in those first couple, series or rounds, you kind of get in the flow of the offense. Like if you watch what Alabama did and what Georgia did, if I was a D lineman if I was Will Anderson, I'm saying, okay, they're booting. You know what I mean? They're trying to come with the gimmick game. They're not running a traditional offense. So you have to use the mindset of untraditional. So you can't just get upfield. You can't just, use your raw talent because you have to play with instinct because they're doing so much, tricks. And I feel like it's going both ways right now. So, I feel like he won't really show until right before halftime, third quarter comes around is when I think Will Anderson or even Nolan Smith or even,
yeah,
it's a couple guys that might really, come out and.
So here's the interesting part about this. Guys, like Alabama's trying to get the ball on the edge. And that's a great ball right there. That's what Bryce Young is so good at. You see how quick that ball was out to Jamison Williams on that little kind of a little bang eight. A bang eight is like a quick post, almost like a slant in the second window, and he's able to get it there. But if they're not attacking like that vertically, the problem with Georgia is that there's an old adage when you're playing offense against great defenses that you run away from power and you run at speed. But the problem is Georgia's got both. That's right. So you can't run at Jordan Davis because they're too powerful in the middle. Then you try to get on the edge, and guys like Nakobe Dean and Nolan Smith are running you down. And that's why they've got to get in the vertical seams in the middle of the field. That's what they did when I watched the film. Coach, that's what they did so well in the SEC championship game is they were able to protect Bryce Young and attack the seams of the defense vertically down the field.
He's not holding on to that ball. He's getting rid of that ball.
Yeah.
And that's what they've got to start doing here, right? Like that's where I think you got to attack Georgia is right down the seams of the defense.
No, and you know what? Like a slant is one of the hardest routes in football to cover.
Yeah.
And hard to cover it on defense because if you start playing it too far inside, they'll run a sluggo and hit you. And if you run a slant, you beat the corner. You just got to beat the free safety. And then these RPOs are so quick. But what we wanted to do is not give the quarterback enough time to throw the ball downfield to where they couldn't hit the seams.
That's right. That's exactly right. Here, Jeff Schwartz chimes in. He says, well, that drive must give Georgia fans confidence in Stetson Bennett. Doesn't look nervous at all. Oh, man. That's clearly
Is that not what we just said,
That's
huh?
what we were just talking about. They're trying to get a little screen. But, again, Georgia's too fast. Kayvon, you guys had some speed on that defense. It's what gave Ohio State so much problems offensively, is that you guys could run and tackle in space.
Mhm.
That's something I think Georgia does really well.
Yeah, amazing. Man.
I think that you can see the game plan is on the perimeter. It's quick stuff right now, but I expect both teams to come run at each other. As the game goes on, as they try to wear each other out, they've got to use Brian Robinson. He's an excellent football player, and his one cut is about as good as I've seen in football.
He was great in that semifinal game against Cincinnati.
Yes. Oh, man.
It's so interesting because you talked about being at the opposite ends of the pendulum defensively against Alabama. You've either got to be bringing more than they can block, or you've got to be dropping 8 and really protecting yourself. And I felt like Cincinnati sat right in the in-between, and they were just going to die a slow death. It was almost like a boxer that was trying to get to a 12-round decision but not trying to win, because they sat in that stack 3-3-5. Coach, you can't do that. You can't play Alabama without an edge. Kayvon, you're an edge player. You got to set an edge against this team, or else you're just going to die.
Any team.
Yes.
Any team. Setting the edge is the most important thing.
Take us into that a little bit. And maybe, Coach Yo, follow up Kayvon about, edge play.
First thing about a football field, it's around 52 to 54 yards. I don't know the exact measurement, but
52 and a half.
52 and a half. Think about getting a 275-pounder, 265-pounder to run all the way sideline to sideline. There's no way possible for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, however long it is. There's no way possible. So if the edge defenders are able to cut this whole half of the field down or however far out and keep them in the box, that lets everybody come run and track, and that's the only way to truly get 11 guys to the ball.
That's the exact reason we went to the 3-4. I wanted 2 linebackers wide and forcing everything inside. Now, we played some 4 techniques, and we had a good 0 technique, and we had every gap filled up outside, but I didn't think that we could let Alabama get to the edge, and I didn't think we could let Brian have a 1 cut and get vertical and try to beat our safeties.
We do have a fan question here. Let's get to the fan question. It says, Bama needed to win the SEC title game. Georgia didn't. Any chance Georgia saved certain looks or plays for this matchup, or would they have not done that? Ben asked that. Coach, I'll give that one to you.
No way. No way you can take a chance, because they didn't know if they lost the game, if they would be in the playoffs. Maybe they thought they were. I don't think they saved anything, to be honest with you. And I love Kirby. I thought Georgia was gonna, after we played Alabama so tight, I thought Georgia was gonna beat Alabama in the SEC championship. They just didn't play as well as they could.
All right, Coach, you said a bunch of technical things here, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm drawing on the iPad right now. I'm going to take everybody into kind of what you were talking about here. Okay, so the traditional 3-4, what you've got here is kind of like,
there you go.
You've got nose, you've got ends, and then I'm just going to give them S's for kind of like outside or outside linebackers there. Okay,
Right.
So and then you've got, let's give a Mike and a Will, something like that. Okay, so there's your 3-4. You've got 3 defensive linemen and 4 linebackers.
Right.
Okay, so that's
Yes.
an odd defense. So those edge players are very vital to stopping the offensive football. Coach, when you talk about setting the edge with an edge player like that, right? So let's give it like this, like this, like this. You're talking about these players playing at an angle. Is this correct?
Yes, get up the field, set an edge.
And if
Yes,
they're able to do that, here's what then happens is that then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other players. So if this edge gets set and you've got a tailback who's trying to get outside and he's got to cut back in, now you've got all the pursuit of the defense coming, and now you're essentially creating, like Kayvon said, you're cutting the field down as far as the width of the field, and then you're also allowing the rest of the pursuit of your defense to get there. Now, there are some of the things that you talk about. That's an odd 3-4 defense. Odd meaning you've got 3 defensive linemen, 4 linebackers. But that's one way you can set a hard edge and allow things to get up the field or into the middle of the field.
And Joe, you got those 2-4 techniques, and those 2-4 techniques are different than 3 techniques. They're playing on the inside of that tackle, so that's forcing that ball outside to the outside linebacker.
Look, Will Anderson.
There was Will Anderson with a rush. All right, let me draw this up again really quick. All right, so a 4 technique, folks. A 3 technique is on the outside shoulder of the guard, okay?
Right.
So if you're drawing it up. Now, a 4 technique, then he is head up on the tackle, okay? So then you've got this guy.
We played him inside shoulder.
Inside, so that would be called like a 4-eye. If you're on the head up or on the inside shoulder of the offensive lineman, so that's a 4-eye like this, all right? This 4A, and that's all those gaps basically mean whether you're in a 3 or a 4-eye, this end is responsible for this gap between the guard and the tackle. That's the B gap. So he's the B gap player. Your outside player, then he's responsible for the outside gap. Then this nose is a 2-gap player, so he's going to engage the center and either go to one of the A gaps, and the Mike and the Will read that nose, and they're going opposite of him and trying to get themselves in that gap as well, and that's how you become gap sound on defense. Did I do that right for an old quarterback?
That's pretty darn good. You should have a free hitter. Your nose tackle plays right. That Mike and the Will ought to be a free hitter.
That's right, because you've got 3 guys for 2 gaps in that situation right there.
That's right. Now, if you play a 9 technique, a 6 technique, and a 3 technique, that gives them a little bit room. That gives Brian Robinson a little bit of room on the stretches to make that one cut and get up the field.
I think people at home don't quite understand.
They're Googling what's a 9 technique,
the
what's a 6 technique.
Of football, isn't that? Let's be honest, right? Everyone thinks football is just a bunch of guys smashing each other's heads in. It is a beautiful game as far as the mental side of the game, understanding the X's and O's, the chess match that goes on between the coordinators and the players.
There we go with chess again. You know how that go.
Football is a lot more complicated than it looks.
No doubt.
It's a lot that goes into it from a player's perspective during the week, from a coach's perspective during the week.
Life.
Like, you got to go through. These kids are young men. They got school. Luckily for the championship game, they've been on break.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot that goes into it. You got to school, you got to study, you got to work out, you got to train, you got to practice. And then you do it again. And then the next day, you do it again. And so there's a lot of balancing that goes into it.
You know what's super overlooked? The mental sustaining that it takes to be able to go in and day out, knowing that it's going to just keep coming, knowing that the day before the game you got a paper due, knowing that you got to go to class right after practice, knowing that no matter what, you have an obligation. You know what I mean? So that mental stress, I think it's a lot bigger than people see. It's not just, it's more than just a game. You know what I mean?
It's crazy
more than
you
just
say
a sport.
that because an obligation, but what's our biggest obligation? Making sure I ball on Saturday. I mean, that's always going to be our biggest obligation, and it doesn't matter what we have to do.
Yeah.
And I tell you what I always felt was that, and this is something I still feel, even broadcasting games, and Coach, I'm sure you feel this way coaching, but as a player, you know, you hear the old adage like, you're only as good as your last game, but it really is a clean slate. As hard as you prepare yourself game plan wise and watching film the 1 week to give yourself a chance to win, that does nothing for you the next week. You've got to put in the exact same work on Monday night and Tuesday night and Wednesday night. You've got to watch the film the same way and prepare the same way. You can't just say like, hey, last week I did a really good job preparing, so this week I'm good. Like, it doesn't work that way. Every week is a clean slate.
You know, one of the things that really helped us out, and I learned from Pete Carroll, and I know you guys been a part of this, we had a 24-hour rule. Good, bad, and indifferent, man. We watched the film, we had to throw it away, and it was on to the next opponent. And the faster we could move forward to the next opponent, the more successful we're going to be that week.
This is they're showing a graphic right now up about like all the even just the first round talent on the field. And Coach, when you get to these top end SEC games, and that's what this is, even though it's the national championship, but top end SEC games, it's like this every week, right? In the SEC. Now I get called an SEC hater. Nothing could be further from the truth. At the top end, that conference is the best conference in America. Period. There's no doubt about it. Cream of the crop. The 3-4 best teams in the SEC are always the best teams in America, along with maybe an Ohio State or a Clemson or an Oklahoma thrown in there.
Oregon.
Or an Oregon. Thank you, Kayvon. I appreciate that. But, you know, you get into these matchups, you know, when it was LSU against Bama or you're playing Georgia. Or I mean, it's littered with NFL talent. Oh, my goodness. Did you see that hit?
Yeah, there's no question about that.
Yeah.
And, you know, where the guys are getting drafted from, and, you know, from the SEC. And you know, look, Kayvon's a great player. TJ is a great player. Look, I was at USC. We had great players too, man. So I'm not a hater or anything. I just love great football. But it just so happened that in the SEC, first round talent and NFL players, there's more there than most conferences that you play at nowadays.
Yep. Well, this defense has shown up in the last couple of series. Bryce says he doesn't have a lot of time. All this stuff on the outside's not working because of the speed that we talked about. And now you're starting to get the creativity. See, you guys guys walked up like linebackers walked up.
Nobody.
And then they drop out. And you know, different guys are coming. And Bryce takes a big shot. And he's not a big guy, TJ.
Bryce Young he's short in stature and height, but he's not girthy. He's not a wide dude. He's not a thick dude. And so he's only going to be able to take so many of those hits.
Got to pressure him. You got to hit him.
We love hitting the QB.
That's right.
We love it. Oh, man.
Let me ask you this.
Favorite thing, isn't it?
Kayvon,
What do you got against QB?
When you say you like hitting the QB, with all of these rules, explain to me a defensive player's mindset now. When I was playing, they just hit him as. Do you think about that now?
I think it's everything is about evolving, right? And it's so crazy that like to me, I look at it like basketball. You could dunk or you could put a layup. They're both 2 points. I could slam him on his head or I could take the ball from him. Taking the ball might be more important than slamming him on his head. So for me, I'm always going for what would be the most impact. So I'm going for the ball. I'm going for a strip every time. I don't even care I don't need to hurt the quarterback. I just need to let him know that I'm coming. Well, no matter what, I'm on my way. And as long as he feel that pressure, it's going to change the game.
Quarterbacks feel that. There's no doubt. And you can sense, I can sense right now.
He feels it.
That the coaching staff and the entire offense for Georgia can feel that Stetson's nervous. Mm-hmm. The play calls are generic. The formations are generic. There's no movement. There's no creativity. It's like everyone's worried about right now, like, okay, we just need to calm 13 down. And then we can get going.
If you think about it, to be the devil's advocate, for me, I feel like when you have a defense that has the power that this team does, I feel like Georgia's really living in it, you know? Why? Because Bryce Young is the better talent. You know, I feel like we already went into it, and as a team, you would go into it knowing that, okay, they got the better guy. But if we shut him down and we can make the quarterbacks play to the same level, who's going to win the game?
Well, I mean, that's why, and Coach, you alluded to this a little bit earlier, and came on to your point, the pressure on the rest of the roster for Georgia right now is immense because the defense is going to have to play lights out. The O-line is going to have to dominate, not just play well.
Defense is going to have to be perfect.
Defense is going to have to be perfect. The O-line is going to have to be somewhat perfect because you're not going to get into a game where your quarterback is going to convert 5 or 6 third and longs. You know, you're going to have perfect play calls. And it's not like this guy can all of a sudden equal out the numbers, Coach, with some zone read and give you something in the run game that another guy wouldn't. So, you know, Georgia's up against it here, and this is a nice throw and catch. That's a good completion there, 2nd and long, right over the middle. You know, again, kind of basic. This is a big series here because that Bama offense has already been on the field for 8.5 minutes, 21 plays.
They need to get a couple of first downs
Yes.
to let that defense rest,
Totally.
catch a breather.
Totally. All right, now some
Yeah,
creativity.
there we
go.
Oh, here
There
we
we go.
go.
He open.
Here we go.
Huh.
Oh,
Great catch. Is
what a
that
catch?
my boy?
George Pickens.
Yeah, he
My
is.
boy.
That's the wild card
My
coming
boy.
back.
Oh,
That's
all right.
George
what-
Pickens, I wanted to tell you something. I saw George Pickens live at the Under Armour game, and for some reason, we just ended up becoming close friends. This kid did like a high kick over somebody to score, like for another 40 yards. Clicked his heels, kept running. Freak of nature, DK
This
Metcalf.
was a great catch.
No
great
doubt.
This
hands.
is a great catch.
Oh, he
Hit him in stride. It's a touchdown.
But he let him too much.
That's
As-
a great catch.
Over the shoulder and to extend like that, basically over the shoulder, straight down the field like
Yes.
that. I mean, you would know how difficult that is.
Hey, Coach O, Brock Bowers,
Yeah, man.
did you guys recruit him at LSU? Because this young tight end looked like he is the best tight end in college football as a freshman.
Yes, we did. We loved him, and I think he's a difference maker. I think he's gonna make a difference in this game. And you know it, man. When you can use that tight end like we had with Thaddeus Moss, and you can use him up the middle. That's the worst thing on the defense is when the tight end goes right down the middle and you can't cover him on defense.
That's right.
Hate tight ends.
And here's Brock Bowers right there. You know, the guy's a tremendous player. I think, hey, man, I'm in South Louisiana. I'm one play behind you guys. So you got to catch me up.
You saw that long pass play, though, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. You know, we recruited George Pickens. And Kayvon, I'm with you, man. This guy's a #1 draft choice. He's an excellent player. I love this mom. I'm glad to see that he's having so much success in Georgia.
Yeah.
I tell you, that play, you know, to the Brock Bowers point, the Pickens play, if I'm not mistaken, was partly made because they brought Bowers across the middle on what was kind of a deep cross, and the safety jumped it. He came down, and when the safety came down, then the corner had no inside help, and he was playing heavy outside leverage. And so because of that, Pickens gets kind of a free run at the middle of the field because of the effect of the tight ends, guys. That's where that chess match comes into play, where you're using the power of a great player like Brock Bowers and their attention to him to create something for another player like George Pickens. So that was a great play call and certainly set themselves up for a scoring opportunity here as they're going to take a quick commercial break.
I don't know if you could tell either on that deep shot. Those are the type of plays that frustrate an edge rusher. I don't know if you're watching
Yes.
Will Anderson. He's trying to get off. He's trying to time it. He's trying to read, the formation. But because there's so many motions, there's so much flying happening, he can't get off the ball. He can't decide what move he wants to use because he doesn't want to get outflanked. He doesn't want a screen to happen. He doesn't want to, the motion the other way. He's so tapped into the game right now that he can't even play his own game.
Okay, so here's what it looks like they did here as I bring it up. So I'm going to go get back onto the iPad here. Okay. So, and I'm sorry, you can't really see the tailback. I'll draw them right up there, okay?
West Coast, the
there's
slot
the
is a
tailback.
zebra.
That's right. I
Zebra.
still use a zebra
Ah,
and
he's
everything.
a
You got that? The zebra. Okay, so here's the cue, okay? He's going to come back, and first they kind of faked this inside, and then they had both of these guys running across in the backfield like this, okay? So that gets the safeties to start to look or creep down. And then the tight end came racing across the middle of the field. That's Bowers. So this safety here, who's basically what I would call play side, right? The play side safety, he comes down with the run action and gets Bowers so he stays down. The corner was heavy outside
Was it
leverage.
a cover 4 defense, you believe?
I believe it was, or they were trying to bracket or something. But this safety comes down, and this one did not rotate back. Okay, so since you didn't get this rotation back out of the opposite safety, here's what happens: is you get heavy outside leverage, and Pickens just goes right down the middle of the field. Bennett sets up, and then you can just throw that ball right down the middle of the
It had to
field.
have been cover 4 because if it was not, there would have been a safety
Something
deep.
in the middle, yeah.
And so they saw he doesn't jump him. Bowers might run forever because that corner is going
That's
to
right.
be pulled with the post. So he,
Yeah.
in essence, has to jump him.
So here's what TJ is saying is that if this was just a single safety look, that single safety would never jump the crossing route. He's
Never.
going to settle deep into the field. And then what happens is that this guy gets the free run, and all he has to do is beat a backer who's trying to settle back, and then that's the ball that would be thrown out of the play action pass. But because the safety is a split safety look or an open coverage look, the safeties are like this. You get safeties down. There's not a safety in the middle of the field. He jumps Bowers like this. There's that, and then now Pickens there. The read for the quarterback is this safety. So that safety is either down or he's back.
You read him. He jumps it over the top.
Right.
He stays back. We throw the crosser.
That's right. That's coach, guys, that's play action pass 101. They're trying to get safeties down and trying to get a play really probably designed for the tight end, but knowing that you tell the quarterback, all right, tight end 1, safety jumps it, go over the top right on time, and they were able to hit the big play.
2nd and 14, I smell.
They don't run the ball. They're going to play for it.
It does look like a run.
Oh.
Nope. There's Bowers. Is that Bowers?
I smell
that's
play
Bowers.
action, but I didn't know.
So they're trying to get him into the ball.
He just moves well for a tight end, man. As a freshman, he moves well.
And Coach, you know, last couple, and we appreciate you joining us for this first quarter, man, really do. But the last couple of things I wanted to ask you, because now you've been on both sides. You were at USC, and now you've been in the SEC. Not who's better. I'm just saying this. If Lincoln Riley can start getting guys from Southern California to stay in Southern California, will we see this equalize a little bit? Guys like Bowers, even though he's not Southern California, he's Napa, but Bryce Young's Southern California.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, a lot of these Southern California guys are elsewhere. Kayvon, you went up to Oregon. You know,
TJ, you got to keep him at home. You got to capture Southern California. I think he can do it. I think that was a great hire by USC. I think he can do it. He can do it fast, and he can compete on a national level. It doesn't necessarily have to stay in the SEC. I think that USC is one of these schools that is in a recruiting area. If you get the right coach, they've got some dominant football players in about a 30-mile radius. You don't have to even get in an airplane.
Here you could get on your electric bike and go recruit them.
you know from experience.
That's right. Hey, Coach.
I loved it. You know, I really loved it. I love recruiting Los Angeles. I love the people in Los Angeles. It was a phenomenal time for me.
Well, college football is better when you're in it, so we can't wait for your next stop and next chapter. And we appreciate you joining us, man. And thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night, man.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me on the show. Good luck.
Coach, appreciate you, man. Good luck with your next coaching gig.
That's right.
Good to see you. Kayvon, good luck in that National Football League, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Have a good one, Coach.
Yeah, this guy is.
Sack fumble.
That's what you get paid for.
Threw the ball too.
All right, they're trying to go Bowers. All right, Kayvon, 3rd down, red zone, 3rd and goal. Tell me what you're thinking here defensively.
3rd and goal, they're probably running a twist game. Knowing the coach,
Yep, there's a twist.
Yep, they were waiting on that quarterback.
What are you doing?
What is that play call? What is that play call? I'm sorry,
but do you
you're
see
thinking they got pass rushers.
And
That's
going to come up the field.
And that's what I know that, you know, even as a defense, I know that they think we have pass rushers. So I'm sending T games. I'm eating up the inside block.
But I'm with you. Like Alabama twists, and they do it well. You can't run a quarterback draw against a twist, right? Like you run a quarterback
draw.
Lane. There's no lane. That's right, and it's hard to create the lane. You run a quarterback draw against a team that's going to rush 3 or 4 straight up the field, particular with wide 3 techniques, with one middle linebacker where you can release the center on him and get up the field, and then the quarterback just follows the center right up the middle of the field. When you've got all of a sudden like fold block because you've got a twist on one side and a twist on the other side, to me, that's just like a safe play call. You're playing to kick a field goal, and I hate it. As a quarterback, I hate it.
When you're the underdog, you got to take what you can get. You don't want.
They're actually the favorite. It's crazy that Georgia is the favorite, but that shows
the feeling
you
of the underdog, right?
That shows you the
feel like you got to go.
I know they don't feel like the favorite. They got a chip.
They've got to.
They have to.
Right.
That offensive play call shows everyone right there what the coaching staff believe they have at the quarterback position.
But this is
that Alabama's not making that. They're not making that call.
Heck no.
Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin, they're not making that call.
No, Pitt's not making that call.
They're
North Carolina's not making that call.
If it's Madden and it's money on the line, we're taking that 3 points. You know what I mean? We're not taking no risk.
Or you can, you could be like Brandon Staley, coach the NFL like you're playing that.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Coach the NFL like you're playing that.
How about that last
I hope
night?
you don't bet on it because you're going to be broke real soon.
Oh,
Man, that was crazy last night.
This dude is coaching the NFL game like he's playing Madden.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to get, but why did he call that timeout?
I don't know.
The
His remote turned off. You heard me?
Not even that. You go for it on the 18-yard line.
Yeah, what was that?
Like you have a Pro Bowl defense.
Well, not only that, but sorry, Derek Carr, but you're not Peyton Manning. We know why Bill Belichick did it in a playoff game against Peyton Manning. Remember that? Remember when the Patriots and Colts they did it?
The ball.
But it was, if I'm not mistaken, there was 6 minutes left to go in the game or something. It was the fourth quarter. This dude did it in the first half.
You're giving him guaranteed 3 points if you don't get it.
He just went for it.
He just went for it.
It was 4th and 2 in the first half.
4th and 2, first half, on his own 18-yard line.
And he didn't get it.
No, he
Lost
didn't
a
get
yard.
it.
Ran it right up the middle and lost a yard.
Just gave him 3
This dude
points.
is coaching in the NFL like he's playing Madden. I promise.
Yeah,
What are we doing? Analytics. Sorry, I'm not going to be one of those guys. I feel so I'm turning 40 this year, guys. I'm having a hard time with it.
And I've been 40 for a few years.
All right, so we need look at this guy whistling at us right now.
Hey, you know what's crazy?
Somebody called Father Time.
You know what's crazy? You're going to be right there. You're going to remember this conversation and be like, damn, I'm turning 40.
Hopefully it's 20 years from now.
Cold-blooded on that one.
They're going to be 60, you know what I mean? He's still going to be living.
Oh, man.
You got to enjoy the youth while you got it.
Hey, man,
That's a fact.
I can't tell you, I'm excited for you. You've got, man, this dude.
Things you would do just to be 21 again, right?
Well, I mean, yes, just age.
Yeah.
He's going to be the first or first pick in the NFL draft.
See, that's poison. Y'all trying to hype me up so that I can relax.
Oh, I'm sorry. He might be the third
go
pick in the
chill,
NFL draft. I'm sorry. What are we?
So that, I can go on vacation. They trying to set me up.
Not only that, this guy is going into a league in which the television deals are kicking in and these contracts are about to be through the roof. You know what I'm talking about.
Just be a good player. Be a good player. If you're a great player, generational wealth for all the Thibodeaux that ever walked this earth until somebody messes it up.
That's right. That's right. Exactly right, man. You just stay healthy and you keep playing.
I'm gonna change the last name from EAUX to OUGH. It'll be Thibodeaux.
No.
You know what I mean? Exactly.
No, that's funny. All right, we got another tweet. Let's check out what we got. Gabe Eichert, he was an offensive lineman at Oklahoma. He says, this game feels as close as an NFL game as a college game can feel. Yes, these two teams are fairly evenly matched outside of the quarterback position. And the thing that I think Georgia fans are so frustrated about is that I personally believe, I do this for a living. I know these rosters. I watch all this film.
Oh, man.
Oh,
how is he so open?
Open. He's the best.
What are we doing?
He's the best pass. His knee.
And I saw
Don't be hurt.
It looked like
Don't
MCL.
be hurt.
It looked like MCL. He tried to
Don't
slow
be
down.
hurt.
No, when you just grab your knee like that.
Oh, no.
He tried.
no.
You didn't see him. He tried to stop.
He tried to stop,
come
didn't
to a
he?
complete stop.
Come
Ooh.
on. Man, field turf is junk.
You gotta watch it too. It was
How do you get that open?
Well, that's the other part. That's why I stood up
Switch
initially.
release,
What are we
right
doing?
down the middle.
How is one?
Switch release right down the middle.
By the way.
Oh, you see it?
Oh, you
dang
look,
it.
look, boom,
Right there.
boom. Oh,
Oh, wee.
Man, that's the worst. I hate that.
That sucks for him. And this is why guys are opting out. This is why guys aren't playing in ball games, because he's going to be a top 10 pick regardless of this game. Regardless of this game, he's going to be a top 10 pick. And now he won't be.
for free.
Man.
Now he
Let
won't
that
be.
sink in for free though.
You know, I mean, the only thing I will say is that if you go out and have, if you go out there and have an amazing game, you could raise yourself 2 or 3 spots. That's real money. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, I know. Listen,
if you're a receiver,
I'm not saying that he's got to go. I'm not one of these guys. Listen, if these decisions or these
you're not
players,
Kirk Herbstreit.
No. I'm just talking about this strictly from a value perspective. That's it. Okay, let's just have a money conversation here, right?
Yes.
Every one of these spots in the NFL draft is real money. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
It matters whether you're the first pick or the third pick. That's a lot of jack. It matters if you're the 10th pick or the 7th pick. It matters if you're the 13th pick or the 10th pick. You know, the difference between last year, the 15th and the 12th, right around there, was roughly $3.5 million.
You know the worst part, though? All of those numbers, I feel like, are something you can't really control. Because even me, at this point in my life, I could go run the best combine. I could go do everything in my power to be the first pick. And I could still not be the first pick.
That's right.
You know, so it's like
somebody else's control.
I could have thought, someone could have told me that if you go play and you go show out in this last Rose Bowl game or in this game, we have a chance for a great win and you have a chance to be the number one pick. It's like, is the risk greater?
You already have that chance.
That's what I'm saying, by not doing it.
Yes.
So it's like, is the risk, does the reward outweigh the risk? Is it worth it?
And you're the only one that can answer that. But I would say that, like, you are the rarity.
It's tough.
You know what I mean? And there are guys like Jameson is the rarity. We see other guys that opt out that don't have this value and need to still increase their value. Again, I'm not arguing either way. I think it's a personal decision that you got to make between you and your family. And there are circumstances. And here's the other thing that frustrates me about the opt-out discussion is that it is framed in conversations in the media, and this is what I'm trying to not do, right, is it is framed as either just about your college team and you as a player or your value, when that's not always the case. As you guys know, guys opt out because their family has nothing, you know, and they might be a second-round pick, but they've got to be a second-round pick. They can't afford getting injured. And so to suggest that every one of these decisions is made for the same reasons, I think is naive, right? Yeah. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
So,
or the fact that the reasons that these decisions are made matters anyway.
That's right.
I mean,
it's their decision.
Yeah, you know, the conversation is so baffling because it's for me, it's like the conversation to go to war in reality. And obviously it's not as tough, but when people, like, I used to hear about people getting drafted to the war and not having an option. Like when you talk about like Muhammad Ali getting drafted into the war when he's a professional boxer, it's like, how can you tell me that I have to do something, you know, when it's my free will over my life? So it's like, you know, hey, it's still up for discussion.
Man, I'm
now, if
heart
this
goes out.
stays this way,
told you, low score.
Alabama's loaded.
They
Obviously, this impacts them.
Totally.
Does it impact them to where
no,
Stetson Bennett just don't mess it up? National championship to Georgia?
Well, I think it makes Stetson Bennett's leash a lot longer.
Whoever is subbing in for him is probably a 4-star, 5-star.
Oh,
going against the top DBs in the country every day. I don't think it'll be that big of a drop.
We just don't know him.
Yeah, we just don't know his name. And that was the same with Mac Jones. Mac Jones was probably as great as people thought. We just didn't know Mac Jones.
Remember when a true freshman, Tua, came in the national championship game and threw
or Jalen Hurts.
And think about it, we didn't even know Tua, but we accepted Tua so much because of that.
And
won it.
You remember who he threw that touchdown pass to?
Come on now.
Yeah,
Devontae Smith.
Yeah, Devontae Smith.
Talking about freshman.
True
Devontae
freshman.
Smith.
Man, he walking pretty fine now.
I hope so.
But he better not come back in.
He's a really good young man. You know, I mean, he was in a tough spot at Ohio State because they were loaded at wide receiver.
They don't have no moves.
And
you know what's so crazy? For him to do what he did at Alabama, and Jamison Williams, and he couldn't get on the field at Ohio State. Either it's incompetence at Ohio State or them boys at Ohio State are that good.
They were good.
I don't even feel like it's incompetence or they're that good. I feel like people don't understand that you will be great anywhere. Everybody wants to go somewhere where there's already great people. And it's like, how can you say you want to be the best by playing with the best? I never understood that. You know what I mean? Like, I want to play against the best. And people told me so much. If you go to Oregon, you don't care about the NFL. You don't really have big dreams if you go to Oregon. But
So
it's
when you committed to Oregon, people were like,
what
are you
coaches
doing?
Literally like, you're the number 1 player and you're about to go to Oregon?
Oh, they were telling you that.
That's like clowning, like it's a joke. Like I'm like, as I'm going up, and you know how you do camps, you got the Under Armour game. I'm doing pass rush reps, killing all of these dudes. I laugh because you talk about Nolan Smith, you talk about Evan Neal, George Pickens, you talk about, all of them guys that are playing, like I can name 10 guys.
You guys all graduated high school at the
that
same time.
were all in the same time. You know what I mean? So it's like now when I'm seeing these O-line, D-line battles, Nolan Smith and Evan Neal, those are the same battles we had at the opening. And personally, I was killing them. Yeah, I'm just talking facts. You can look this up. This is not,
They know.
I don't make this up. But it's like, if you just choose your own path and not be a follower, I swear you can still get to the same destination. You know what I mean? You can do it from wherever you are. And that's also why I put your HBCUs. When you talk about kids being able to really go where you're at least feel
we're seeing that with Prime now, Coach Prime.
And Prime is all he's doing.
Landing,
I can't wait to see
landing
Prime.
some dudes, man.
I can't wait to see when me and Prime. You ever watch Friday? Friday after next, go watch it. It's a Christmas movie. At the end, he walked in saying Merry Christmas. It was a reunion of 2 people who loved each other. And when I see Prime on draft day, we gonna be up there. I'm talking about I might bring a grill because we're gonna be up there cooking barbecue chicken. I'm telling you. I can't wait.
I think the interesting part, because I agree with. Listen, I agree with you. Like, hey, if you can play, you can play, and you can play anywhere. At wide receiver, there's only so many catches to go around.
That's a fact.
Right? And so, like, you've got to find the spot where you're going to be able to produce enough to generate the highest value. And there were not enough catches to go around if Jameson stayed at Ohio State. So it's not that he couldn't play or couldn't be on the field or even that their coaches were incompetent. There just are not enough snaps in the offense.
If this isn't a major injury, he'll be drafted before all of them.
Potentially, yeah.
It's crazy.
So Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave and Jameson Williams are likely, in that conversation for best
Jackson
wide
Smith
receiver.
and Jigba, he has another year, correct?
Correct. So he'll be back. And he was probably the best of them all, which was the problem for Jameson, is that he played Jackson's position. So Garrett and Chris Olave had solidified the 2 outside positions. And the slot receiver was the one that was kind of up for grabs. So Jameson Williams and Jackson Smith and Jigba, and they settled on Jackson Smith and Jigba, which it's hard to argue with seeing what he was, but there was just not enough catches to go around. They helped him get to Alabama. It suited everybody.
It benefits everyone involved.
Yes.
It doesn't look that way when you're in it. Once you get out of it, benefits everyone.
Okay, so all of the true freshman wide receivers for Bama were 4-star kids. Brooks was a 4-star. He had 9 catches on the year. Ajay Hall was a 4-star, number 3 wide receiver overall. So 34th player overall didn't get. So he's basically like the highest 4-star recruit in the country, because there's generally about 30 to 31, 32 5-star players.
I know he about to go home.
Oh,
he about to go home.
Holding call. Like,
Flag.
these refs are inserting themselves in the game.
Oh, they always do, man.
If they call holding on that block, you know what I'm saying? When they
that ain't holding.
That's not
Nah,
holding.
it might have been something after that. It couldn't have been that, because that was a big boy block.
Show me number 20. I got a problem with referees,
Wow.
man. They're so bad.
There he is, number 20.
I
That
want
was
to
a
see
good
this.
block too. That was a hungry block.
Must be holding.
Nah, yeah, it's holding, but he was hungry.
Can't see 20.
Nah, it was after.
Right there. There's 20.
Must have
Man.
been on a twist
Huh?
or something.
So
That's
this is
holding.
it. This is a good
Oh,
angle.
he was. Oh yeah.
You can call that on every special
Yeah, I mean,
teams play.
you can call that
Every
on
play.
every single play.
Every
That's-
play.
Made it even worse that it was a double team. Like you called, okay, I guess.
Man, what are we doing? Guys, you got to understand, if I'm not actually in the booth calling the game, I get real cranky when I watch offensive football
Yeah,
Like that.
like that. Like in the booth right now, I would be hitting the mute button.
How you think it feel being on the field?
You know what?
Let's be real.
Joe, if I'm not mistaken, that's not the first time they've done that.
I don't think
I think that's at least the third time they've done that in the first half.
Something's going on right now.
You see them, 6 penalties for 44
No flow
yards.
to the cadence or something.
We've got some fan questions. We'll throw them up here and get to them.
Will Anderson ain't getting off right here. Yep.
Somebody got it.
Oh, geez.
Nah, that was him.
What do we do?
It was him. He just went unblocked. When I was looking at his stance, he didn't have a lot of weight in the front.
So
he took a false step, but he still
Walton says, hey, guys, while hoping for the best for him, speaking to Jamison Williams, I'm assuming, how specifically does the Williams injury change this game? Well, that's a good question. I mean, the wrong answer is it remains to be seen, but I would commit more resources to stopping the run.
Yeah, I would double down on that and say I don't think it was a big difference, but I do feel like they do lose some explosive plays, they lose some chemistry, and they lose a little bit of confidence. You lose a guy that's been in there, that's been in the system, and now they probably have to implement somebody who hasn't, taken that many snaps throughout the year.
There's so much, TJ, in the passing game and everyone calls it like, oh, being on the same page, but it's rhythm. It's rhythm, and you find a rhythm with your quarterback and a quarterback with a wide receiver, almost like a dance partner. You understand the timing of the play and the rhythm to the offense and the routes. And when new guys come in the game, they just don't have the same rhythm.
Quarterbacks can tell when the receiver is running a route, just in his body movements, what he's going to do when you've had a ton of reps together in practice. And I think that's what people don't understand is the ones work with the ones. The twos, when you do work with the ones, it's probably a run play. We're talking receiver, offensive line, quarterback. So you're in with the ones, but you're not working plays we're running over the course of the game because we want our ones in there. And so for me, it's going to be a huge difference. Georgia, they're not going to have to commit more players to the run because Bama's not able to run the ball on them, and they're not committing to stopping the run. They're just doing it with the front four and bringing pressures. And so I'm eager to see how Bryce Young reacts to this because his comfort level, is he going to force every ball now to Slade Bolden, number 18, because he's comfortable with him, or will he trust those other guys?
Well, I would pressure. I would pressure because from an offensive standpoint, pressuring forces the wide receivers to adjust, to side adjust, to break off routes.
You're a quarterback. You get pressure. Who are you throwing it to? The guy you've played the most with.
The guy I played with the most with. The guy I trust the most. The guy that I trust knows what he's looking at. You know what I mean? It's not always just about his athletic ability or, how fast he is or anything. The guy that I know knows what he's looking at. You know what I mean? That like, okay, I see this, he sees it, boom, and the ball's coming.
Ain't that y'all coach?
Yep, look at him.
There he is. The Ducks' new coach, Dan Lanning.
Have you met him?
Yeah, I actually haven't. I talked to a couple of different coaches. I got on Zoom or on FaceTime one time and kind of went around the room and gave a brief introduction, but no, I don't think he was out there when I was on the phone with him.
You like the hire?
I'm excited. I think I like what he was able to do with the talent that Georgia has, and I feel like punch it out. Ooh.
Dang, man. Georgia started playing aggressive, and Bryce made him pay. Little tight end action.
Tried to undercut the ball, didn't get there.
Cameron Latu, 21 catches on the year, 7 touchdowns. Just a straight corner route. What a great throw. That's a great throw.
In stride, accurate throws on time.
Chase it down from the back. Yeah.
See, that same run they were running against Cincinnati, cutback, 7 yards.
Yeah, but there's no cutback there.
So everybody running. Got to get on that horse.
Number 5 got on this horse right here.
He tried to punch it out. What a play.
Got to hold him to a field goal. Man, they committing to the run here. This is
Yeah, they
zero.
are. Yeah, it is.
This is zero.
See how they're in levels too? The two corners are like so that they can't pick them.
almost
Oh!
intercepted.
Oh! Look, George is all over his shoulder. They're screaming at each other.
You know what he's telling 41? Guaranteed 41. That's inside-out coverage.
And he wasn't looking
17.
at him. He wasn't looking at him.
No. You
Look,
see?
see, he got in the way.
You see?
I'm just going to point.
See, 17.
17 is pissed because 41's not doing what he's supposed to do.
That's
But
right.
that's real leadership. I swear. Shit like that was happening and nothing was being said, and that's the worst thing. You gotta hold
17
people
let him
accountable.
know.
Yeah, he
You
did.
gotta hold people accountable. We ain't fighting. We don't want no BS. But I gotta let you know so we can fix it on the next play. Ooh.
Oh,
No,
you
no.
can't take a sack. Oh, you got to throw that ball out of the back of the end zone.
Yes.
That ball has got to be thrown
But
out of
you
the
know
back
what
of the
happens?
end zone.
Young bull.
He's made that play all year.
Yes, and he
So
thinks he
now
can.
I think I can make the play, but these guys are too athletic.
Yes.
I can't do that.
Yes.
But I've made it all year. I just can't do it because it's not happening against this caliber player.
And by the way, it's our boy. So that was Channing Tindall on the previous play, 41, who got screamed at by his teammate. Like, what are you doing? And then he comes up the
you know what he
next
did,
play
KT?
and makes a
He
play.
ain't take it personal.
That's it.
Go out there
Football.
and make a play.
That's it. That's how you do it. Next play. Because we all know why we out here. We know what we came to do.
That's right.
So it's nothing steering us from the.
And when a guy makes a mistake,
Dude, that's great by 41.
that was a
great.
good
Did
play.
not
man.
take it personal. Next play, let's go.
That's gonna be on social media somewhere viral, and they should give you credit.
Tyndall had 59 tackles on the year, 4.5 sacks, gets a sack right there. That's a big one, too. From a quarterback's perspective, I get what you're saying. Like, he's made that play. You think you can make that play. When you get into the red zone, there are two things that cannot happen.
Interception
You
and touchdown.
cannot throw a pick or take a sack, period. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Man, he lost 15 yards on that.
I know.
Mm.
I know. Look, you get all excited, right?
Yeah, because it's over. It's over. They just cut the commercial. Think about it. That's how much power that one man has. You sack the quarterback, they cut the commercial. They don't want to see it.
So one of the things here, I'm going to get on this board again. Okay, so guys,
Georgia needs better play from the quarterback.
well,
position.
there's no doubt
They
about
need
that.
it.
That's not, I mean, you see, these commercials getting longer and longer. They don't even, if you ain't got a good quarterback, they don't want to watch it.
So here's what happened earlier in the year. One of the reasons why Bama lost to Texas A&M was they struggled inside the 10 on goal-to-go situations a few different times, okay? And what happens is that what I'm going to draw a zebra group here again. Like, let's just do this.
Man, when I first went to the West Coast and they were calling the slot receiver the zebra, I'm like,
You're like, what?
why?
What's going in?
Yes.
Yes. See, I'm all about this, though. Okay, so part of the issue I had with Bama's play calling against Texas A&M is that they were getting man coverage, okay, like this. Inside, so I'm saying that this is the goal line. The 50 is the goal line, okay? 50 is the goal line. And they're
on
getting
the 5-yard line.
They're on the 5-10 yard
5,
line,
10.
something like that. Okay, so you know you get a lot of man coverage down there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to call man or something heavy
'Cause they
like
gotta run
that,
that
some
far.
brackets or something.
Yeah.
So what you've got to do as an offensive coordinator is create movement or releases. Because if you stay static, meaning you just line up and run a route, all you're trying to say is, I'm relying on these guys to win
My
their
guys are better
one-on-one.
than your
My
guys.
guy is better than yours. And Mechie and Williams aren't in the game. Okay, so now you've got your two best guys not in the game, and you're just going to sit there and static. You know, he kind of runs like a little crossing route, and this guy ran what was called a break route, right like that. It's kind of behind my picture there, but
We used to call that Colorado.
yeah. So we would call it snag, like an X snag or something like that.
Like a whip.
So what you'd like to see, though, is that you'd like to see, like, give them a motion like this and either, like, bring him back and release him to the flat, or you send him all the way and you release him to the flat, and then you run two break routes behind him, and now you're creating
It's a
picks.
pick.
So you've got man concepts, but
Or
this
better yet, those two receivers, let them run a pick route between the two of them.
That's right. That's exactly right. And they just didn't do this. They didn't do it against Texas A&M, and they didn't do it down here down there in what I would consider like
Could
scoring
that be
territory.
a product of having such guys on the outside as coaches? You get used to them winning.
I actually think, and I know I did a big breakdown on this from earlier in the year, and we could probably bring it up. I think that we've got the plays. We did an X and O on the Texas A&M game, but and listen, correct me if you think I'm wrong, guys. I think it's a product of Bill O'Brien being more of an NFL offensive coordinator, and Steve Sarkisian being more creative and having more of a West Coast background, because last year, Bama used those formations with Devontae Smith and the motions and the circus motions, and they gave teams fits with the releases and the switches. They would bring guys across the formation and pick players against man, and they would get in bunch against man, and then they would explode out of it.
Especially, you know what it is, Joe? The older offensive coordinators that have come from the NFL. The younger guys might have a little more creativity because
the Sean McVay tree and those guys.
I never forget, man, when I played with the Bengals and we played Baltimore, and I played against Dion. He was a corner. And he literally came up and told me, anytime you guys get in this formation, you're running 3 routes. Only time you go in motion is when you run this route. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, he's right. Like, we were in Cincinnati, we were static.
Who was your coordinator?
Bob Bratkowski. You remember Brat? Yes. Brat was a great coordinator, but if me and Chad didn't get open, offense didn't work.
That's right.
I mean, we were static. It was no motion. Get open.
He relied on you guys and Carson.
Yes.
Carson had a big arm.
On the
He's
ball
tall.
accurately.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Did he really call Coach and say, Coach, I'm open?
No.
Okay. I knew.
I mean, like, a lot of stuff you hear about Chad is very, very true. Chad is just a personable guy. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he would call and say, I'm open. At 3 a.m, they ain't answering the phone.
Yeah.
They not answering the phone. But, I guarantee he called Hugh. Hello? Hey, Coach, I'm open. Just being funny. Yeah, he would do that. Yeah.
That's great. We got another tweet coming in. Remember, chime in at us at College Football on Fox, at Joel Klatt on Twitter. This one says UGA needs a touchdown. Yeah.
In the worst way. In the worst way.
Say so. We've only seen him really get creative with the play calls once. Remember that play action that got down the field to George Pickens? Here they're opening it up a little bit.
They're about to rip it. Ooh.
And letting Bennett throw it. That's Bowers. Bowers is legit, man. He's a true freshman. He's the best tight end in college football.
No pun intended. He's a dog for real.
Yeah.
Oh.
From Napa. Guys, he's from California. This is what I keep saying. Kayvon, don't get mad at me.
Hey,
you know what the problem with the Pac-12 has been?
That's a pick.
You know
they
what
let guys like him go to the SEC.
Yes.
That's why.
I know you stayed on the West Coast, right? Mm-hmm. So you went from California up to Oregon. Too many guys leave the West Coast and go play elsewhere. You know them. You played against them.
You want to know why?
Why is that?
Because they don't believe in themselves.
Tell me more about that. No, wait, hold on. I want to hear more about that. Why is that?
Because
they feel like they need a program to boost.
The thing about college football is that the only way to get a kid to make you to want to come is to get a kid to submit. And for somebody to submit mentally and give and trust that whatever they thought they knew was wrong and you have the right answer. That's what you have to convince a kid to think, right? So all these college kids go to Alabama. Why? Because they think Alabama has the answer. They think Georgia has the answer. They think, all of these different, whatever that the school shows them, they think that's the answer. When in reality, everything they've been doing to get them there has been the answer.
Sure.
So I think it's just that self-belief.
That's fascinating. I've never heard that.
I mean, that's what's going to change the game. Kids believing in themselves because why would you go to a Jackson State over in Alabama? Why? The money ain't the same.
Yeah, believe in
But you believe that no matter what, I know I can make it.
That's it. Could it be this? I know a lot of Southern California kids, they want to go to USC. USC has not been very good.
Since USC has been good.
And their best players that they recruit from high school, they're not going to the NFL as high draft picks. And when they get there, they're not really making an impact lately like they used to. Could that be part of the reason as well?
I feel like, yeah. But then again, I feel like a dude like Derrick Henry, you think if he went to any other school, he wouldn't have won the Heisman?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
The Heisman's an interesting one. I mean, you bring that because your team has to be so good.
They do.
You know.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that these dudes have the talent. Like I know the structure is what makes people feel safe. And it makes you feel like, you're going through that.
So you
system.
feel like what you did in going to Oregon
I
was
wanted
like,
to change the game. I wanted to show that, bro. I was the number one player in high school. So why would I not be the number one player in college if I just did everything I needed to do?
Regardless of the logo on your helmet.
Regardless. Why would I not?
Oof.
that's not a penalty?
Well, I was just gonna say, watch out. Watch out right now.
Is targeting only allowed?
You watch out. They might review this.
What?
They might review this. Now, I don't like it.
No, it's a terrible call.
The targeting penalty is the worst.
They're not even going to show the replay.
Are they not even going to show it? They're just going to say, keep going?
National championship, too much money on the line. Listening to y'all.
Well, shoot. I mean, we've seen it, though, in playoff games the last few years. We saw Shaun Wade get tossed out of the Ohio State-Clemson game. Remember that? When he hit Trevor Lawrence. We've seen Skalski get tossed out of a national championship game.
They didn't even show a replay.
I know.
So for them not to have shown a replay,
they want to.
That leads me to believe it was targeting.
I think
because they don't want it. They don't want that to affect the outcome of the game.
We saw almost an identical type of play in the Rose Bowl, and Jack Sawyer got thrown out.
Yes.
Remember he chased down Cameron Rising?
Yes.
And tackled him, and then they replayed it 50 times, and then they stopped the game. So now they're going to replay it. Look at this. Well, I don't know. He didn't hit him in the head, but you can't lead with the crown.
He led with the crown. He just hit him in the arm. I don't think that's a penalty at all.
I'm glad that they didn't. Trust me. But that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not targeting.
Letter of the law.
Leading with the crown of the head is just close. Doesn't matter what you hit. Did you lead with the head?
That's right.
That's what you're saying?
That's correct.
But
So there's two forms of targeting.
I always wonder, like, how do you even lead with anything else? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if I'm going forward, like, I get throw my head out the way, but I got to close my eyes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. They want your head to the side.
They want you to see what you're hitting.
I feel like
as opposed.
Well, yeah, that's what I never understood. I'm like, I would never tackle someone with my face.
Yeah, and I'm
that's what they're
like.
That
would
hurts. That literally hurts the back. Like, you wake up and I play D-line, so you got to have a taste of face. I'm telling you, being 260, 250, it's not fun.
And you're going against 300-pounders.
For 50 plays straight, 81 plays, 83 plays. You know how many plays was in the UCLA game? 91 plays.
How many did you play, do you think?
Guess. No, not think.
Don't say 91.
I know.
86 plays.
No, you didn't.
Oh, count.
Are you serious?
Pull the snap count up. Pull it up.
You played 86 snaps?
86 snaps. I remember the 3 snaps I didn't play. One snap, I was on the ground. Other snap, I was already out, and they ran 2 plays, hurry up. And that was 2. That's 3. It's only 5.
And that was it.
2 special teams I wasn't in. That was it.
Jeez.
Wow.
Hey, man.
That's what I
Coach
said.
Reuter didn't have a rotation.
That's what I said. That's what I said. For free? Knowing what I know now, would I play 90 snaps for free again? Never, ever.
Well, you don't have
for the
to
rest
think
of the
about
time I
that
live.
anymore. Yeah. You won't have to.
Man.
You won't have to. All right, back to Bama having the ball. Been a field goal fest. This is like the old school SEC games that all those fans love so much. Remember, Bama scored 40 points on this defense in the SEC championship game.
So they got Bryce Young. He's having happy feet though because of that pressure.
And he doesn't have wide receivers that he trusts.
He does not. Getting happy feet in the pocket. False pressure, real pressure. 3rd and 7.
Oh, snap it!
You can't do that. Now they're gonna get this first down because it'll be 3rd and 2.
So 2:39 left in the second quarter. Offside on Georgia, but this is where snap the ball, center. See, I hate this. This is what I'm saying. Like now the big trend is someone jumps offside and then the offensive lineman jumps and points at him. It's like, let's take our 5 yards.
Snap the ball,
football,
run the play.
and throw it down the field. That's got to be an automatic, regardless of what the play call is in the huddle. You guys had that, right?
Yes.
If they jump, the center just snaps the ball immediately and you run go routes. Boom, 9 routes, bang. We would run all go, and if it was a 3-by-1, it was all go special, just auto.
What is this?
Dude, look at these guys.
Oh,
these
that
young
was
kids
great.
can
Look,
run. Look
you
at him
knew.
run!
I told you what I tell you.
Yeah, here he is. This is our guy. Ajay Hall.
Put him
That's
in the
bad.
game.
That's bad tackling by Georgia there.
He's
Nah,
a true freshman.
Did you see
yet.
the stop on the one leg?
So,
That's greatness.
84, Ajay Hall, he's 6'3", 195. He was the 34th ranked player
Stop.
in last year's recruiting class.
He
True
stopped on his
freshman.
inside foot, lifted up his outside, and was gone. Are you serious?
Dude.
That's cat-like reflexes.
2 catches all year.
Can be his coming out party.
They're running drive routes to him.
Shallow cross route.
Right.
I mean, if you look at what Alabama has done outside of that corner route to the tight end, it's been get the ball out quick on
That's
the
right.
outside, quick screens, or everything has been a shallow crossing route.
That's right.
Everything has been a mesh concept. Mesh. You go over, I go under, somebody sits in the middle.
That's right. And by the way,
Ooh,
he's going back. Hey man, this Ajay Hall is going to be.
He's the next.
He's
you
the
don't even
next
know.
dude.
Next one.
He's the
He
next
came
dude.
in. He probably came in with Bryce.
No, he's a true this
freshman.
year.
Oh, I forgot.
He's
Bryce
a true
was.
this year.
Wait.
Bryce is a true sophomore.
Yeah, Bryce is a true sophomore.
Yeah, true sophomore.
Oh, he was in last year.
Yeah.
What was he sitting on the bench last year?
Yeah,
I
Mac
can't
Jones.
Mac
played.
Jones.
remember. That was last year.
Yeah,
Man, it's moving so fast.
I know,
Oh my
right?
God.
It feels like Mac Jones is a salty vet in the NFL. Minute 45, 3rd and 8,
Nick Saban. Wow.
3-by-1. I always just feel like you're trying to get a one-on-one on the bottom side. So you're hoping that they rotate to a middle field close, single safety, and then you're trying to just throw like a little out route or a stop route on that
I feel like
that side.
I feel like Nick Saban would be good at selling life insurance because
What?
he has been coaching for so long. I don't
Aflac,
know when
man.
he's gonna stop.
He is selling Aflac.
That's what I'm saying.
Would you stop when you get the best kids in the country come to your program every single year?
You think but like you never. I always think
You
about
were
like,
recruited
stress.
by him. Tell me about like what's it like being recruited by Nick Saban?
Nick Saban gonna tell you the truth. I personally
Way more than other guys.
I mean, when I first met him, literally he came to my school the first time we talked. He said, this is a problem with young guys. Young guys think that they're supposed to play when they're ready to play. You're gonna play when I feel you're ready to play. And that's just when I knew that Alabama wasn't for me. That's when I knew.
You're like,
you know.
I ain't trying to hear this.
I was like, I like my odds somewhere else, But hey, he's got a program where guys are, they're doing what they're doing, but hey.
And guys go there because they see the amount of kids that he's putting into
That's
the
right.
NFL,
That's
and
right.
that's everybody's aspiration.
Every recruiting class that he's had has won a national championship. Every one.
I'm
That's
happy for him.
insane.
Hopefully they all still got jobs and stuff after.
Bunch set, top of the screen.
Oh, that would have been a great.
Oh, did he catch it?
No, it hit the ground and bounced.
Did
out.
it?
Yeah, it hit
That's
the ground.
Slade Bolden.
It's gonna go to who he feels comfortable
Yeah, he
with on
is.
3rd down.
Yeah, he is. They were
Do they
trying
go
to-
for this? Out of field goal range? Do you punt it?
Yeah, that one definitely hit the ground. I think you got to punt it, right? You've got the lead.
You don't want to give Georgia a short field just
You don't
before
want
half.
well, and why give
They're
Stetson Bennett
struggling.
any type of advantage? If you think Stetson Bennett's going to go the length of the field
Yeah,
on
you
your
punt it
defense
to
in a
stop
minute
'em.
40,
punt it
then
to stop 'em, for sure.
but you punt it down there. You just got to. This is one thing. By the way, I did a couple of Iowa games. Iowa's the best in the country at this right here. They will put you inside the 10-yard line every single time. Good punt, 10-yard line.
I'll tell you what, he's 11 for 17, 127 yards, one play for 60.
That's right. He's done.
He has to be better. They cannot win the game with this type of production.
Do you think we see JT Daniels in the second half?
I do not, because I feel like
They're not gonna give him enough.
why
to
not
win.
start him? You know he gives you a better chance to win, at least in the passing game, and that's how you're going to beat Alabama, is throwing the ball.
I
Definitely.
just don't get it. I don't get it.
And
Kirby Smart.
It's not smart.
I don't think Kirby Smart will allow. He won't allow the quarterback to lose the game for him. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to make it safe enough for
But
him.
he's not going to let the quarterback win it.
Man, what are we
The
doing?
defense got to win it.
They got 2 timeouts left.
Run it, going
The
to
clock
halftime.
stops on first downs,
They're-
and we're running the ball?
They're going to halftime.
What
No.
are we doing?
You got to be smart.
Kirby?
No, I like Kirby. Kirby knows if they come down to the end,
Kirby don't know jack.
he's going to get that defensive stop.
What is happening
Kirby's
right
a
now?
guy that's okay with getting to this game.
For sure.
Yes.
That's what this shows me. He's okay with
So
getting
flip.
to this game.
Flip.
If I win it, I win it, but
Flip.
it's not a big deal.
Flip
Hold
and
on.
say you're going with Bama. And I'm going to ride it out. Bandwagons, yep, flip.
No, I ain't
I
gonna
smell
flip.
fear. I
I
smell
just-
fear right there. That's what I smell.
Like, they're literally.
Might
2
as well
seconds.
take a knee. What are you going to do? Hand it off again? I'm out. This sucks. Bama by 1,000,000. Screw this. I changed my pick. Freaking running the ball. What are we doing? I told you I get cranky.
No,
Guys.
it's
There was plenty of time.
They get the ball back, don't they?
Bama started the game with the ball.
yes.
Georgia gets the ball back. That's smart.
You act like
Yeah,
Georgia's
it's a minute
moving
40.
the ball.
A minute 40
That's why.
in college football is an eternity.
But you be smart.
Oh. So you say
I
This
wouldn't have
is
ran
fine.
plays. I wouldn't have ran plays. I would have just ended it. Is that okay?
you would have just taken knees?
Well,
You taking either calling a
if I'm
timeout right
Georgia,
away.
if I'm Georgia, I'm taking knees. If I'm Kayvon Thibodeaux playing Madden, I'm scoring a touchdown. Okay? You know what I mean? It's different stakes on the line.
If I was Saban, I would have just exhausted all 3 of my timeouts right there. Give me the ball back.
Kirby Smart.
I
is-
got guts, Kirby. Give me the ball. I'll do
Like,
something
this
with
is
it.
my thing. You're at the University of Georgia.
You just jammed a knife
For the
in
most
ball.
part, you get a top 5
Deflated it.
recruiting class every year. Top 7 at worst. Every single year. You should be able to have a quarterback that you trust with 1:40 and 2 timeouts to see what he can get you.
So this
He's
is my
he's
question.
coaching like it's 10 years ago, like you
Are-
can still win with just a great defense.
So this is
he's
my
going to
question.
lose the game.
Do
Then.
And
you gamble? Do you gamble and try to go up a score, or do you keep it a close game? And
I don't even, if I trust my quarterback, I don't even look at it as a gamble.
Right.
I look
That's
at it
right.
as we're playing football.
And
We're,
we're
gonna
just
go
playing
score.
football.
I don't look at it as a gamble.
That's exactly right. You need 50 yards
So at
to
what point
attempt
do
a
you
field
use-
goal in 1:40. We run the ball 3 times.
Now,
Come
see,
on. We're
Now,
not
me,
even trying to
honestly,
win.
I would have probably ran the ball the first time just to see if he wanted to bust one, and then I probably would have started throwing.
If you want to be safe,
This is why Justin Fields graduated from Ohio State.
that's exactly.
This
you know
is
what?
why
You're
Justin
exactly
Fields
right.
graduated from Ohio State right
You're
here.
exactly right, because Kirby's the smartest guy in the room, in his own mind.
His middle
he's
name
gonna,
might
he's
be
going to win the national
his
championship.
middle name
with
might be
Stetson
not
Bennett.
so.
Not so.
Man,
Not so. That's Kirby's middle name.
I'm telling you guys, like that is playing so scared
You see how
right there.
I'm so 3D. This is crazy.
So
Wow.
you're fine with it?
As far as what?
Them just running the ball
Defensive
there?
player. He's like, put it on our shoulder. We got
This
you,
is the
coach.
thing. No, this is the thing. This is the thing. If Alabama's a high-powered offense, you know what I mean? So it's like, if you know that if you give them the ball back or if you mess up your chances with the ball and they get the ball back, you don't want that many snaps on your defense. So I'm going
Is
to
Alabama really that high powered though, KT? They got
Not-
9 points.
not without their wide receivers.
If this game goes down to the wire and it's tied up, I told you my score was what? It was 17,
21,
17.
17. You did. You right on with that.
You were look at you.
And I could see 1 touchdown each, maybe, and 1.5, one more field goal, maybe. And it's like Georgia knows if they keep it close, they got to fight to the end.
You know,
The problem with Kirby though is that he left Alabama.
you're too young for what I'm going to say.
Yes, well, you might be too young for this too. So he left Alabama.
Y'all might be too
when
old.
they were- when
You
they
got a
were
point.
still-
You got a point with that one.
So when Kirby's winning national championships with Alabama, they're winning it with just defense. And he left the house. He's like a kid. And so he graduates high school with, and he's with Daddy Nick Saban. And he's like, Daddy, I learned everything I need to know. And didn't learn anything else. And now he's still trying to win championships like it's 10 years ago, like it's 2012
He's coaching-
Alabama.
He's coaching how Nick Saban
Used to coach, yes.
He's coaching how Nick Saban used to coach, and then Nick Saban hired, I believe it was Lane Kiffin.
Lane. Then he had Sark for a
But
while.
Lane Kiffin was the one that changed
Changed it.
them offensively.
Do you know why? Because he had to win a national championship against Deshaun Watson and
he saw
Clemson. And he had to have an onside kick, and he had to remember we beat him like 45-42. Do you remember that? Were you like
do.
9?
I wasn't even watching football back then.
Come on, man.
Okay,
You were-
you
know what? You remember
You know
that
who
was
Les,
right.
you know who
Don't
Les
start
Miles
fact-checking.
is?
Don't start-
Les Miles?
Don't start.
You know who Les
Hey,
Miles is?
listen.
That's who
Les
Kirby
Miles.
Smart is coaching like. Les Miles. Man, Les Miles would run that ball 57 times, pass it 8 times. He was a coach at LSU. Like,
Man,
it's a new day and age.
If it's broke, look, NFTs, y'all missing it.
right here,
NFTs.
NFTs,
Like, to me, it just looked like a commercial.
non-fungible tokens.
So that
Is
picture
right?
is an NFT.
Nah, like they used
And they're going to,
what they did, they like, this is a phone thing, but they showed like NFT being recorded with the phone.
So
Like,
if someone
somebody
like
could record
if
us,
someone
let's
records this conversation,
let's
can we
just
just
say,
make it
right,
an
let's
NFT?
just say if we recorded this and then for some reason
little
this
clip.
show never came on again, right? This show never came on again. This is the last airing of this show. We could make little clips of this show, NFTs, and someone could buy it because in the world, this would be one moment that we can never, it's a piece of history, basically.
Yeah.
A moving piece of history that we can use or like
Shoot,
however
man.
you want to do it.
So
You can
basically,
sell
I've
it.
had a
what we
career
would
of
call the
NFTs,
archives.
didn't even know it.
Hey, what we would call the archives are NFTs
That's
now,
right.
right?
And then imagine, no matter how long they get sold, you sell it to me, I sell it to him, he sell it to her, it can get sold 100 times. and you will
Oh,
forever
see,
make
now-
money off of
Residual.
Residuals.
residuals.
See, we're just renaming stuff and calling it, and
So
then just
now,
being like,
I'm
look
going to be
at me.
honest.
Look
I
at me.
truly understand it now. All that other stuff, I was
Residuals.
acting like I understood it. I truly understand it now.
Residuals.
So now, if you
Archives
really
and
tell them, look,
residuals.
if you guys really believe
got
that
you.
I'll be the #1 pick, go invest in Dreamcoin. You feel me? You invest, I'm #1 pick, Dreamcoin skyrocket, you get rich.
Well,
You should have told
I'm
me
a
about
savvy
Dreamcoin when
investor.
it was at 15 cents.
So I'm
Oh,
a
it's back
savvy
down.
investor, and I'm trying to hedge my bet. So what's the opposite of Dreamcoin?
Aiden Hutchinson coin, but I don't think he has one.
I don't think he
He's not
has
there
one.
yet. Not there yet.
All
It's
right.
different.
Fellas, you guys take a break for halftime.
Yeah.
So you guys go ahead. You can go grab a break,
Yeah.
get some food. Talk
Eat some
about
food.
Kirby not so smart. I'm so mad right now as a quarterback, man. I'm like, if I was a I'm not.
Hey, we
I
done
would-
nicknamed
I'm gonna
Kirby
throw
not
my
so
laptop
smart. That's
right
his
now.
middle name.
Just sitting there on a minute 40.
Done coined
got
him.
2
He might be
timeouts.
mad at me, but oh well.
But right now, I want to talk about a little NFL draft. So let's get to it here, folks. Little NFL draft right now at halftime of the College Football National Championship. All right, welcome into a little halftime action here as we're going to step away from the game and we're going to start focusing on the NFL draft. Okay, so in order to talk about the draft, we've got to first talk about who's drafting, in particular in the top 10, because we always care about the top 10 picks, even though when you're looking at the NFL, it's generally second and third rounders that are like really making impacts. I digress. The top 10 picks are where it's at. And we start with the Jets at number 10 from Seattle. This Jets team, they need a lot of work, by the way. We all know that. They had that very average season with Robert Saleh, and so they're at the 10th pick. The Broncos, this one's near and dear to my heart, folks, because I grew up in Denver. So born and raised in Denver. I was born in 1982. That's right. I'm turning 40 this year. I'm not having any problems with it whatsoever. Don't worry about it. But born a Broncos fan in like the greatest era with John Elway as the quarterback. And so I was a Bronco fan watching them go to those 3 Super Bowls in the 80s. They lost all 3 of those, but don't worry, they got their 2 Super Bowls in the 90s. And now all of a sudden, ever since Super Bowl 50, it's just been like a revolving door of crap with the Broncos. And that needs to change. They fired Vic Fangio. They need a quarterback. I don't really care who the coach is. They need a quarterback. Will it be this year in the top 10? Wait and see. Wait and find out. I got more planned for you. Atlanta, they're sitting there. Giants with a couple of top 10 picks. Carolina, they've got to make some decisions about what's going on, in particular with Christian McCaffrey. A lot of reports about he might be on the move. We'll see what happens there. Jets, second pick in the top 10. So 4 New York picks in the top 10. That's going to be interesting. Houston, Detroit, and Jacksonville. they were bad. All three of them, very bad. They need help, and there are some great players at the top of the draft. Speaking of great players, let's look at my top 10 players available. Now, remember, folks, because everyone gets confused about this, this is not a mock draft. I'm not saying that these players are going to those locations. These are just my top 10 players available in this year's NFL draft. Let's start with number 10, Sauce Gardner, the corner from Cincinnati. Now, this is a little higher than you're going to see him on other lists, but trust me when I tell you this, this guy was, at least this year, the best corner in college football. All right, you look at the statistics, and yes, they're great, but when you watch the film, you really see the impact from Ahmad Gardner. Ahmad Gardner is tall, he's 6'2", he's got good length, really good length and speed. He's fluid for a big guy, which is very important. I think he fits perfectly in the modern NFL. Namely, he can go to one of these teams that play, not to get too technical, but like single high zone. He can also go to a man team, and he can do it all. I'm a big fan of Ahmad Gardner, so that's why I'm going to have him in the top 10. Next, I've got Charles Cross, the offensive tackle from Mississippi State. Really like what he's doing. And by the way, I've got several offensive linemen in here. So if you need offensive line help, there is some chance here in the top 10. Next, I've got George Kalaftis. I always screw that name up. Hopefully I got it right. He's the edge player from Purdue. I really love what George brought to the table. First of all, he plays really hard. I'm going to hesitate to say like good motor, because he's also very talented. He's very athletic. He does a lot of things well. He can play on all three downs, first, second, and third down, get after the quarterback. He's got good bend. I like his overall talent. On the edge, on the offensive line, the offensive tackle from North Carolina State, Ikem Ekwonu. I like him a lot. I was really looking forward to seeing him in the Holiday Bowl until that game didn't happen. Thanks a lot, UCLA. Number 6, another offensive tackle. I'm going to go Evan Neal. Where are we at? Yeah, here we are. Evan Neal. He's in the game. We've been talking about him a little bit. Evan Neal, heck of an offensive lineman, huge player, and he's a guy that I think is going to come in and have a lot of success early in his career. And you see that tends to happen out of Alabama. Okay, now into the top 5. I think that the best offensive lineman in the draft is Tyler Linderbaum. The center, I know it's a center, but from Iowa. When you watch his film, folks, it's exquisite. He was the best player on the field in almost every single game that he played in. What he did, and that's a bad, I know, trust me, I get it. It's like, statistically, they weren't great, this and that. Tyler Linderbaum, when you watch him, he is phenomenal. Someone's going to love this guy. I'm telling you, I think he can play all three interior spots. Tyler Linderbaum's got a wrestling background. He plays with great leverage. He's tough. He's nasty. He's smart. He understands play calls. He understands protection calls. He's going to help somebody right away in the National Football League. There's no doubt in my mind. Now you get to a couple of secondary players at 4 and 3. Kyle Hamilton, the safety from Notre Dame. He is prototypically built to succeed in the NFL level at the safety position. He's got great instincts. I mean, when you watch him move around the field, he understands where the ball is going. There's an Ed Reed quality to it. I'm not calling him Ed Reed, so before you run to your keyboards and start tweeting that I'm comparing him to Ed Reed, I'm not. I'm saying there's an Ed Reed quality to his instincts, the way that he moves on the football field and finds the ball, finds the impact spot. He does a great job. I'm a huge fan, and he's a big player as well. At number 3, I've got Derek Stingley, the corner from LSU. Now, I'll be real honest. His best football was played when he was a true freshman. It has not been great since, but that football that he played was sensational. I'm a big fan of Stingley. I think that he's going to come in and be immediately an impact player on the edge for any defense in the National Football League. And this is the type of guy that you can play a lot of man coverage. You can play some zone, but mostly he can be a shutdown corner. I think he's one of the best corners that we've seen come out in quite some time. Then the top 2 players, a couple of edge players. Kayvon Thibodeaux, we've been talking to him and with him all game long. I've got him at number 2, the edge player from Oregon. This guy is an animal. I've loved getting to learn more about him and what motivates him during this first half. It's been incredibly illuminating to see that. One of the things that I think he's going to bring is an overall edge athleticism to the next level that is very rare. This type of player just doesn't come around all that often. And then at number 1, it's Aiden Hutchinson with the year that he had at Michigan. Now, I don't think he is as talented as Kayvon, but he was more impactful more consistently. And so that's why I've got him at number 1. Now, I think that could change up. We'll see what ends up happening. I wouldn't be all that shocked if we saw a guy like Evan Neal potentially go all the way up there because of the offensive line needs up at the top of the draft. So this is not necessarily the draft order that I think is going to happen come the 2022 NFL draft, but this is certainly, at least for right now, my top 10 players available. What do you not see up here? It's glaring, right? Isn't it? There's no quarterbacks. It is the rare draft that we don't have a real great top-end quarterback. Normally, we're talking at least about one player at the quarterback position that's going to be selected, at the top of the draft. We don't have that this year. It's not a great quarterback draft. So who are the guys that we're going to be talking about and debating at the quarterback position? Well, here's my list. Here's my top 5 quarterbacks going into this year's NFL draft. I've got Desmond Ridder from Cincinnati at 5, Malik Willis. Not a lot of people know about Malik Willis, but he's so talented. I mean, he's a freak show. I think that he could be the type of guy that comes in and has like a Herbert, Josh Allen style impact from a smaller school, and he's able to go, even though Herbert wasn't a smaller school, I know Josh Allen was a smaller school from Wyoming, but Willis could be that type of a guy where he comes in and has that type of an impact on an organization. But it remains to be seen because we just haven't seen it against the level of competition. So it's a little bit of a reach, I think, at this point, but it won't shock me if Malik Willis ends up being potentially the top quarterback taken. So just keep your eye on Malik Willis during this draft time, the quarterback from Liberty, because he's the type of guy that his stock could go up really high and it could also start to sink. There's a lot of elasticity with Malik Willis and his stock going into the draft. Sam Howell, a little bit more of a known commodity with North Carolina, and in particular, that holds true with a guy like Kenny Pickett at Pitt. He's the type of guy that I think did a lot for himself here late in his career. In fact, he fits into, at least for me, a mold of a Joe Burrow or a Mac Jones, late stock in their college careers. And he's played a ton of football. In fact, when you look at I think it's the last 10, I think it is the last 10 quarterbacks to win Super Bowls in the National Football League, what you find is you average out their college career, you see that on average, those quarterbacks threw about 1,200 passes. There's well over, 800 completions, right up there around 60 touchdowns in their career. Usually they won somewhere in the 30-game mark or at least started over 30 games. Well, Kenny Pickett has that in spades. Lots of experience. He attempted 1,900 passes. So I think he's the type of guy that could have a Burrow, Mac Jones style impact early in his career because he's so ready and so developed and has spent a lot of time developing at the college level. So that's really going to help him out. And then Matt Corral. I think Matt Corral gives you the combination of experience, like a Hal Pickett, and the attributes and athleticism and overall just intangibles from a skill perspective that maybe a Malik Willis, gives you. So that's why I have him at number 1. Now, we'll have to see how bad that injury was. I don't think it was all that bad, but he did, remember, run a lot. Not in that game, but just in this season. And how beat up he is, I think, remains to be seen. But he certainly gives you, for the next level, the type of guy that can go out there and impact, equate the numbers. He can run if he needs to, as we've seen. He's got all the talent in the world when he's throwing the football. And I think that offense under Jeff Levy, who's now moved over to Oklahoma as the offensive coordinator, but under Levy and Lane Kiffin, he was developed and he understands, I think, a high level in terms of football IQ. So I'm a big fan there of Matt Corral. So that's going to do it kind of for the top 5 quarterbacks, top 10 prospects. We know now who the top 10 picks are going to be. I can't wait to see how this all plays out. And to be quite honest with you, it's more fascinating for me in a season like this than it generally is when we're just talking about 2 quarterbacks for the entire time. I think there's going to be great storylines. I think we're going to be talking about who the number 1 running back is. This wide receiver class is fantastic, and we'll get to that during the course of this game. By the way, Jamison Williams, who's in the game, he's right up there. It could be the top wide receiver taken in the draft. But overall, there's so many sort of like edge players, offensive line. There's a lot of help for a lot of organizations going into this year's draft. I can't wait. I'll be working the draft with NFL Network, so I'm looking forward to that. And little teaser, we're going to have really good content right here at all of our digital properties on Fox. You can follow us right here. From now leading up to the draft, I'm going to have a lot of these lists, but it's not just lists, because remember, we like to bring you into the why and the how. And so we're going to break down. We brought you film during the season. We had those great X's and O's. We're going to bring you film during this draft season. I'm going to show you why these players are where they're at in these ranked lists and what are these evaluations that are taking place with the scouts and the front offices in the NFL. So that'll do it. Can't wait for the second half. Let's see what happens in Indianapolis. Second half coming up next. So Stetson Bennett, 11 of 17 for 127, not given the opportunity at all to play normal football at the end of the half. Bryce now without his main target in Jamison Williams. Mechie, of course, is already down. He's 15 of 26 for 206. So that's the quarterback comparison so far today. Back with Kayvon Thibodeaux. What'd you think so far the first half, man?
Physical.
Yes.
Physical. I feel like I knew that it was going to be a low-scoring game. I think I estimated it being like a 21-17 game. And I feel like that's still on track for. I don't know. I'm still kind of nervous about who's going to come out on top, but I think I'm still going with Georgia in that defense in the end.
I still find it so fascinating that Georgia didn't at least try to play normal offense with a minute 40 left. They had 2 timeouts there at the end of the half. They're going to get the ball back, so you've got the chance there not to play it safe, but to go down, get a score, maybe even get a score to open the second half and get kind of that 2-for-1. But they didn't do it. Kirby plays it safe. I don't think that's going to get it done against Alabama. I think to beat Alabama, you got to get after it. So Alabama 9-6 at halftime over Georgia. I think what's fascinating now is going to be watching Bryce Young having to go out there. I mean, this guy's a great player. Kayvon, I think you agree. I mean, this dude can play. And I know, how well do you know him, by the way?
We're not close friends, but we have friends of friends. I actually did try to recruit him to come to Oregon because I being a Southern California kid, I watched him play. And, I mean, in high school, he was amazing.
Yes.
I already knew what he was going to do in college.
And now he's got to go out there without, like I said, his 2 main targets. And we've got some. Listen, I think Agiye Hall, number 84, is going to be a big name in the second half of this game because Alabama is not going to be able to just run the football and win this national championship. Bryce Young is going to have to make plays. They're clearly focusing some of their defense on Slade Bolden, who's the known commodity of their wide receivers, which means a guy like Agiye Hall or even the tight end, Cameron Latu, who we saw had that big catch, are going to have to step up. Hey, coming up here in just a moment, we're going to have your former head coach on the program. And before we brought him on, I thought that we would just talk a little bit about, what it was like playing for Mario Cristobal because he is – listen, this dude's a hard-nosed guy, right? And a no-nonsense type of guy. And you told me before we came on the program, you said, listen, his brand of football is going to win. It's built to win and built to succeed. Tell me about playing for Mario Cristobal.
I think it's about, those main principles. It's about his beliefs. And a few things he believes in, one being respect and gratitude. I feel like coming from where he comes from in his upbringing, he's very grateful for every opportunity that's been presented. And I think he realized that, we all realize that football and life are hand in hand. So when you can take those real world lessons that you learn and implement them into football and show kids how, or show young men how to implement these same things into their lives, I just think you're going to be better off. And he really knows how to build a team culture and get guys fighting for, one purpose.
Well, he certainly built something great at Oregon, and you can't fault him for going home because Mario Cristobal, who will join us now live right here on the Fox College Football Tailgate, the new head coach at the University of Miami, formerly Kayvon's head coach, Mario Cristobal joins us. What's up, Coach? How you doing, bud?
I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on here.
Absolutely. It's been fun sitting here talking football with Kayvon. There's no doubt. And there's certainly a lot of your brand of football that has been imprinted on him while watching this game. But, Coach, have you watched the first half, and what are your thoughts so far of what you've seen?
Well, I'm more impressed with KT's commentary than anything else, first and foremost. So, when he retires after being the first pick overall, you all better watch out and hang on to your jobs because he's coming for your jobs as well.
Right.
But watching the first half of this football defense reign supreme. The front seven on both sides, on both teams, taking over the game. But I don't think the secondary is getting enough credit because they've been placing man coverage, both post safety and true cover zero, and they've come up big, minus a couple of big plays, a couple of man beaters and a quarters beater too out of a bunch that. Besides those big plays, they played really good coverage, but no one's running the ball very well, and that's because the guys up front are knocking them back. You see a lot of wide zone attempts, so no one's trying to really just knock people back and jam it in there with tight zones. So a lot of credit to the front seven. Those guys up front are doing a great job.
I think when we talk about brand of football, right, this game kind of mocks what Coach Cristobal talks about. And when you talk about Tuesdays, Coach, talk about block destruction Tuesdays. I mean, this is where championships are won, from the defensive line of scrimmage to the offensive line of scrimmage. If you just watch the game, you would literally, and Coach used to tell us, you could draw a line through the line of scrimmage and you'll know who's getting knocked back. And whoever gets knocked back this game will lose, and whoever gets will win. And that's just,
Coach, that's the brand of football that you wanted to build and did build at Oregon, and KT was obviously a huge part of that. And now you're going to go down to Miami and try to implement that style of football at Miami. But I remember, and by the way, for those of you, Coach and I had a Zoom call. Not only, we've done it twice. Once this summer, just in preparation for the season, but then also before the game with Ohio State. And I just have to compliment you, and I said this on the broadcast. It was the best Zoom I've ever been on. You were personable. I loved the stories that we got into and chatted about, but mostly you were just authentically yourself, and unapologetically so. And that's one of the reasons why I've become such a fan of yours now as we're kind of moving on, and I know you're getting this new opportunity at Miami. But one of the things that I loved chatting with you about was your time at Alabama and what you learned from Nick Saban, from that program. And you talked about that every day was a reckoning. And the reason that resonated with you is because that was the same way as your childhood. And I would wonder if you would mind kind of going through that with us right now here on the tailgate.
Well, another point back to what KT was talking about, would be a great piece for this segment would be watching that block destruction drill with Kayvon Thibodeaux and Penei Sewell. We want to talk about the tone was set on a daily basis. Those two guys going at it. Brandon Dorless going at it with Shane Lemieux, right? Those were just epic battles that set the tone. And those were things that were really forged in our minds when I played for Coach Jimmy Johnson and Coach Erickson here at Miami. And then at Alabama, every single day, that was a competitive staff. I believe 8 of those assistant coaches are now either head coaches at the Power 5 level or NFL head coaches and coordinators. But even the analysts right now are prominent coordinators in Power 5 and Group of 5 football. So every day was a competition. Everything was 4th and 1. The analysts that were hired, they were hired to help make the team better, but they were also hired to put pressure on the position coaches and the coordinators to do really well, because if they didn't, there was going to be a guy in line to take that job from them. And when it came to recruiting, we had a board and we never went below a top 4 at each position. And there was a true incentivized, and I'm talking about just internally motivated and incentivized battle to land the top guy at every single position. And when you watch that roster just was booming with those selections, with those signings, and the results are what they are. So just tremendous amount of football learned, processes learned, culture learned under Coach Saban, and forever grateful for that opportunity.
So in the game right now, Coach, while you were answering, Georgia tried a flea flicker right after a really positive, their best run of the day, a little cutback from Zamir White. Great little run. They try a flea flicker, and a miscommunication between George Pickens and Stetson Bennett. Bennett throws the ball down the field, and they call intentional grounding. So now all of a sudden they're way behind the chains, a loss of downs. So now you're looking at, I believe it's 2nd and 20, 2nd and 19, something like that. So a little momentum gained against Bama here, and then a step back as they get their first series underway here in the second half. A nice little completion there. Coach, you talked about the secondary play, both Alabama and Georgia. They are running. And Kayvon, as you know, as a pass rusher, how big of a deal is it when you can have some of those coverage guys that give you a beat or two to get after the quarterback?
We always talk about the rush. The pass rush helps the coverage. So if they can lock them down for 1 extra second and we can get to them 1 extra second faster, it just works hand in hand. So that's what you've been seeing here. I mean, just a consistent pressure on both quarterbacks will just led this game to, as low scoring as it is.
And 3rd and 8, you better block Will Anderson here. He's the right side edge player for Alabama, and it looks like he's coming. Yep, he's coming, but he goes inside move, a little pick, and they got pressure. Coach,
a lot of details come into play here. On that penalty, they missed the second half of the signal. That's why Pickens and the quarterback were on separate pages. One ran a hitch, and the actual signal was a hitch and go on the flea flicker.
Here's that.
On ones, there you go.
Yep, that's exactly right. They get a little pick, too much Will Anderson focus, and Stetson Bennett has to throw it away. We do have some questions here. We got one from Tom here on Twitter for you, Coach. It says, for Coach Cristobal, will you deploy the same or different recruiting tactics from Oregon now at Miami? Words of advice you would give Dan Lanning now that he is the coach for the Ducks?
Well, I mean, the thing is, for our standpoint, and I think KT will tell you, our only MO when it comes to recruiting is being legitimately relentless and honest about your passion for a place, and then really being detailed and thorough about, and then coming through on the things that you are going to do, what you're going to surround and resource the student athletes with to give them the best chance for success and a great future. So I don't think that'll ever change. And I think anything outside of that, I think guys see through it. I remember I wasn't nearly as highly as recruited as all the guys on our team out there or here. And I remember sitting there with my old man, and he's sitting on the couch with a big cigar in his mouth. And he's just looking at those recruiters, just talking all kinds of, baloney. And he's saying, you ain't going to that school, brother. That just doesn't jive. So stay honest, stay genuine. And then when it's when signing day is over and it's moving day, make sure that as those days and weeks and months go by, that you are coming through and all the things you talked about.
Kayvon, why did you choose to play for this man?
The truth, obviously the development, obviously everything that came with Oregon, obviously the momentum that he had coaching. But the real truth of the matter is that I think when you could take it back to the last in-home visits. I remember it was him and Coach Joe and Coach Hayward. They were all at my house, and I like to let my mom is very wise, and most moms are, I wouldn't just give it to her. And she had a great talk with them and with Coach Cristobal, and my mom always gets a good feeling. Like, one thing she's really good at is calling out BS. She can see it right from the gate. So she really felt like, she trusted Cristobal with the process, and she really felt that he believed in what he was saying. Not necessarily that she was trying to sell her a dream, but that he really believed it, which made her see it and which made her believe it. So, and which also made me believe it. And honestly, when people ask me, like, if I could go back and if I could do it again, would I have gone somewhere else? And I tell them the same answer, no. I feel like my life was written the way it was, purposely. I feel like God really, he just aligned it perfectly, and it wouldn't have played out any different.
And Coach, when you land the number 1 overall recruit, the best player in the land, can you remember the excitement level that you had? Now, granted, I'm sure you get excited for a lot of the recruits that you've landed, but when you landed this guy, do you remember the call? Do you remember the excitement level between you and the staff?
Well, first of all, it's not me. It's an entire organization, and it's actually the work of those that came before myself for years leading up to that opportunity. And then like KT mentioned, Coach Hayward, Coach Joe Salaveo, so many people were involved. I just remember leaving your house that night, KT, and I remember the ride back to the airport was just dead quiet. because we were thinking this is actually going to happen. You know, we're like, wait a second, we're not used to players of this caliber. This is, and everybody's like, don't jinx it, just shut up.
You don't want to get too excited.
So good.
And then we actually had a recruiting visit and a luncheon at the rooftop of a hotel when KT was making his announcement. And when he did that, that place just exploded. I remember looking around and saying, this is going to be the beginning of a special run. Special players like that change the program. And certainly that's why he'll go down as a legend. And not only for his play, but the impact he had on the people, the community, the culture, and then the amount of other young players around the country that want to follow in those footsteps and do the same thing.
Hey, that's a big mistake from Bryce Young right there, Coach. Threw a pick.
Defense wins championships.
KT, you've been on this all day. And again, Jamison Williams injured in this game. Mechie injured in the SEC championship game. And this, again, looks like a miscommunication. He wants to throw this slot fade right here, but the wide receiver gets cut off. That's great defense, Coach. Do you see him get cut off right there?
Yeah, I think mine's I got a little tape delay on my thing here. You guys called the interception before I got to see it, but, you know, it looks like he's got hands on him. It's good coverage, but, I mean, it's true, right? True quarters, and corner just fades back and overthrew it.
The corner was able to get behind him because the safety.
Oh, D-line almost got it back.
The safety, William Poole, number 31, stayed on top of the route. And that's the key, right? For a defensive back. You want to, because the wide receiver is always trying to stack the defender. You're trying to win and then stack the defender. And Poole, the safety, stayed on top of that slot fade, didn't let him get through. And now Will Anderson with a batted ball.
About that time.
He's athletic, man, isn't he?
I'm telling you, I rush the passer, and I feel like it's getting that time where they can't keep running gimmicks. They're going to start throwing that ball. And once he gets that 80-20 split.
What's the 80-20 split?
It's the lean. You always look the lean. That'll tell you if he's getting off or not. Like when you talk about the ins and out of football, even a wide receiver. You know, when you see a wide receiver line up, you can tell if he's blocking or if he's running for a route.
Yep, or a crossing route. Or
it's the same. It's the same. You got to watch the lean and the toe. It's how much weight. 80% of the weight is on the front foot, 20% is on the back foot. That means he's about to take off.
Coach, how much joy does it bring you when you hear one of your players talking the ins and outs of football that well?
Well, I mean, a guy like him, I think he's going to knock the socks off of all the management level people in the NFL when he has interviews come combine time and come those workouts, because he's a student of the game. You know, everyone thinks a guy like that is just blessed with ability and he just shows up on game day. That's not the case. It's just endless hours of work in the offseason, endless hours of film study. And, you know, even when we're on break, you know, he's out there, he's hunting down different defensive line specialists and making contact with NFL defensive linemen, just finding different ways to gain an edge. And that's why you're hearing that right there. It's a lifestyle, you know, it's in his DNA all the way.
Well, that's why we were joking earlier about, and you even said, you're like, hey, he's coming for your job. Here's what I got going for me, though, Coach. He's going to play for like 20 years. So I'm good for a while. You know, like I got some time.
Got about a decade.
Yeah, well, shoot, man. You play as long as you want to with your talent. There's no doubt. Nice punt there from Georgia here, pinning Alabama inside the 5. I do find it
behind you guys.
I do find it interesting, Coach, that because you've been a part of it and you've seen the game evolve, right? Like when Saban's winning national championships in like 2012, like you could do it back then with just like serviceable quarterback play, solid running game, great defense, and you could win a national championship. I don't know if you can do that anymore. I guess, and Georgia's trying tonight, aren't they? Like they're trying to employ the old school Alabama blueprint of defense, some running game, and win the national championship, and we'll figure it out if it'll work.
Well, I got to witness that firsthand. I got there in 2013, and the Alabama team was like a big python, just squeeze the life out of you, and eventually just run you over, take over games in the fourth quarter, winning games 27-10, 13-3, stuff of of that nature. And what happened was in 2014 in the playoffs, we actually, Ohio State did an excellent job with the power spread, spreading us out, creating space play, stretching the field horizontally as well as vertically, and beat us. And we were on a plane within a couple of days, and we were going to learn more about the spread offense and tempo and making sure we could call things fast and play fast. Receivers aligned up right and left as opposed to Z, X, and H, and having to flip sides and go slow, increase the play count to put more pressure on defenses. So almost take the game out of the defense coordinator's hands and put it all in the hands of the players. So we were on a plane, and we visited with University of Houston and Tom Herman, who had just gotten that job, and it changed our offense at the University of Alabama. We all learned it. We all took a deep dive into it. We didn't know what the heck we were doing at first. I remember Coach Saban had some choice words for us on offense. We were trying to run fast. I believe he called this, affectionately called us Al Qaeda for running it that way, believe it or not. But he's the one that forced that on us. It shows you how wise he is, where he always adapts. Best thing I learned from him, he just always is willing to change, and not his principles and values. Those things never change, but style of play, because football keeps evolving. And he knew, with the RPO, with tempo, that things were going to have to change, especially the way people were scoring at such a high clip. You weren't going to be able to play defense that well because all the rules favor the offense. They all favor the offense. How do you teach a Mike linebacker nowadays to play a 3-by-1, one back power RPO to the slot? And what do you tell them? Because back in the day, right, it was double team, block back, pull, scrape for skin, right? Load a high on the guard and spill that thing over to the safety. Well, that's not the case anymore. It's watch the tight end, watch the guard, watch the center, make sure the quarterback hands the ball off, look through the mesh. It's very different.
And Coach, the last thing before we let you go, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate your time, because I know you're busy, and you're busy because of your new job. And listen, I'm excited for you. I know we don't have the ACC, so I'm disappointed that we won't get to do your games unless you cross out of the conference. But I'm excited for you and your challenge at Miami. I know how much it meant to you to go home, which is one of the only reasons that you would leave a great place like Oregon. And we all understand that, certainly. Can you talk to us about the challenges that you face and the style in which you plan to build this Miami Hurricanes team?
Well, I tell you, it was when the place that you actually played at, and I've got like 9-10 zippers on my body from surgeries of having played here. So yeah, it's deep, and I think when you walk in and your first couple of meetings are with Frank Gore and Warren Sapp, and you're talking to Reggie Wayne, and I could just go on and on and on. It just reminds you of playing days here, and having coached here as well as a graduate assistant. I remember sleeping in the parking lot, just trying to catch a couple hours of sleep because you had to just keep going and prepare for practice that day. In the days of one GA, now it's like 4 GAs and 16 analysts, right? It's just one.
Right.
So the tradition here is something that runs deep, and the tradition was not based on really on anything except the people, on toughness, on grit, physicality, and the way that practice was run. I remember in high school pedaling or running over here as fast as I could to catch the tail end of practice, to watch Michael Irvin and Benny Blades go one-on-one and try to annihilate each other, to watch Jerome Brown and Greg Riccozzi just battle. These are Hall of Famers. Just battle it out to, this is way after practice is over with, and playing at and competing at a level that it blew my mind. And I wanted to play here, not because of the facilities. There weren't none. The weight room was tiny. I mean, the university was in itself just being kind of built and constructed. It was just a certain DNA, and it formed a brotherhood that forever, with my high school experience and my experience as a player, I wanted to be a coach. I wanted to somehow, this difference maker experience in my life, I wanted to be able to present that to others out there. So the challenge here is one that you wake up every day just thankful, and just like I was the previous 5 years, and now it's the difference that I get to do it where I played, where I actually put on the helmet, and in my hometown. And it's 100 miles per hour. There's a lot of work to do, and there's no posting, there's no tweeting about, hey, we're coming, or we got to get to work. We have work to do. KT will tell you, there's no shortcuts to this stuff. We have got to get on the grind, do things a certain way, and everything else will take care of itself when you take on a 1-0 mentality.
Hey, Coach, I'm gonna be honest. It's still weird seeing you in that green and those 3 stripes. It just looks, that green's a little bit different and those 3 stripes. Come on now. But hey, I'm excited, Coach. I never really realized how much this game changes and how many moving parts there really are to the business of football. But just to have you as my coach, I was blessed. I mean, literally, I don't think my life would be the way it panned out if it wasn't for you. So just thank you again. And I really hope that you accomplish everything you need to in Miami.
Brother, I appreciate you. Tremendous amount of love and appreciation for you, for your trust and confidence in all of us over there, and for really elevating a program that upon arrival, remember, was 4-8, and now ends up standing, not only a multiple conference champion, a Rose Bowl champion, because of guys like you. There sit the 3 best classes in the program's history, and you're a huge reason why that's the case. So I thank you, and you always got a home down here in Miami. I'm sure you'll be training down here in the off season, so I already have a place ready for you, but you'll be able to buy a place for all of us. That's right. You got it, brother.
Right. Yep. Hey, Coach, I appreciate your time so much, and best of luck, man. I'm looking forward to seeing the Hurricanes get back to what the Hurricanes can be and should be in college football. There's no doubt.
Amen. Appreciate you guys. God bless. Thank you for having me.
You got it. There he goes, Mario Cristobal, head coach of the Miami Hurricanes. And we get back to this game. Tough sledding, man. KT, these defenses, they're playing, aren't they?
Damn, they slugging it out. Brian Robinson coming in, he hitting.
They are. Bama's gotten a little success here on this drive. Kind of softened them a little bit with a quality run early in the drive, and now they're getting to a bunch of checkdowns. So they're going back to that checkdown game. Jameson Williams is out for the rest of the game. He came back in street clothes, as we saw. So this is really Bryce Young's game, man. He's going to have to go out there and make plays, and it makes it all that much more important for the offensive line to play well.
Mm-hmm.
3rd and 2, another check down. He is wearing them out with these check downs.
And what's funny? Every time I watch Alabama, I always feel like they play a wear-out game of football.
Yeah.
Like they wear their own players out in hopes that the other team is more worn out, but.
So what they're doing here is they're creating these releases for the back, and the back is not checking in protection. Mm-hmm. He's a free release. So these are called like scat protection.
There's been 5 plays in a row
where he just checks it down. It's almost like a screen, isn't it? And as a pass rusher, that's got to be so frustrating when the ball's out of their hands that quickly, right? And you can't get home.
I think it's smart. Alabama realizes that, they have a great defensive line, so they have to, or Georgia has a great defensive line, so they have to make them run, get them tired, make them, switch them out, make them rotate, make young guys step up.
Now we got an injury for Georgia. That's Jalen Carter, 6'3", 310 pounds inside. They're huge up front, man. Huge.
6'3", 310.
They've got Jordan Davis is 6'6", 340. Jalen Carter is 6'3", 310. Devontae Wyatt is 6'3", 315. Nazir Stackhouse is 6'3", 320. Warren Brinson is 6'4", 305. Bill Norton is 6'6", 300. All interior D linemen. That's absurd, isn't it?
Hey, man. Got to pay the cost to be the boss.
Oh, that's the truth. Oh, my goodness. You were referencing the 3 stripes. It's like, you guys are like Nike.
That's like,
That's more so than the O or the U,
like,
right? Like
I didn't even, I didn't even think about it.
The U and the O is the O.
But I was like, the 3 stripes? Oh, that product placement it doesn't sit right with me. I don't know how I feel about it now.
How much a part of? Yeah, I'll just be like, ask it straight out. Like at Oregon, How much of it is like that you feel like you're part of the Nike family and the Nike DNA
I don't even
because of
it's,
Mr. Knight?
it's not a facade. Like it's not this isn't a gimmick. You know, like it's not like something like, oh, come to Oregon and you might be a part of the Nike family, or come to Oregon, they say no, like it's really a family. Like me personally, I'm a kid from South Central Los Angeles. And I remember literally playing Pop Warner, and it'd be Oregon playing USC. And somebody would literally, DeAnthony Thomas was when he went to Oregon. And I remember people literally saying, like, DeAnthony Thomas goes to Oregon. And we played at Crenshaw. Crenshaw High School was where my Pop Warner team practiced at. So we knew who Black Mamba was. And to see him do everything he did, and then you would hear the creator of Nike is at Oregon. And then for me to grow up now and actually meet him, talk to him, shuck and jive with him, you know what I mean? Like we sit and we literally talk, and it's like, I wouldn't say it's a dream come true because I don't even know if I've dreamed of anything like this, but it's an opportunity that I wouldn't let go by. You know, if personally,
Do you mind if I ask you like examples of things that you feel like you learned, you know, during like those conversations? I just find that fascinating because this is what, and not to,
go ahead.
I'll jump. This is what I think young men don't realize about college football. Is not just about the football opportunities. It's also about the connections.
So if you remember,
mentors.
Early on, you said every class of Nick Saban's has won a national championship. Okay, well, on every team, there's about 120 guys. How many of those 120 guys are with national championships are still employed?
As football players?
As anything. How many of those guys, if a scholarship is worth, let's say roughly $40,000, right? How many of those guys are now have obtained jobs that are worth equal or more to what their scholarship is worth?
I would say a lot of them because of that, because of their identity and what that meant
out of 120?
Alabama nation, right? Crimson Tide fans all over the place. I think that the connections and networking outweigh what you can. Listen, you're going to be a superstar in the NFL, but for guys that aren't, it means something that they're a Crimson Tide player.
Can I give you a perspective?
Yes.
If I gave you a fishing pole, would you know how to use it?
No. I don't fish.
You don't fish. So if I've never learned, or if school has never been important to me, or a job or a career has never been important until I was done playing football, how would I know how to go get a career or a job?
That's a great point.
I won't.
I think it's been one of my arguments for a long time that we don't have mandatory financial planning classes in, you know, like for every kid in college football, they should be in classes that teach them how to operate their finances and things of that.
You know what I sat back and I thought about? I thought about it and I said, what world do I want to be a part of? Literally, I sat back and said, if I go to Alabama, I'm going to win national championships. Literally. I said, but do I want to be a guy who's known to be a national championship winner? Or do I want to be a guy who's known for being a part of the greatest organization in the world? You know what I mean? And what people don't realize is that football is an American sport. So no matter how great Alabama is, we'll only play football in America and maybe a couple, Canada and a couple other places. But a brand like Nike, I mean, for me, it was like, what brand associations do I want to be tied to?
Sure.
You know what I mean? And for me, I already hate the stigmatism of football players being dumb jocks.
Totally.
So now, do you know what the stigmatism of Alabama education? It ain't the West Coast.
No.
You know what I mean? It ain't, it ain't Harvard.
I
so
hear
for
you.
me, I had to look at it and say, I'm only going to be in college for 3 years. Like I said, if I would have went to Alabama, I probably would still be there, and we wouldn't be sitting here today. 2, I probably wouldn't have graduated yet. And 3, I don't know if my degree would mean anything. And there's no guarantee. I think Oregon might be the only place where you are guaranteed, and it's not, I wouldn't say it's a guarantee, but there is a 90% chance that if you want to, a Nike opportunity is there. And there's a guarantee that if you play football at Oregon, you can work in the corporate Nike world. That's a guarantee. And Phil Knight, I could call him and he'd say that today.
Well,
why? Because he's so invested in the future.
Well, you clearly have a great perspective. I have enjoyed thoroughly.
Oh, it's blocked.
Georgia blocked the field goal. How about that?
They needed that.
They needed that.
I was just about to say, they keep stacking these threes, they gonna run away with it. But Georgia keeps finding ways to make. So now
that defense, man.
This is where, and watch what I tell you. This is where Kirby Smart will have to make a chance because his defense is gonna get restless.
Well, tired. I think they're gonna get tired.
But not only when you're doing good, I don't feel like you get as tired, but you get restless, right? When I'm watching my offense not do anything, and I know JT Daniels is on the bench, I'm gonna apply pressure to either. And we're gonna talk about. It's gonna be some type of understanding that a change needs to be made. So, in this next, rest of the game, we'll see if Kirby Smart feels that pressure and makes a change, or he keeps, playing the slow game.
My man, I've really enjoyed having you. I'm going to be a fan of yours moving forward. I'm going to be rooting for you. I appreciate you being on with us tonight. You are a hell of a player. You will be a hell of a player. Best of luck in the NFL draft and throughout this process. And I'm going to be texting you about NFTs.
Exactly, definitely. Can I say one more?
Yes,
thing?
please.
Me being in this position, and it's so crazy, just like being on, having this recording, being in this session. I always want to be on TV, but I just shared a moment of mine where I realized that, I wanted to be a part of the journalism world or a part of TV. When I was in 5th grade, I had a camera class. And this class, it wasn't a class offered by the school, but because I was my 5th grade president and I was like an overachiever in school, my school basically put me in this program that was about cameras. And we would all take pictures and they would teach us about how to take pictures and do things like that. And I remember the only real assignment we had was an auction. And the auction was for us to use objects or whatever to create an image and to take a picture of it and create a portrait and to auction that off and just see what it's worth. And it was auctioned to the teachers and local parents, whatever. But a teacher of mine had bought my photo for $50. And my photo was of an apple on the floor and my shadow eating the apple, right? But I tell this story to say that I was only able to find out what I really loved because of the resources and the access that I had. So my whole mission and the reason I want to be here today, I wanted to be and I was excited to be here, was to inspire a lot of athletes and a lot of kids that you don't have to be the norm. Even though you do have a talent, you don't have to be what everyone wants you to be. You know what I mean? You can grow and you can learn, but you have to go find it. You have to seek it. I was blessed where it was given to me, but everybody doesn't have the opportunity. So you got to be proactive and not reactive.
Man, that's great words of advice. There's no doubt. And I tell you what, we'll call on you again anytime you want to do this. Maybe we can have a Super Bowl watch party.
Right? Exactly. Right? We definitely have to.
Well, hopefully you're playing in the Super Bowl.
Hopefully this Super Bowl doesn't go to Texas. Hopefully it stays in LA.
Man,
we can figure out that situation.
Ain't that the truth? Kayvon Thibodeaux, my man, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Best of luck. Thank you. And we'll be following you in the years to come.
Yep. Hey, don't forget, go get that Dream Coin.
I love it. All right. So, folks, here's what we got. We've got great players in this national championship game. And this is going to be sponsored by FTX. Buy, sell, and trade crypto and NFTs safely and easily with the FTX app. This is going to be the top 5 players in this game with the highest draft stock. Tonight's national championship game. Okay, so let's start with number 5. I've got Trayvon Walker. All right, edge player from Georgia. We've seen him make a few plays tonight. Defensive line, I think he's got some real value. I don't know about first round. Maybe he creeps in late in the first round. We'll see how that goes, but Trayvon Walker. Number 4 is going to be Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis, the amazing defensive tackle. This dude, I'm telling you, man, he is huge. This guy is a big reason why this front 7 has played so well. And you're following me as I'm watching the game now. I'm talking about Jordan Davis, but now Georgia on the march inside the 10. First down, they try to run another one of these absolutely idiotic quarterback draws. Stetson Bennett looks like he's going to fumble the ball away. This is crazy right now. Georgia is trying actively to lose the game. They get a couple of good runs, and then they can't do anything about it because they won't go to a talented quarterback that's serviceable in a game of this magnitude. I hate to say that about Stetson Bennett. I was a walk-on. I don't mean to be a hater, but he's not going to be on a list like this, which is our FTX national championship players with the highest draft stock. Jameson Williams still at number 3. I know he's got the injury, but folks, people come back from ACLs or MCLs all the time. I'm hoping that it's not as severe as that, but we're going to see what he's going to be able to do. And I think when all is said and done, he's going to be one of the great players in the National Football League next year with that speed. And number 2, I've got Nakobe Dean, man. The skill at the second level for this guy and his ability to run down plays side to side, he's been phenomenal. Again, the power of the defensive line and guys like Jordan Davis, and then the speed of the second level with guys like Nakobe Dean, he's right there. And then number 1, I've got Evan Neal, the offensive tackle for Alabama. There are some projections where he could maybe even creep all the way into like the top 2 picks. We'll have to see how that all goes. But Evan Neal is a terrific player. I really like what he brings as an offensive tackle there. Nakobe Dean, Jameson Williams, Jordan Davis, and Trayvon Walker. That is our FTX championship players with the highest draft stock. Again, sponsored by FTX. Buy, sell, and trade crypto and NFTs safely and easily with the FTX app. Okay, as we get back to the game here, Georgia has punched it in. Okay, Georgia has punched it in. They got the huge run from Zamir White. I believe it was Zamir White. And then they got the face mask, and now Georgia has scored a touchdown. And here we go, folks. What a turn of events as that defense stops Alabama after Alabama had a pretty decent drive. And meanwhile, by the way, we're going to have TJ Houshmandzadeh join us again here. And so he and I will kind of take things till the end on our national championship watch party. TJ is going to join me back in here right now.
Kirby is not so smart.
Kirby,
He's doing all right, Kirby.
Kirby coming back here. Kirby coming back. So Georgia 13-9 now after they go down and score a touchdown. This defense for Alabama had been playing so well against Georgia, and then they got popped for a big run. This is the snap. Oh, Bennett almost fumbled the snap inside the 5-yard line. Oh, my goodness. By the way, is 63 holding? Of course he is. Everybody's holding.
You can call it every play.
Every single play.
You can call it every play. Oh, they got Jordan Davis in on the goal line.
Yeah, they did.
See that,
yeah, they did. Who is that? Actually, was that Jalen Carter? I think that was Jalen Carter, 88? Or was Jordan Davis in there as well, 99?
You know what was big, though, Joe? Is you go back to the last drive that Alabama had.
Yeah.
Bryce Young stays in the pocket.
Yep.
He's fearless. Throws a dime.
Yep.
To your boy, the true freshman. Number
Hall.
84.
Ajay Hall. Dropped
He's not used to this moment.
Dropped it.
He dropped it. If that's Jameson Williams,
he catches it.
We may or may not be having a different conversation because of the scoreboard. So you got to take those type of things into account.
Well, not only that, but the offense for Alabama has totally changed. All they can do now is try to pop a run here and there and then check it down. Like their drop back passing game is just not the same without Mechie and Jameson Williams.
And it's also that pressure that they're putting on them. Their entire passing game now is let's check down to Brian Robinson. Let's check down to Trey Saunders and see what they can get us.
Yep. Oh, man, this is Georgia fans. How you feeling right now?
Kayvon was pretty much
almost
a prophet with this score prediction here.
He was on. All right, now it's the Bryce Young show. Listen, you don't beat Alabama until you beat them. They're just not going to go quietly into the night. Minute 14 left. They're going to find a way. Look how calm this kid is, by the way.
That's why he's as good as he is.
I love watching.
You think he's just walking down the street, huh?
Yes. You know who else is like that? Is C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
He's like that. Like, these young quarterbacks nowadays, TJ, they've just got no panic in them, man. They're so talented and they're ready.
It's because when we grew up, you spoke of it earlier, you played professional baseball. So when football season ended, you went to baseball.
That's right.
You might have gone to basketball.
I did. All through high school.
These kids nowadays, when football season ends, they go to 7-on-7.
Yep.
And so, although they may not be the athletes that we were, They may be better at football because they have so many throws.
Listen, you don't have to include me. You don't have to say we. I was not a very good athlete.
If you play baseball, you're pretty damn good.
I mean,
how many people can say they did both?
You know, I don't know, man.
That's a trait.
I could not run. I could tell you that.
You were good enough to play 2 sports at a high level.
Look at these throws he's making. Dude, I love this kid.
Bryce Young.
Like, this rush is all over him, and he's just standing in, just dropping.
You see when you remember when he won the Heisman? He was like, "Oh, I've been doubted my entire life."
No,
I'm
you
like,
haven't.
Bryce,
Doubted you.
You're a top 5 recruit in the country. You're probably gonna be a top 5 pick coming out of. You haven't been doubted. You've been doubted for one reason and one reason only, because of your stature, not because of your play.
Look at this. Look at this throw. Like, he's getting hit. He's dropping dimes out there. You're fine, man. You're
a non-throwing hand.
Yeah, exactly. I had a coach. This is no joke. Okay, so, and we got a player down, just to let you know who's down here, and I'm sure you all know what's going on. Who's 95? Devontae Wyatt.
But
okay.
Did you see that shift in offense, though?
Yep.
Bama's down. Come out throwing.
And here we go. Let's go, Bryce. Okay, so you played at stadiums with like really tight sideline.
Yes.
At Colorado, we had a really tight sideline, and right next to the stands, there's always like a huge drainage grate. You know what I'm talking about. And it's all like perforated and everything, and about like holes like this size, right? And there's only like 6 yards of space from the side, like the out of bounds, until this drainage grate. And so I'm running.
Please tell me it's still not the same.
Huh?
It's still the same?
Oh yeah, it's still there.
Wow.
There's no doubt. I'm running, and again, I'm not fast, and I'm trying to get to the sideline. It's like I want to scamper out, like all the just like run out. And sure, I can't quite get there, and I get like shoved, and so I'm like, ugh, and I die, and I'm like, and I go down and I dive, and I'm sliding like this, and then my left hand, my ring finger and my pinky get caught in the drainage grate as I go under the bench, and they both dislocate, and I'm like, ah, and I stand up like this, and Coach Barnett, again, because it's so tight. Our head coach, Coach Barnett, is standing right there, and I lift my hand up, and both of these fingers are like this, and I'm screaming. I'm like, ah! And he grabs my right arm, and he goes, "It's your non-throwing hand," and he just like slaps my butt to get me out there.
Get back out there.
I start like walking back out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and I'm like, what am I gonna do? And the trainer runs out, and he just grabs my hand and pulls them and pops them in, and they shove me back on the field.
Guarantee next drive they taped them together.
Let's go. So here I go. Yeah. I'm taking snaps like this. I'm like, hey, blue 80. I'm out there like this. The fingers are like fat like this.
Trying to take those out so they don't move them off.
Listen, we all have stories like that, but man, those
things you do to play.
The things you do to get, but that's why, he's looking at his left hand. He walks over to Nick Saban and he'd be like,
"Oh, that's not going to
affect your left hand, man. That's your left hand. You're going to be fine. So you're going to have a crooked knuckle when you grow up. You'll be fine.
You'll be all right. You win this national championship, you won't even think about it."
That's right. That's right. They're not going to win unless he's out of this world here in this fourth quarter, because it's all coming down to him. Man, I can't believe they're stuck in this situation here. Both of their best wide receivers hurt. I can't wait to see what Bryce Young does. I'm telling you, man, we're going to see some amazing play in this quarter from this guy. Amazing play. So they put the wide receiver in the backfield, Texas route with the wide receiver. So smart. That's their most.
It's basically a check down.
It's a check down. It's that Texas route, right?
Receiver, he's comfortable throwing the ball to.
Slade Bolden. He's the one that he came into the game with 35 catches on the year. They put him in the backfield and run him on a Texas route. I can draw that Texas route in a moment. Here we go. Here, let me draw it real quick as we get a flag down. It's got to be hands to the face, as there was a helmet that popped off. Yeah, hands to the face.
I don't like that call because the right tackle basically forced the official to make that call.
You saying he flopped?
No. It was a penalty. That's a penalty. But the flag is not thrown until Owens, number 79, turns and complains.
That's true. That's true.
It's for sure a penalty.
All right, I'm going to go back to that. Oh, they got another. Okay, now the tight end's in the backfield. Look at how much they're using formations, man. Now they're trying to be creative. Oh, what a throw. There he is, Ajay Hall.
Throw.
I'm not going to do this now. Now
he just throws with such great anticipation.
Yeah.
He throws that corner out before he breaks to the corner.
Okay, so there's
the ball.
Here's the tight end in motion, right? And see, like he just got, I call that like a sail route. It's not really a corner. It's like a kind of a rounded sail route out there.
Man, they just all out, man.
Yep, they are. Which, when you're playing a quarterback that's not all that accurate and doesn't anticipate, those guys get thrown off by man coverage because of the tight windows.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy, you can tell, it doesn't faze him at all.
I mean, he still looks like.
But we got to get some pick routes. Okay, here we go. Bunch set. They're going to pick route now, right?
You would think.
They're going to come across in a mesh.
They got to call timeout.
9, 8, 7. Now they're changing the play.
Too important. This play. It's too much confusion. Okay, then.
It's just a run play. I don't love that, right? Like hurry into a run play like that.
It was so much confusion. You would think call a timeout because guys look like they didn't know what was going on.
They don't know what's going on.
Yes.
If they run man coverage again, which they have all night long in this situation, they've got to run a pick play. Get into a bunch set and get a pick play going. Okay, here we go.
Or you do what you said earlier. Bring a guy in motion.
And then run breaks
straight
off
to the flats.
Yep. Okay, so here we go. You could have motion with Bolden. Here he comes in motion.
You know it's man.
Man coverage. Now they're in the bunch set right here. Someone's going straight to the flat. There he goes. Pick, corner. Oh, he missed him. He had him.
Again.
He had him.
Again. That wasn't, to me, this is what I would prefer. Bring Bolden in motion. Return him.
Yep.
And then bring him back. He's full speed in an all-out sprint to the pylon.
Run him, yes.
Now we out-leverage him.
Yes.
But you get to him stationary and sitting there.
I agree.
It's the same thing.
I agree. Okay, so this is what TJ is talking about right here. Let's draw it up. Okay, so TJ is talking about this. So they wanted to get into a bunch here. Okay, so like they've got Z and they've got Zebra. Oh, geez, I'm screwing this up. Now they have to kick a field goal. Dang, what a... All right, so now they've got, let's say, the Eagle. You see here? Okay, so I'm just using West Coast terms. All right, so what they're trying to do right here is that they were trying to like run like this and do a little break and then bring him and run him to the corner like that, right?
Yep.
And then this player is Bolden, and he motioned across and then stopped and ran to the flat.
Mm-hmm.
You can get him to this flat right here by what you're saying is like motion him, and then speed motion.
And then
right?
Once you hit the center, you come back to the tackle, and then you just sprint to the flats. It's confusion. They have to communicate. Bodies are moving. It's a natural pick.
It's a natural pick. So you bring him in motion. He gets all the way over here. Now he returns. Now he stops.
Yes.
And at that point, he just dead sprint and snap the ball. So then he dead sprints right here. So now you've got this corner who's defending him, who's sprinting through all of this mesh point to try to defend him. So then he's 1, he's 2, he's 3.
Yes.
And it's just, what you do is you provide clarity to the picture rather than just sitting him in a static position right here and running him over there.
You know what they're not switching. They're not going inside out.
No.
As they would call banjo. That means inside out. Why banjo means inside out, I have no idea. But they're not doing that. They're man on man. I got this guy.
Yep.
You got that guy. That's an easy pick.
That's
easy.
All coordinator right there, right? Because for the players, it's the exact same picture. For the quarterback, it's the exact same picture.
Nothing.
Let's say that they call that, I don't know, what do they call that? Florida, Gator, whatever that concept is.
You know how you would change it? It could be Gator, Florida, whatever. You'd say Eagle, motion to bunch right. That means you're stationary. Then you can say Eagle, rocket to bunch right, Gator. Rocket means motion, return, go.
That's right.
One word changes the entire play.
That's right. And it changes everything that the defense is looking at. And it's the exact same read for the quarterback, whether you're lining up in triple right, or triple right rocket, eagle return rocket.
Same thing.
And it I'm telling you.
And they spend hours upon hours, and you're like,
yes,
this is what you come up with.
This is what you come up with. But they did that against Texas A&M.
But you know why? Because they're used to their athletes being the best guys on the field. They don't do it.
Yep. It's true. And now they're down by 1. I mean, that should be a scoring drive right there. You get down there inside the 10, you got to punch it in. And let's go back to this, by the way, on second down. There was kind of that throwaway handoff when there was all that miscommunication.
Yes.
Why not take a timeout, get into the best possible play? Now you got 2 snaps with Bryce Young rather than just relying on a third down, at 3rd and 4.
It's one of those things where coaches that you kind of get spoiled by the talent.
Yeah.
But to all fairness, corner route was open. Bryce missed him.
Yep.
Corner route was open, but you can't complain because he's made a ton of great throws in the face of rushes. And so you're not going to make every throw.
Do you know another thing that, let's just say it's called rocket motion. You know another thing that does? Slows down the edge pressure.
Yes.
Because it acts because that edge player has to respect that rocket motion. There's so much that does to the defense. I just feel like Alabama does a poor job with their formations, which last year they were the best in college football under Sark with formations, getting Devontae Smith in the right position to succeed and using those types of motions, and now they don't do it. So here it is, 13-12. This feels like an old school Alabama LSU game, doesn't it?
Man, whoever makes the first mistake or whoever makes the biggest play seems like will be the winner of this one.
I don't believe the way that this game has gone that Georgia is going to be able. Man, see, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like a reverse is going to work?
But not even that. Who's the best player on Alabama's defense?
Will Anderson.
We're just going to leave him unblocked. We're not going to block him. We're just going to let him go, and he's going to wreck the entire play. Because that's basically what
we're going to have Stetson Bennett block him.
We're going to leave the best player on Alabama's defense unblocked.
Man.
Wow.
Todd Monken, what are you doing?
He don't know. He has no idea.
There's times in games, by the way, and this happens, and this is happening tonight, and I'm sure at times. As a player, you'll hear like a play call come in, and you're like, what?
And that's why in the NFL.
Oh, no! That was a fumble.
That's why in the NFL, quarterbacks.
Yeah. Oh, I can't hear the play.
I'm going to change the play. I'm changing the play. Wait. Especially,
Yeah.
I'm changing the play.
Yeah.
I didn't hear him.
And those veteran quarterbacks do it all the time.
All the time. You call a play they don't like? I'm changing the play.
There's been a few of those that should have happened here tonight.
That's a fumble. Because his arm was coming through, but he lost it coming forward.
I feel like he lost it
the
before
ball.
it came through.
But the ball did go out of bounds.
It went out of bounds, so it would just be a fumble and then at the spot. Right?
No clear recovery. It does not look to. No.
Oh, my gosh.
He's out of bounds.
Is he out right there?
It looks like it. That toe looks to be out.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a big call. That is a big call. But again, Kirby not so.
I just can't believe he's still trying to do this with Stetson Bennett. I don't get it. I thought we learned this lesson last year. I think that's a fumble. I think it's coming loose before his hand is going forward. The problem is I just don't I like from Alabama's standpoint, I don't believe that they recovered that. Right? Like, is Branch inbounds?
Let's see this angle. We're not going to get this angle. It's tough.
Come on.
Looks like his
Come
toe
on.
is slightly out, but
I don't want to be this guy, but
you can't
ESPN,
tell.
please show me an angle of the sideline. For goodness sake. What are we doing? See, when I watch a game, when I'm not on the air, you get just the fully.
I act like this all the time.
Politically
I
incorrect.
can't help myself.
Right here. Kirby's yelling at Stetson Bennett like it's Stetson Bennett's fault.
But I'm telling you, this is Jake Fromm all over again.
All over again, man.
Good enough to get you here. Are you happy with just being here, or are you trying to win?
Okay, here's finally an angle. He's in.
He's in.
He's in. Look at that.
It's Alabama's ball. Right there. Field goal. Game over. Yeah,
he's in. Oh my gosh. By the way, why was that replay not played 3 minutes ago?
He looks
Sorry,
in.
I'm yelling at the production.
He looks
This is
in.
what I do all the time. Such a TV nerd. This is, by the way, I'm just chucking rocks
Isn't
in glass
that-
houses.
That's really
This is what I'm just
crazy. That play.
literally glass house everywhere. I'm just taking boulders and just like, rah!
See, that angle, he looks out. Looks like he's slightly on the line, but you can't overturn it. Rolling on the field is a fumble.
Well, yes, ruling
You
on the
don't
field
have
was a
enough
fumble.
evidence to overturn it.
I think this is call stands. I think it should be fumble Alabama ball. There is a clear recovery in the immediate action is what I'm a rule nerd as well. So that's what it has to
Bennett
have.
thinks he's going to outrun this Alabama defense. Instead of just throwing the ball away and punting.
I'm sorry,
gonna
but
outrun it.
Kirby deserves to lose the game. With at the first half debacle, he's trying to just play it safe, like he's for sure the better team. All these Georgia fans, they know it too. Georgia fans know it deep down in your heart.
How are you Georgia
You know.
football? And oh, he's mad. So it looks like the call's going to stand.
I think it's got to stand. And it's a clear recovery.
He's not happy about that, so it's standing.
That's a fumble. That's a fumble.
How do you lose the ball? You must have small hands.
Yep, Alabama football.
That's what Kirby Smart gets. That's what he gets.
I don't get it, man. At the end of last year, why was Georgia so good at the end of last year? Because they could play offense. They were the second highest scoring offense in the SEC, only to Alabama, who had that ridiculously good offense with Najee Harris and Mac Jones. Mac Jones and Devontae Smith. This is wild. All right, I had to just get on to
Dude,
Twitter.
there's no way that JT Daniels is healthy. I can't fathom this. There's no way. Like, if I'm a quarterback, I'm not going to the University of Georgia. I'm not going. Arch Manning, he goes to Georgia, he's crazy. You can't do it. You're throwing stuff on the field.
Are they throwing it at Kirby or just on the field? I just tweeted, if JT Daniels can walk, why is he not on the field? At this point. Oh, what a throw!
That's a great throw.
Did he not get in?
As you quarterbacks say, that was a dime.
Dime.
Sometimes incompletions are dimes as well.
Get your foot down.
Clearly out.
Get your foot down.
Roughing the passer. And this is another thing. It seems like if I'm a Georgia fan, Alabama has gotten every call.
Well, that's 100% the right call. Look, he
That's just
basically
bad.
slugged him in the face.
That's selfish play by
It is.
95.
It is.
Instead of it being third down, it's first and goal.
All right, same situation. This is why they got beat by Texas A&M. Alabama, right? Like, I've been over this now. We've been over this. This is the same
We
situation
just gave them
again.
a play.
Like, we've given you the play. You know what to run. If you're Alabama, Bill O'Brien, turn on the Fox Watch Tailgate party. We just gave you the play.
We've given you a touchdown.
Don't be static.
They're going to run this ball. They're going to play it safe. They're running this
Well,
ball.
I mean, if I was facing Stetson Bennett, I would do it too. Man, what are we doing out of this stat?
Even if that pass is completed, it's man-to-man.
Yes,
He's tackled.
yes. Thank
He's
you.
tackled.
Thank you. Thank you.
That works against zone. That does not work against a man-to-man defense.
Unblocked player on the edge, 2 unblocked players. And yeah, he's tackled before. You're throwing it short of the goal line. Look at this.
He might lose a yard.
What? As you can tell, like, I'm growing frustrated with the offense. Okay, now we've got a bunch set. Somebody motion and someone mesh.
Nope.
No.
Same concept.
Same concept. Got it, though. Touchdown.
Same concept. Corner, flat, sit. Same concept. Same concept. The same exact concept.
Georgia got caught up in the mesh. Latu was there, and Bama cashes in. Hey, great job, by the way, by Bryce Young there.
Yes.
Buying some time. Do you see how? Watch him buy time. Okay, so see how this is supposed to be a drop back pass, and he's like, nope, I'm out of here, and he throws that back across his body.
Literally threw 29 to the ground. He literally threw him to the ground.
Is that not legal?
I mean, if he came off, threw him to the ground. That's why he was that wide open. Wow.
Is that not legal? All right, 2-point attempt. You should be on the left hash. Yep. Oh, this is beautiful. All right, this ball is.
Watch it throw a fade to the top. Fade or slant.
I feel like it's going to be a slant.
What'd I tell you?
Top.
Told you.
Throw it.
He ain't making that.
All right, so this is that play.
I caught it.
This is
Fade or slant to the top.
Yeah, so
He was open.
So this is what that is, and a lot of people run this on 2-point plays, in particular in college. Okay, West Virginia ran it against Texas, by the way, a couple years ago. So they do what's called like a little diamond with a 4, and then you've got one single guy there. All right, so here's the formation, right? So it's a 4-by-1.
Yes.
And what they do is they basically just count numbers, okay? And if they get a 1-on-1 over here, then they throw this slant, okay? So we call this the box rule. If you got 1-on-1, then you're going to throw that over there. All right. If you've got only 5 defenders that you can block with the offensive line, then you run a quarterback draw. And then if you've got only 3 defenders over here that you can block there, you throw that. So it's a 3-pronged play. So you snap the ball and the quarterback makes the decision. They're running the screen down here. They're blocking the quarterback draw up front, and this guy's running a 1-on-1 route.
He was open too, backside on the slant.
He was wide open. So they had a safety right here, and he comes in and blitzes. So this ball was supposed to go to the slant, and he ended up running out of the pocket. He should have just retreated, hit his back foot, and throw the slant. The problem with that, you know how much courage that takes?
A ton, especially when you see that safety there.
Because he's screaming down right here, and he's going to get hit in the mouth.
That might be the only thing where you say, Bryce is small. He can run like Kyler Murray.
But he can't.
He can't.
No.
That will be his only, but he's so wildly accurate. He's so calm under pressure.
Yeah.
Makes up for a lot of it.
That was one of his only poor plays of the game because he gets the 1-on-1 and he gets the slant pass. All he's got to do is know that, and you hate it as a quarterback, but like you're going to get hit.
He's been hit a lot this year.
And you're going to have to take one more.
He'll be sore, but hey, he got a lot of rest.
Man.
A lot of rest
Lots of rest coming up. There are times when that happens. But as a wide receiver, there are times when that happens for you as well.
Oh,
Like, okay, like I know the defense, I know what they're responsible for, and I'm going to get hit on this catch.
comes with the territory. There's going to be 5 or 6 games a year where you wake up and you feel like, God, how many car accidents?
Who was
I
it? Was
just-
it the Ravens? Was it playing against Ed? And
Playing
those
against the
guys?
Ravens, yeah. The Steelers,
Oh, yeah, you had to play against
playing
Troy,
against those two.
right? Troy Polamalu.
You know what's funny? I'll tell this story. One time, man, we played, I think it might have been Troy's rookie year. And I caught a seam route and he hit me, but I didn't fall. I kept running, got tackled. So I go up to him and I say something that I will not repeat. I felt so bad. He looks at me just like this and he's like, God bless you, TJ. I was like, oh, I felt so bad. I was like, I'm never talking trash to him again. Never.
He was one of the nicest guys
Yes.
of all time.
Like, I literally got up and went to find him, and I was like, I said what I said, and he was like, God bless you, TJ.
With his soft voice.
And I said, I felt so bad. I was like, I never talk trash to him again. Never. Never.
Oh, that's
But
so
it was
good.
like, we had to play I write Z search 42
Yes.
ISO. Z search means you find a safety in the box and you go block him. He in A gap. I got to lead up. Like, don't let that soft voice fool you.
He's coming.
Man, is he not coming.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Troy Polamalu came downhill like a rolling block of butcher knives. Like, just destroyed people coming downhill.
Nice guy, but man,
Did he get you?
it was just one of the, you just knew. Troy Polamalu, Rodney Harrison, those dudes, if you have to block them in the A gap,
It's on.
you better be ready. Rodney Harrison gonna try to put his forearm in your throat. You might have to fight him, but Troy not gonna do nothing dirty. He's just coming hard.
All right, there we go. Little completion on the outside. Stetson Bennett time.
See
Stetson
if he
Bennett.
can do it.
Stetson is just like a cologne. Let's smell it, Stetson.
Can he make more than one throw this drive? Because that was his one.
No.
Let's see.
If he makes more than one great throw on this drive, I'm gonna give you $5. Great throw.
That wasn't, I mean, that was
So was that
single
not
high.
a great throw?
No, I mean,
Oh,
it
okay,
was,
so good.
no, that
I
wa-
got
I
two
wouldn't
in the
say-
bank then.
you could make that throw right now. And I don't know when's the last time you thrown a ball.
It's been a while.
You're making that throw.
That's not a great throw.
That's pass interference.
That is pass interference.
Rather give the PI than the
Heck
touchdown.
yeah, especially in college, it's only 15 yards. It's not a spot foul.
That's a double move.
I don't know why in college, by the way,
They got to
don't.
change that.
Well, I don't know why they don't just interfere more. They
I
give
would.
up all these big, like Ohio State's receivers are always running butt naked through the middle of the field. And I'm like, why doesn't someone tackle them? It's only 15
Oh.
yards.
He was beat for a touchdown.
And he tackled him. Why? Because that's the smart play. 15 yards is
Double
way
move.
better. Watch this.
He literally like, oh, I'm
Nope,
beat.
Come
Tackle. Come here.
here.
But you'd rather give up 15 yards than
Totally.
a touchdown because a touchdown gives them the lead.
And you got that fragrant Stetson in the backfield. He's likely to just
Like-
throw you the ball.
Stetson, we got to make him make 3 more throws.
I'm
Can
being
he do
so
it?
mean. I'm getting a little too loose. This is what happens.
Caught
That's
that.
a good throw.
Wow.
I'll
Wow.
give you $2.50 for that. That was like a half of a good throw.
Wow. This is what bugs me about offensive coaching and play calling. And Alabama did the same thing. You're conservative, you get down,
Then you go.
then you go and you want to start passing the ball.
Right.
You see this, Alabama did it 2 drives ago. Georgia's doing it. Why not play like this the entire game?
Well, trust me, you're preaching to the choir on that one. I would beg the coaches to be like, hey, let's just run 2 minutes on this series to try to get into a little bit of a rhythm. Oh, that rush, man, is coming. Every time Georgia tries to get cute, so they tried to throw this big play action. Watch this big play action, okay? So here they're coming in double tight. They're trying to max protect, see this, and try to throw a big play action. So they're max protecting, I mean, they're only sending 3 receivers out. See, they got the tight end in here, and now you got a tight end locked one-on-one with an edge rusher because
just bring in an offensive lineman. If you're going to do that, just bring an offensive lineman in.
I don't disagree.
That's what he does.
2nd and 18 now. 4 wides. Oh, here we come. Oh, he caught it. He caught it.
Wow. Is that
He
Mitch?
caught it.
Is
He
that
caught
Mitchell?
it. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, Stetson, I see you, boy.
I'm telling. Did I tell you the fragrance was coming? Guy's like a cologne.
Offsides, too. Decline it. Wow. So they came.
Adonai Mitchell,
They came
true
out,
freshman.
Came out here and trained, right? One day until the NCAA
Told him they couldn't.
I thought he was very talented in his movements.
Adonai?
Moved very well. Nice size, a good 6'2", 210 pounds probably. But his movements, I thought his lateral movement, his quickness was outstanding.
And that's the second time that we've seen Kyrie Jackson get beat on the same drive. Remember, Jackson is the one that had to tackle, I believe it was Mitchell on the double move.
Jermaine Burton.
And Burton on the double move. And then now they get Adonai in there. All right. Well,
we got a game.
We got a game now. Okay, so now they go for 2. Here's a tweet in the wall. Says, is 57-5 under Kirby Smart when leading after 3 quarters? What?
I don't know who 15
Georgia
is, but that dude is a dude.
Is 57-5 under Kirby Smart when leading. Under Kirby Smart when leading after 3 quarters. Okay. Well,
they're gonna have to score another point. This 19, they're gonna have to get a field goal or a touchdown. Now, I don't believe this will get it done. 15 is a guy.
Yeah, he is. They got dudes all over the place.
Like, when I see him, he looks like he's a safety, but he's playing as a defensive end.
When's the last time you saw a handoff convert on a 2-point play?
Not often.
Not often.
Not often.
I've just
but again,
turned full hater mode tonight.
On a 2-yard line, what coverage are you going to get?
Man.
You would think you would run something to beat man coverage. Like the play gets you open instead of the player getting himself open.
Even if you're not going to mesh just on the one side of the field, mesh through the middle. Run a little like
there's so many different combinations. You can stack 2 receivers to one side, depending on who's up and who's back. If the outside guy is pressed, the inside guy will pick for the outside guy that's pressed.
So you don't know which guy is picking yet until you see the defense.
Until you see it. Now, if it's flipped, the inside guy is pressed, the outside guy would now in turn pick for him. And so you can come up there and it will be easy. If they're both picked, whoever the coach wants to get the ball to, it's normally he's our best receiver. If you guys both have the same look, we're picking for the outside guy all the time.
Right.
If it's one guy, we're picking for him.
But you rarely get the same look because the defense is trying to lock in levels. Like they're trying
one
to
will
create
be pressed
space.
and one will be back.
Usually, yes.
Yes, and so that's the guy you pick for.
Yeah.
And if they try to switch it, say the outside guy is pressed, and the inside guy goes to pick, but they switch it.
Yeah.
This inside guy goes to pick, and then he curves it in.
Yep.
Now you got him beat by leverage.
Yep. You basically box him out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so now you got them beat by leverage. They can't win. But you got to have smart players to be able to do those type of things.
Well, college kids are generally not relied on to do those sort of things. College coaches generally try to control every possible variable. That's why you've got the quarterback standing up, looking over to the sideline. What should we run now, coach? And they don't control their own checks. And very rarely are you going to allow wide receivers to go out there and just say okay, we're going to figure this out.
Now, if you practice it
based
enough,
on reads, then you could do it.
You can do it.
Yeah.
But to me, those are plays where they're gimme, and those are play designs that are getting you open and not forcing a guy to always have to get open.
I thought that's what they did such a good job of last year. Alabama, speaking of. This is the Adonai Mitchell catch. That's a great catch. True freshman. These are hands down the best 2 teams in college football, and they're playing a great game right now. I've been harsh on Bennett tonight.
Bennett did his thing. Now, this Georgia defense, who has carried them all season, step up and win this game for us now.
Man.
Step up and win it.
Yeah.
Would you think if they stop them on this drive, this could quite possibly be it?
Well, you're getting down to that with 3 times. Each team has all of their timeouts left. Okay, so I think Alabama, in their mind, probably thinks, okay, we legitimately, for sure, have 2 possessions left, maybe 3.
I don't
Outside
believe
chance.
3.
Outside chance at 3.
If they go 3 and out, for sure 2. If they get more than 2 first downs, this may be their last possession.
That's right. Remember, they've just killed them with.
And you lose 3 yards on
why,
first down.
Why are you handing the ball off
you
there?
lose 3 yards
What
on
are we,
first down.
guys? There's 8 minutes left. Hey, Bill, like you're running.
How many
the ball
running
on
yards do
Georgia's
they have
defense?
over the game? I'm gonna say 47.
I know they've popped a couple, but this is not the time. Like this is your only hope is the fact that the best player on the field at the moment is Bryce Young. That's your bet. That is your best hope. Is you take the game out of the hands of the defensive front 7. All he did with that handoff is give the pass rush. And look at them all lined up. Look at the pass rushers. Look at them. They're like just like
Quick
in track
screen.
stance.
Don't let the tight end fool you.
They should throw the quick screen right down here to the bottom.
Oh,
Good coverage there.
That's
They're asking
great
for
coverage.
a flag, but
that's
just
great
good
coverage. That's great coverage.
They should have thrown a little dump screen down low here to the near side.
See, he's a true freshman. He's just using his speed instead of getting open at the line of scrimmage. You got to get open at the line of scrimmage, young receivers, and press coverage. You can't just run.
Well, and you can't just, what do they call it, fade?
That was an inside slot fade, and
he's got to stack and get vertical at some point, and then you can drop out of it when the ball comes over your outside shoulder. But he just drifts his way
tried to outrun him
to be covered.
Because he got away with that in high school, outrunning people.
Great coverage again. There's your defense,
They'll get another possession unless they can't stop Georgia.
They'll stop Georgia. Because there's no way Kirby is going to go throw it around.
Kirby's going to run.
Look at this defense. That is such good defense.
That's great defense.
So they bracket Slade Bolden there. You see? So 29's over the top,
you know what
31's underneath.
you know what coverage that looked like?
What's that?
It looked like they were playing 2-man.
Maybe a little bit.
Did you see how that corner played Slade Bolden?
Yes.
It looked like it could have been 2-man. And if Bryce Young sees that,
he should have run.
Take off and go.
He's got to run.
As soon as you see 2-man, everybody's back's turned, go run.
There's no player for the quarterback in 2-man. And so a really good veteran quarterback, as soon as he sees 2-man, is going to wait one beat with his eyes up, let the routes clear out so that the second-level defenders get out of the intermediate zones, and then he's going to take off. It's almost a guaranteed 8 yards, probably more like 12, 13, if that was the coverage.
It looked like it could have been just the way 31 Poole played Bolden on that. That's why I say it was 2-man, because he had safety help over the top, and he was literally sitting underneath like he knew he had help over the top.
So let's say it was like this. All right, so 2-man looks like this. I'm just drawing the second level, okay? So you've got, or I'll draw these guys in here too. Okay, so this is just a generic, I don't know exactly what the front was, but this is just like a generic 2-man. So what we're saying here is that this player's locked on, this player's locked on, this player's got the tailback, this player's locked on, and this player's locked on, and then you've got 2 half players like that. So everyone rushes like this. Guess what is not covered? The quarterback. So as soon as you see 2-man as a quarterback, okay, so like let's say he runs out this way, he's out of there. You know, he runs his route. So all these guys are taken up, and they go drop halves. Now the quarterback sets for one beat, and then he finds his lane. So if they don't twist, which in 2-man, if you don't twist as a defensive coordinator, you're
in trouble.
You're in trouble. But if they don't twist, you find a lane, and then you run. And that run should get you somewhere in the 8 to 12 yards range.
Now, for people that are watching, you say, oh, why won't the receivers run inside? In two-man, the defenders are going to sit inside.
That's right.
And try to take away that inside. Now, when you have a mobile quarterback, if you did want to stay and play two-man, you would have one of those rushers drop.
That's right.
And spy the quarterback. But Bryce Young isn't the runner, hence we're going to rush for and play two-man.
So to combat that, like let's say, here's what TJ is talking about. So we've got this, we've got this. So to combat that, so everyone's locked up on the outside, right? So you got backers, you've got Mike right there, you've got a backer, you've got corner, you've got safety, you've got safety. So to combat that, what he's saying is, let's say on this side you would run a twist, and on this side you would run your nose out this way and create a three-man rush and then spy this guy out.
Yes.
And the end would become a quarterback player if you were worried about the quarterback taking off. You could also spy this end out and then play a banjo between the end and the mic on the tailback. So if the tailback went that way, this mic has him. If he goes this way, the end has him.
Correct.
And that's a way you can play two-man as well.
And I would guess in college they're not doing this
Probably
because you don't want to have no miscommunication.
That's right. And an end is going to have his hand in the ground, and then he's going to stand up and be like, hey,
NFL,
what's going on?
you get it done.
They do that all the time.
Yes.
Yes. All right, so here we go. 7 minutes. Alabama's got timeouts. It's going to be some run game action.
I'm going to guess
here.
we're going to see 3 straight runs.
And if not, listen, if not, it's going to be a what I would call a run action pass. It's not even a play action pass. A run action pass means you get full flow run action and then a boot off of it. Play action means that you're going to actually pass protect with a hard run fake and then set up in the pocket. Run action pass moves the launch point for the quarterback outside of the pocket.
I think they're done with the play action passes.
Yeah.
At least they should be.
Maybe run action is what I'm saying, though, right?
Yes, 100%.
Another run. Oh, they're going to pop it.
First down. Or close to
Boy,
it.
those first downs are like gold right now, aren't they?
Every first down, 2 minutes.
If this is short, they should quick snap quarterback sneak. It's not. So they gave him the first down. You know what I'm saying, though? Like second down, you get up there, and it's like 3rd and 1.
You and I both know these defensive coaches, oh, no, we're going to let this tick to 1.
That's right.
They're going to let it tick to 1.
That's right. But the first down is more important.
Way more important. But they'd rather
does that all the time? Brady.
Yes.
Brady sneaks on 3rd and 1 all the time, and it's so smart.
They're not snapping the ball with less than 2 seconds.
They shouldn't. If he does, he snapped it with 9 and the clock rolling.
That's where you got to be in a headset saying, Stetson, snap the ball at 2 seconds, not 9 seconds.
TJ, this is a case study of why I could never be a coach. I would strangle a player.
But you can talk to the coach.
Is this live? Can I say that? I'm not a coach.
Strangle. He means strangle him with his words.
I would.
He would strangle him verbally. Verbally strangle him.
If the game clock is running and Stetson Bennett,
you know what the biggest problem is?
He should never snap the ball until there's inside of 5 seconds.
Look what he's doing now. Look what he's doing now.
He snaps it again. What is happening?
At 10 seconds. Bama can't stop the run, so it's not hurting him. But this is why this is happening. The coaches should be letting him know.
Of course
they're getting out of the huddle at 19, 20 seconds.
They
should be getting out of the huddle
at 12
seconds.
That's exactly right.
And so the coach should say, Stetson, you're getting out of the huddle too soon.
Way too soon.
Stay in there.
But this is taught in like fall camp. Okay, so this is 101 clock management. You're in milk the clock mode if you are the Georgia Bulldogs. Okay, yes, you'd like to move the ball, but as a quarterback, what you're trying to do as a quarterback is control the entire tempo of the game. So you don't want your offensive line waiting up there in their stance for 20 seconds. So you don't put them down there.
You know how many quarterbacks are watching this here? Stetson, what are you doing?
Exactly. So you don't put them in that position. So if you're going to huddle and there's a 40-second clock, a play clock, right? Then you've got to look at the play clock before you get into the huddle. Keep your eye on it when you're calling the play. Hey, boys, here we are. We're in spread right gun, 94 zone, whatever.
You know what you say? I know what. First off, I want to thank my coaches. You guys have really taught me football. I took a lot of this SHIT for you guys really taught me football, man.
What's going on.
But we would sit in the huddle and we would be like, all right, we're going to sit in here until 13 seconds. We're not snap. We would tell nobody jump. We're
That's
not
right.
snapping the ball
That's
until
right.
2 seconds. Hold your water.
You never go on 2 because you don't want to take
Never
a false
go
start.
on 2.
You don't do any of that stuff. You don't do any like
It's first
cute
down.
motions or anything like that that can cause anything. You get up there, and here's what you do. You hold everybody in the huddle. Hold everybody in the huddle. Hold everybody in the huddle. And then you say, right when okay, what is it? Do you see what I'm talking about, right? This is a case study. Guys, there's 34 seconds of game clock that can come off if he just sits there. If he snaps the ball, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind if he snaps
Not with
the ball.
25 seconds left. Oh, my God. They should lose. And he throws it. And they're throwing it. And they're throwing it. And they're throwing it, and they got a penalty.
Bailed out.
Kirby not so smart.
Bailed out.
They have things that they need to go over in Georgia football. They're probably going to win this game. But this has been a bad display of clock management.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Has it not?
It has, and they got bailed out by poor defense right here.
I mean, he's literally just bear hugging him.
Yeah,
Like,
you
turn
can't
and
do
play
that.
the ball,
Like,
bro.
You can't do that, dude.
So would you say 3 plays they could have run off that was 27 seconds, 9 and 12, 42 seconds off the clock?
There's 40, yes. Let's call it 40. So
seconds.
it should be 4 minutes and 10 seconds right now.
Wow.
4 minutes and that's an eternity.
Because a touchdown, Alabama they can still tie this game.
Exactly right.
It's not like you're
That's
out of the woods.
exactly right.
You're not out of the woods.
Oh,
Come on,
Bama can't
64,
stop him.
don't do that.
Bama can't
54,
stop him.
don't do that. Don't be selfish, 54. Don't do that.
This you can sense that Bama feels it, or that they can't stop them. So Georgia is feeling it. They're too powerful
right now.
And at this point, I hate to say this. Well, I don't hate to say this.
Did you let them score?
Exactly. I think Bama might be better off at this point. Yeah, that's a bad. He dove over that line of scrimmage.
This is more like it. Getting out of the huddle at 10, 11 seconds.
But he
don't
still
snap
is
the
not
ball.
looking at it. He still is not looking at it. He snaps it. Okay, timeout.
It's 5 seconds
How do
left.
they not know how to?
What are you
how
doing?
do they not know how to
You
operate the
practice
clock?
this.
Anyways,
Just
let
go
me
to
get
show
back
if
to
you get the
this.
best players, you win.
4 minutes left. You're down by 1 if you're Alabama. The last thing that you want to do is allow Georgia to roll off 3.5 more minutes.
And you waste all 3 of your timeouts
Yes.
stopping the clock.
I don't think Alabama's going to use their timeouts.
You'd rather have
I
three
would rather have
timeouts in a
I would
minute
rather
and a
have
half?
3 timeouts and a minute than no timeouts and 2 minutes.
They get a first
Personally,
down. If
right?
they get a first down
And I know
here,
that's not the technical.
they get a first down here. If they're smart, they could bleed the clock to just at 2 minutes. If they get one more first down, they can bleed it to 2 minutes if they manage the clock.
I wouldn't
correctly.
take a timeout if I was Nick Saban until I had to, in order to get the ball back.
They get a first down. They could possibly get 2 first downs if they don't get a goal-to-go situation. Stay in bounds. Okay. Third and
Third
one.
down.
3rd and a half a yard.
But I mean, at some point you are.
I don't like this play to the short side of the field either.
Well, no, because you bring in the out of bounds. You bring
Because
in the clock.
2 could have
stopper.
literally run him out of bounds.
That's right.
What are they doing? 25
Why
seconds
did he
left.
just snap the ball?
Don't score. Don't score.
And he did. Okay, folks. They
Illegal man
literally
downfield.
They literally
Guaranteed this illegal man. Oh, he threw the ball behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he should be fine.
Oh, he hit Stetson Bennett in the face, roughing the passer. No, he wouldn't be calling that. Black Hat would not be calling that. That would
Well,
be...
there's two officials in college in the backfield.
Okay.
This is fascinating. And you're getting my just like
You might be
full-
better off declining that or accepting it.
Well, he's going to just take the touchdown. We said 40 before that snap, and he just snapped it with
25 seconds. That's a minute
A minute
and
5.
5 seconds that they could have run off the clock. So now they would have the ball with 2 minutes and what, 28 seconds?
Yes. Yes.
Unreal. Wow.
This is
Could it be Stetson Bennett's lack of
well, no, because Kirby, the first
playing
time he did
time?
it, he could have just walked, like, called a timeout. Obviously, no one.
The coaches aren't aware either.
That's right. That's right.
See, that was man-to-man. Eyes in the backfield. It's good to see Bowers get a touchdown. He's done so much for this Georgia football team over the course of the season. It's good for him to score in this national championship game. I see you, Stetson. We've been on your butt. And you possibly 3 minutes and 33 seconds away from taking your team to a national championship victory.
It just goes to show you how good that the rest of the roster is, at least in my
Stacked.
estimation. They're totally stacked. They're fast on defense. They're powerful.
I mean, they're literally playing 4 guys in the box.
Yeah.
And they're stopping the run.
Yeah.
Maybe 5 guys, and they're stopping the run.
Well, here you go. It's your best defense in college football. You just gave them
Just don't let them
8-point lead with 3 minutes and 33
Just don't let them
seconds
Tua and
left.
Devontae you.
I know, right?
The cover 2, the safety didn't get over the top.
Yep. I just tweeted out, why were they snapping the ball with 25 seconds left on the play clock with the game clock running? Georgia just saved Bama 1:05 of game clock because they didn't know how to manage the clock. Way to go, guys.
That's a fact.
I'm such a hater.
And you know what? I guarantee there's not many people that have paid much attention to that part of it either.
I mean, that's all I would be thinking about as the quarterback.
You would think.
You know what I mean?
An experienced quarterback would think that.
That's true. All right, empty backfield. What do?
Quick
Little
passes.
slant, quick passes. That's all you got to do. You got plenty of time if you're Bama. 3 timeouts. Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Can't get ahead of yourself. Bryce Young doesn't need to force it down the field at all. Last series, they forced it down the field. Run, force. Like, get
But
back
I don't
to the
think he
short
will.
passing game.
The good part of going to a top flight, compete for national championship high school is you're in this situation a lot. He won national championships at Mater Dei. This isn't his first big game.
That's true.
It's not this big, but he's been involved in these type of games before. He won't panic.
Shoot, even the Iron Bowl, that last series of the Iron Bowl was
Ice
wild.
water in his veins.
Yeah, crazy. Now, he had Williams and Mechie on the field. You know,
He did have those guys.
He doesn't have those guys right now. This is
Man-to-man.
This is going to be tough for him.
Crossing route.
Oh, what a play! Brian Robinson, Texas route.
17 overplayed the flat route.
Yeah, he did.
He overplayed it.
Okay, so watch. See, Robinson's going to go up. There you go. Way to go,
17 overplayed it.
Boom, just like that. And then he comes right back on the inside. What a great play.
That's a great tackle by the safety. He missed
is.
that tackle. Touchdown.
It is. I was going to draw it, but
They're going to zone it up now. They're zoning it up.
Why are they running the ball? Hey, man. Bill O'Brien.
Wow.
Traded Hopkins.
This isn't the NFL. No 2-minute warning. Tick, tick, tick.
That was such a wasted play. Man, this Georgia defense is good.
They're not even past the 50 yet.
It looks like 2-man again. That looks like 2-man to me. You see it? They got 2 safeties back. We got just sitting in man coverage.
He's
you
pressed.
got 17s on 4.
Let's see
100%. That's
it's
2-man.
some type
Run.
of man.
Run. Finds him. Latu, tight end, staying alive.
That might have been the best protection Alabama's given Bryce Young all game.
Yeah, I mean,
that might have been some of the best.
It is 2-man.
It is 2-man.
See what I mean? Look at if he runs right.
Or you know what it might be? It might be some type of Man, quarters look.
Yeah,
I don't know.
There could be a bracket.
Uh-oh. Pick.
Oh,
29. Play the ball. You got an interception.
it's for sure 2-man.
Yeah.
He's got to run. They got to call a quarterback draw.
By nature,
He's not a
he's
runner.
a passer. By even when he gets out of the pocket, he gets out of the pocket to give his receivers time to get open. He never gets out of the pocket looking to run. If you pay attention to Bryce, he's a true quarterback. He's getting out of the pocket trying to give his receivers time to get open.
That's true.
He doesn't look to run.
Because he's good. I mean, because he's got so much talent in his arm.
Good protection again.
Oh, what a throw, and he didn't
That's a
catch
dime.
it. Oh,
That's a
my
dime.
gosh, what a throw.
I mean, he literally put that ball where only the receiver can get his hand on it. That's a great throw. Nice release.
But he looked
Stack
back. Yeah, he looked back
'em!
too fast. He looked back from the. Oh my gosh, he's got to catch that
If
ball.
he stacks that DB, and number one, he could have put his left hand out there as well.
Yes, he could
But
have.
if he stacks him, he catches that and walks in.
Well, and by the way, don't look back at the quarterback.
Run.
Give me
Then look,
4 or
he looked
5
like
steps.
He beat him so bad at the line of scrimmage.
He looked right
early.
away. But don't, right?
No, you should not. Okay. And this is where.
No, picked off.
Fall down.
Georgia's gonna win it.
Fall down. Fall down. Number 11 is gonna catch you.
Georgia wins the national championship. Oh my goodness. What a play.
So you know what I teach my receivers, Joe, is this. We got to understand protections. If it's a 3-step drop, you look right away. If it's a 5-step drop,
Go.
you got to go, then look.
That was such a massive drop because he wins. Like it's there. That's the game. That's what the difference between winning and losing is that much.
And
Brooks wins at the release.
stack them.
Bryce Young wins with the read, wins with the throw, and he doesn't execute the catch. He doesn't execute. Like, he's got to
You know what
catch the
Alabama
ball.
fans are saying? God, if that was Mechie or Jameson
100%.
Williams, we got a tie game.
100%.
They're
100%.
young receivers, they'll learn from this, but if that's Mechie or Williams,
1,000%.
are we talking a different ball game right now?
Yes.
Quite possibly.
Yes.
Quite possibly.
And that's what makes me so sick about the Jameson Williams injury. So Young makes a great throw. So now he's like, well, screw it. I'm throwing it to my best guy. And so he's forcing it to Slade Bolden because Brooks just dropped that.
Yes.
There's no doubt in my
what's
mind
crazy?
that that's what just happened.
If we're at home and we could rewind this, number 11, he has to clear out. He has to clear out and go. He's jogging that route because I don't think he believes he's getting the ball. His guy is able to come off.
Which is a young receiver deal. Yes.
But when you know you have a corner route coming, you have to clear it. You got to go.
Yes.
Because his guy picks that ball off because he feels the receiver jogging, not knowing he's not getting the ball. Because we run different when we feel like we have a chance to get the ball.
I'm so glad you're here for those last 2 plays because Alabama, listen, they might not have won the game. And credit Georgia. Georgia did a great job. Their offensive line, their defense, their defensive line, their secondary. But Bama lost the game because their wide receivers didn't play with details.
And they're young. they haven't had the experience. And it will come. This game, they'll be better because of this game. Slade Bolden is the only one that has experience of playing a consistent amount of snaps over the course of the season. Those other guys, they might get in over blowouts. Stetson don't cry with that face.
Yeah.
It's not flattering, bro.
He's got to. You know what? I'm not going to pile on Stetson Bennett.
Hey,
actually,
Stetson Bennett balled. He get my credit. I'm like, play JT. Stetson, my bad,
he
bro.
won the national championship.
You did your thing.
Good
my
for
bad.
you, man. Good for you.
It might not. I think it would have been an easier game had JT started, but you won the game, so I'm wrong. You did your thing. He played well.
Man.
You did well. Look at that face. Come on, Stetson, don't do that.
You're a meme now.
For real.
Dang it. The best moment of his life is now he's a meme.
He made that throw to Mitchell was a great throw. It's a better catch, but it was a great throw. Yeah, defensive struggle turned into an offensive game here in the last 8 minutes of the game, huh? Kirby, is he the first former assistant?
Well, no, Jimbo beat Nick this year.
Oh, he
so
did.
This was
well, in this
before
type
this
of game.
Oh,
okay,
in this type of game, absolutely. I think the stat was like 25-1 or 27-1 or something like
man,
this.
They relentless.
Yeah.
They are relentless. Goodness gracious, they're relentless. Well, they're losing quite a few coaches to Oregon. See how this repeat goes. Hey, at least all three of us were correct in this prediction.
We did.
We were correct.
I got to tell you.
I got to text Coach on and say, Coach, you were wrong on that one. You said you had Bama. Who did Cristobal have?
Well, I think if Jameson Williams
It's a different game. It's for sure a different game. He's making that catch. It's a different game. That's for sure. Bottom is open. Yeah, there you go. He was open. He was open. He won right on the release run right away. Right away he won. He looked again early. Bryce threw it early.
Mm-hmm.
Bama fighting to the end, though. They were like, okay, let's score and kick an onside kick.
This is such a massive win in just the overall, I think, the overall structure of college football. Not that Bama's going anywhere. That's not what I would suggest. But I would suggest that the Georgia dominance in recruiting, I think, was maybe in the balance, because it's like, hey, man, can you win it? You know what I mean? Like, okay, so you're getting all these great classes. You've got the best
Georgia
roster in college football, but can you actually do it? Well, now they can. So now they kind of replace Clemson on that mantle.
When you
like,
watch this game,
Georgia's
by far the most talented team.
Yes.
And I don't even know if it's close, man. Like, Georgia has a ton of talent. They're big up front on both sides. They're strong.
So
their backs run with so much anger.
Now, granted, like this was a year that Georgia was building towards, you know, with the depth that they have on the defensive side and the skills that they have and the overall recruiting that they've had, whereas Bama is trying to reload as best they can.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, like, this is a team for Bama that is a young team. Like, Will's going to be back. Will Anderson's going to be back.
We always
Bryce
look at
Young
Alabama like, oh, they'll be good next year.
They'll be fine.
Will Georgia?
I think I'll have my way too early top 10 right after the game for 2022. And I guess a little bit of a spoiler, Bama's my number one team going into next year. I mean, think about it. They've got the best offensive player and the best defensive player in college football coming back to their team.
I've never done an early top 10. I'm going to say, you know who I believe will have it won't even be quiet because people will be excited. SC will finish in the top 10 next year.
Top 10, interesting.
If Caleb Williams and Mario Williams, no relation, I believe, both come to SC, which I believe they are, they don't have the toughest schedule. They have an opportunity to have a really quick turnaround. and turn this around. I believe Lincoln Riley and those guys could slide into this top 10 just because of the schedule that they have this year isn't the toughest.
Their schedule is definitely not the toughest. Utah is still going to be good, although they have to replace Devin Lloyd, who's a great leader for them.
Their best running back,
Tavion,
kid from Ohio, yes.
I can't think of his last name. Williams? Tavion Williams?
I just know he's a big, tall kid from Ohio. What's his last name?
I can try. I've got a computer machine.
There we go.
Tavion Thomas.
Tavion Thomas.
I thought it was
Oregon, new head coach.
Oregon's got the new head coach with Dan Lanning. UCLA, they're going to lose Zach Charbonnet. I don't know what UCLA
He's
is.
entering the draft?
Yes.
You see DTR's coming back.
DTR is coming back.
Is that good for UCLA?
I don't know. We'll see. They had Dylan Gabriel for a moment in the transfer portal. Now he's going to Oklahoma. It'll be interesting to see what Oklahoma is. Kirby Smart, by the way, moves to 1-2 against Nick Saban in championship games. This was a good game. This was a good game. There was a lot of hate from me during today's game.
I hope that fella.
I hope Jameson Williams is all right.
But
I didn't think Georgia could win. After the first series, I'll be real honest, I did not think they could win with Bennett at quarterback.
The way they were playing.
And he did. He made some incredible passes. Incredible passes.
He's fighting to the end.
Yeah, he is. What a year this Georgia team had. They had the letdown in the SEC championship game, didn't play their best. But overall, and I've said this leading into this game, I thought Georgia was the best team, the most consistent, great team of the season all year long. And that SEC championship game was just not.
3-man rush. They finished with a sack.
Yeah, there you go. But I think that this sets up Georgia to have a little bit of a run, maybe a Clemson-style run that we've seen in the last 8 years. And it certainly continues to cement the dominance of the SEC. They've been incredible. There's JT Daniels, former high school teammate with Bryce Young, nice embrace, and Nick Saban and Kirby Smart. Kirby finally gets his national championship.
JT leaves the SC. Here comes Bryce. Modern day powerhouse. Modern day is Alabama of high school football.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Hey, man, I appreciate you being here.
It's been fun.
Yes. TJ Houshmandzadeh. Where can we check out what you got going on?
I'm low key.
No social?
I'm on Instagram, I believe. My phone right here. I'm on it a lot. But actually, my kids and Chad started my Instagram page in Cincinnati.
Really?
Yeah. I just got on Twitter like 5 months ago.
Oh, man, get off. Twitter sucks.
TJ Hoosh 84.
All right.
TJ Hoosh 84.
TJ Hoosh 84.
And Twitter, I don't know because I don't have it on my phone.
There you go. I don't either, by the way.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Way to go. All right, man. I appreciate you.
It's been fun.
Thanks for being here tonight.
Congrats, Georgia Bulldogs, Alabama. Hats off to another great season.
Man, ain't that the truth? Okay,
and I'll be back next year.
Here we go for my way too early top 10 for 2022 here as we get started. All right, now here, let me fix all these cords. All right, here we go. All right, as we get this thing rolling here, let's start revealing here. We'll go with number 10, and I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but let me just tell you right now, Wake Forest is going to be damn good.
Play Clemson this year?
Yeah, I mean, Clemson's going to be good too, but they're up here too. Wake, just watch out for Wake because I think that this team has some building blocks to be very good in the coming years and in particular next year. I'm going to go Notre Dame at number 9. Now, this is not this was not supposed to be the year that Notre Dame was great. Okay, they were trying to build, they were trying to develop on the offensive line and build towards the future. That future is starting to happen now with Marcus Freeman as Brian Kelly moves down to LSU. I've got them in the top 10. I like Utah still. Like I said, they're retaining a lot of pieces on that team. Cameron Rising is back. They're going to have to replace Devin Lloyd. That's absolutely certain. But you know one thing about Utah football, they will continue to play great defense. All right, in particular in that front seven. So I like Utah in the top 10. As we go down, I like Arkansas. Now, I've gotten a lot of heat for this one as well, but Arkansas is doing something with Coach Pittman, and I think Arkansas is going to be a really good team next year. I've just got a hunch. They've got their quarterback back, Jefferson, and they're building something special. So I'm going to keep Arkansas in the top 10. Clemson is at number 6. I think that they're going to bounce back, maybe not at the top end of college football, but Clemson is going to bounce back and be a top 10 team. As we saw, even with the struggles they had this year, they were able to at least get, after the bowl win, to that double-digit win mark. All right, now we move into the top 5. I'm going to keep Michigan up here. Now, this remains to be seen, right? Obviously, they're missing their outside rushers, Ajabo and Hutchinson. We'll see with Jim Harbaugh. There's speculation now with Harbaugh that he could move on to the NFL. That could present some chaos for Michigan. So we'll see about this. But I kept them in the top 5 for 3 reasons. They've got 3 true freshmen on their offensive side that are really good. J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback, Donovan Edwards, the running back, and Andrell Anthony. And those guys are going to join Eric All, who comes back the tight end, as well as Blake Corum. I love Sharon Moore, their offensive line coach. I really like Josh Gaddis, Mike McDonald. A lot of things there to like about Michigan, so I kept them at number 5. Lots of good young talent on that offense. And then as we move into the top 4, I've got Texas A&M at number 4. Now, listen, I understand that for Texas A&M, they're going to have to start translating their recruiting prowess into prowess on the field. They beat Alabama this year. That needs to continue to happen. They need to continue to threaten in that western side of the SEC. I've got Georgia at number 3. They're going to miss a lot of guys off of that defense. The national champions aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Trust me, they're still going to be up there. I still think they win the east side of the SEC, but they are going to miss a lot of guys off of that defense. That's why I moved them to number 3. At number 2, I've got Ohio State. Now, Ohio State's got C.J. Stroud. They've got Jackson Smith and Jigba. They've got a new coordinator in Jim Knowles, who I think a lot of. He comes from Oklahoma State. He goes over to Ohio State. If they can fix that defense, the offense is going to be unbelievable. Remember, Travion Henderson is still there. They've recruited at the top end of college football. But again, Stroud, those wide receivers, watch out for Marvin Harrison. I think he could be a huge player for them on the outside as well. And number 1, you know who it is. Even though they lost tonight, it's Alabama. Bryce Young, back. Will Anderson, back. They're going to get these young wide receivers who made mistakes in this game, and they're going to learn from those mistakes, and then they're going to move forward, and I think that they're going to be the number 1 team in the preseason next year. Way, 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 way too early, and everything can change maybe except for Alabama at number 1. But there's a quick glimpse at what I've got. Now, before we move on to RJ, and I know we're going to him for a live reaction show right here after this tailgate party. A couple of teams that you don't see. Oklahoma. I just don't know what I'm going to get from Oklahoma. You're losing both of the quarterbacks, obviously. You're bringing in a transfer. You're moving from an offensive-oriented head coach to a defensive-oriented head coach. Could I have included Oklahoma? Absolutely. They've recruited fairly well. I just don't know what the identity of the Sooners is going to be. I love what Bob Stoops was able to do in that bowl season, but now losing Caleb Williams, trying to go to Dylan Gabriel to transfer, what is the Sooners? What are the Sooners? What will they be next year? I think that remains to be seen. So that was a big question mark for me coming into this top 10. That's why I went with Wake instead of the Oklahoma Sooners. So there you have it, my top 10 teams as we move on. Georgia is the national champion. RJ, my friend, I think we got you here. There he is. RJ, what's going on, man? How are you?
Georgia and breaking a 41-year drought. I was excited, and I saw you getting a little into it. I saw you with the Surrender Cobra there for a little bit.
I was, listen, you got a glimpse of, that was authentically me during a game. I always am mad at games versus like excited. Like when I'm broadcasting a game, I generally focus on the positives, right? You guys all know that. Me and Gus focus on the positives, and that's how I broadcast a game. When I'm watching a game, I always focus on the negatives. What are they doing? They should do this. And that's what you saw tonight. I didn't think Georgia was going to be able, by the way, to win this with a Stetson Bennett game plan. But credit him, man. Listen, I doubted him. I threw shade out at him all night long. But I'll give credit where credit's due. Listen, the former walk-on stepped up, RJ, and he threw some great passes in clutch moments late in that game when they needed it most and led them to a victory. And so I'm happy for him. I'm happy for Georgia. I can't imagine how good this feels, not only conquering the Alabama kind of gorilla in the room, if you will, but elephant in the room, Crimson Tide, obviously, no pun intended, but winning a national championship, first since, the early 80s. And like I said late in the program, I'm sure you could probably wax poetically about this for a long time. I think that this is a big point of inflection in college football because it feels like Georgia has replaced what Clemson has been for the last 8 years, which was kind of the clear sidekick, Robin to Alabama's Batman. And that's what tonight felt like to me.
I don't think that you're wrong, quite honestly. And it felt like if you weren't going to get it done with this team against this Alabama team, then you simply weren't going to get it done if you were Georgia. And I feel so good for those fans who haven't seen a national championship since 1980. They get to burn it down tonight and have a very good time. But also to your point, I mean, Kirby Smart has 66 4- and 5-stars on that roster, and he got plays from the 2-star at quarterback. And I just quickly shout out Keely Ringo, who was getting picked on all night and was picked on in the SEC championship game, who had not just the game-sealing pick, but the game-sealing score.
Yep.
I felt so good for the kiddo from Saguaro.
That's a great point, and I'm sure you'll also talk about this, and this is the last thing I will leave you with. I hope Jameson Williams is okay. I wish Mechie and Williams would have been on the field. I wish we could have seen this strength against strength. But we'll never know, and Georgia wins the national championship. RJ, take it away, my friend. I appreciate you. Love listening to you, and I know you're going to have a great show. Have a good night, bud.
Thank you so much, Joel.
You got it.
What's up, kinfolk? Welcome to the #1 ranked show with me, RJ Young. Today, we have to talk about, react to the college football playoff national championship game. Georgia wins 33-18 to break a 41-year drought. We're also going to talk a little bit about my way to early top 10. Those of you that watch the CFB on Fox live tailgate presented by FTX got to see Joel Klatt's top 10, way too early top 10. He's very high on that. We differ a little bit, but you'll be, I think, a little bit amazed about how much in sync we are. And I want to talk a little bit about Chuck Ealy, who was inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame after waiting for, quite honestly, too long for this honor. But let's talk about the game that was Georgia versus Alabama. I mentioned the score 33-18, but man, did we see a great defensive struggle or not? And it started out just as I thought it would. No, it didn't. Because in the first quarter, we had Devontae Wyatt line up offsides on one play. We saw Jordan Davis get into the backfield. We saw Bryce Young look like he fumbled the football. No, they call it an incomplete pass, and Alabama holds on to the ball. That's one of the inflection points for me here. The other, quite honestly, Jameson Williams, who splits the defense on a seam route where you got two safeties going like this. He catches the ball 40 yards downfield, tries to regain his balance, and lands awkwardly on his knee. We don't know exactly what happened. We just know that he was out for the rest of the game. And it's not just Alabama's #1 wide receiver. It is their #1 or #2 wide receiver, depending on how you feel about John Mechie, going down in the, that's 2 wide receivers in the last 3 games for Alabama. And then I just started to think about this. This is Jameson Williams going down, John Mechie going down. Last year, we lost Devontae Smith to the second half of a game that was quite honestly decided, and where he had 200 yards receiving in the first half to a hand injury. It just felt awful for the Alabama receiving corps and for Alabama wide receiver coach Holman Wiggins, who has been grooming these dudes to show up and play in this way. But we were going to figure out some things about these 4- and 5-star wide receivers at Alabama. One of them, in Slade Bolden, showed up, had a great game, had the most catches for anybody. Bryce Young threw the ball 56 times in this game, but Ja'Cory Brooks just didn't have it like he had it against Cincinnati. Agiye Hall had opportunities to show out. He's going to want some of these opportunities back. He dropped some passes that I know he knows he could have caught. But you put the game in Bryce Young's hands throughout this entire venture, and he had the picks that ended up giving Georgia opportunities to go and win the football game. Defensively, I thought Georgia was elite, right? And one of the things that I had pointed to was the ability for that front seven to get into everybody's backfield, and that includes Alabama's, because quiet as it's kept, we looked at the scoreboard, we saw a 41-24 SEC championship game, we saw Bryce Young throw for 400-plus yards, we saw 3 TDs, we also saw no sacks. But those who watched the number 1 ranked show last week will remember me pointing out these 4 or 5 times in the first half alone where Georgia linebackers and defensive linemen had opportunities to put Bryce Young on the ground, and he did his Houdini thing, right? Escaping that pressure and getting the ball out of his hands. Tonight, they were able to get home with a little bit more frequency and had some really, well, quite honestly, game-changing opportunities for QB pressures and even putting him on the ground, because just putting Bryce Young on the ground, getting 13-yard losses in the red zone to force field goals is a big deal, because we're talking about last game that they had in the SEC championship game. Bryce Young escapes that pressure. He picks up the 3rd down and then scores on the next couple of plays. In this game, that's a field goal. And it felt like that's what the game was going to be, right? We're trading field goals. And I, as a football lover, love a defensive game, because I'm getting to see offenses and defenses check and counter check each other, right? I'm seeing a great chess match. I understand that that's not what the casual fan wants to see, but hey, man, when I get 2 outstanding defenses, I appreciate the heck out of it, because NFL people were all about this. Not to say that I want a game that is going to get more NFL people into it. They're already taking our top 2% every year. It is to say, you appreciate how fast Alabama is up front. You appreciate how fast Georgia is up front. And you also appreciate these odd fronts that you saw from Alabama and Georgia. They both run a 3-4. Many people want to ask why. It's because the offensive line doesn't get to adjust in ways they want to. It's difficult for those guys to get to the second level to go and get those linebackers to clear running lanes. When you're lining up over centers and guards, those guys have to be occupied with those guys in the middle. And when you got a Devontae Wyatt, when you got a Jordan Davis, when you got a Jalen Carter who can block field goals, that's more than just a little bit. And then you got Nolan Smith on the outside. You got Channing Tindall that can come in there and sack your quarterback. And you got Nakobe Dean seeking whom he may destroy. All you're asking for is your back end to hold up. And I thought that was going to be an important aspect of this game, regardless of how it went. And I was right. You had guys like Lewis Sine showing up to play. Christopher Smith, who got torched in the SEC championship game, is making plays. And then my favorite, Keely Ringo, who had been picked on the SEC championship, who I highlighted as a guy that Alabama should pick on in this game, had the game-sealing pick 6 to finish it. A former 5-star out of Saguaro who was fighting his way at corner. He's a dude that looks like an outside linebacker if you see him. I was very excited for him. Another aspect of this that I thought was really interesting is there was the stat that was floating around. We got this from the crew at Fox Sports. Our research team does a great job. UGA is 57-5 in games where Kirby Smart had a lead after the 3rd quarter, to which the natural joke here is unless Alabama has the ball on 2nd and 26, right? I thought it was going to go that way. I thought, especially as Stetson Bennett fumbles the football again, that we were looking at perhaps a Tua situation. I was saying that if Kirby Smart has a 2 on the bench in the form of JT Daniels, in the form of Carson Beck, in the form of Brock Vandegrift, that's who he should go play with. And he said, no, RJ, I trust my quarterback. I don't care that he's a 2-star. I don't care that he walked on from Blackshear, Georgia. I don't care that he left Georgia to go play JUCO ball, win 10 games to prove he needs to be a scholarship quarterback at Georgia. I care that he's my guy. They went to go get Dwan Mathis. They went to go get JT Daniels. They went to go get Jamie Newman, anybody they could to keep that dude playing quarterback, and all he did was show up to be your starting quarterback the last 2 years and get you a W in winning time. Now, if Georgia had lost this game, I would be here talking to you right now about how Stetson Bennett lost this game for Georgia. Instead, I'm talking to you about how Stetson Bennett won this game for Georgia, because when it matters most, he found Brock Bowers on a 3rd and goal to go get 6. When it matters, he turns an offside into a 50-50 ball for Adonai Mitchell to go say, hey, look, go beat the junior college transfer in Kyrie Jackson. I think you can do this. I'm going to put it in the corner, and I'm going to say, hey, big fella, go get it. And that's what he did. He saw matchups that he could exploit. In the first half, he took advantage of one that I also alerted you, number one ranked show fan to, which is George Pickens lined up on JaQuincy McKinstry. It's a 5-star and a 5-star, but it's a junior in George Pickens on a true freshman in JaQuincy McKinstry, and Kool-Aid got stirred like George Pickens found an extra cup of sugar. 52 yards on that pass, and it was there for them all day long. This is also why Nick Saban and Kirby Smart, for that matter, recruit like they do. These injuries happen, right? We talked about John Mechie and Jamison Williams. We haven't mentioned Josh Jobe, right? Their number 1 corner out for the season. So you have to put a Kyrie Jackson or a JaQuincy McKinstry into the game at a time when you're not necessarily comfortable doing that. And this team is very, very young, which, leads me into our top 10 we'll talk about here in a little bit. But I'm also just enthusiastic about what Georgia has done and how they did it, right? Because if they'd have beat another team for the national championship, it'd have been great, and we'd celebrate it. But if you're Kirby Smart, if you're a Georgia Bulldog, you want Bama. You're holding the sign. You got it up. It says, we want Bama, because everybody would tell you, you didn't beat Nick Saban. You didn't beat Alabama. There's only been one assistant coach to beat Nick Saban as a head coach, and none of those dudes, Jimbo Fisher, have been on his Alabama staff. And Kirby Smart, who might be Nick Saban's best assistant coach ever, and quite frankly, his most loyal for the longest amount of time, felt like the guy that should do it. And he had an opportunity to do it 4 years ago. He had an opportunity to do it in 2020. He had an opportunity to do it in the SEC title game. No W's until tonight. And shout to him for the mindfulness of all of this, right? A lot of how football coaches go about their lives and how they recruit to their teams and how they talk about their programs is about language. It's about how they speak, not just to their players, but to us, right? When they're talking to members of the media. So when he's asked questions about, hey, do you feel any pressure to win a national championship? It's been 41 years. You were in the secondary as an all-SEC player the last time you felt like you had an opportunity as good as this one. And Kirby Smart said, look, that's not what I'm thinking about. It's just not how we work here. We're thinking about beating Alabama, right, with the next game. And to his credit, his kids tried to douse him with the Gatorade tub in the Orange Bowl for beating Michigan, and he would not allow it. No, sir. You do not get to celebrate winning a semifinal game. As the kids say, job's not done. And Georgia took that energy into this game, and it showed up and paid dividends in the second half. But I'm still impressed by all of the ways in which this went down. I mean, look, this could have gone bad. Christian Harris gets into your backfield, sacks you. It looked like an incomplete pass. It looked like, at the very least, fumbles out of bounds. And here comes Brian Branch just kind of scooping it up on his way out of bounds. I don't even think he knew that he recumbled the football in bounds. But the referees, there's a reason they're calling the national championship game, because they saw something everybody else did not. Everybody else looked at that and said, no, fumbled out of bounds, that's Georgia football. No, referee said, no, Alabama got that ball 1 foot in bounds. And they were right. And it felt like right then, right there, Nick Saban and Alabama were going to do what they were always going to do, right? No. Carson. Stetson Bennett shows up and says, I can still do this. I can still go get us a W. And that's exactly what he did. And then 54 seconds left. Keely Ringo seals it up. So I want to go back to this topic bar we had just a second ago. What does it mean for Georgia? It means you are one of the best teams in college football, if not the best team in college football going into next year. We'll talk about that a little bit. It also means that you ought to be here perennially, because we don't see this very often. The last time we saw something like this, it was Clemson, right? 2016 national championship game. Perhaps Georgia has taken over that spot, and it'll be interesting to see how this goes in the offseason, because obviously Dan Lanning, defensive coordinator at Georgia, is going to be the new head coach at Oregon. He's going to have a national championship for his time at Georgia. What does Kirby Smart do? Does he elevate Glenn Schumann to that spot? Does he try to go get another coordinator? Does he go back to calling the defense? These are things I want to know. It's also, what do you do at quarterback? I think you got talent there, but do you trust any of those guys the way that you trusted Stetson Bennett, right? There's lots of questions that they have to answer, and I think they're in a great position to answer them all. More interesting question for me, though, is what does this mean for Alabama? Because Nick Saban hates how we talk about his football program, right? And I get that. I get nobody really respecting your journey, respecting what he calls the process. I understand how it feels for success to be taken for granted, for winning to feel cheap. I got a couple of friends that are diehard Alabama fans, and the thing that we talk about the most is how Alabama fans don't really check in to the season until December, because they expect to be there. They expect to be in the SEC championship game. And it has made them a little bit complacent and a little too used to winning, in a way that Georgia fans ain't going to paint Indianapolis red tonight. They're going to be beside themselves, right? Because they know what this means. Now Nick Saban gets to tell us, and more importantly his players, you're not that good. We're not that good. See? You can get your butt kicked. You can get your butt kicked by unranked Texas A&M with a backup quarterback, and you can get your butt kicked by the number one team now in college football in Georgia, a team that you beat by 17 points in the SEC title game if your mind isn't right. Jamison Williams goes out. Yes, that changes things for you. Not having John Mechie changes things for you. But you had a bunch of young cats that perhaps thought that they had done something because the 2020 team had done something. And that's one of these things I think every football coach that has had a successful season has to fight, right? He has to say, that's the 2020 team. Y'all haven't done diddly squat, right? How does it feel to have an SEC championship game or a championship win if you are going to be the runner-up in the national championship? That's not what Alabama football is about for him. So he gets to say tomorrow, now we got to get back to work. Now y'all have something to chase. Now nothing is sure. And I really am looking forward to seeing how Alabama responds to that, because the last time they felt that, they got beat down 44-16 by Clemson. And they responded more or less in kind. Like they had injuries in that 2018 or in that 2019 season, but it felt like they were going to get back to where they were doing. And they went undefeated in 2020, and they got back to the national championship game in 2021. There's no reason to believe they can't do it in 2022. I also am interested to see what this means for, the guys coming back on that team, because when Jamison Williams going out, we'll find out the extent of his injury, I'm sure, in the next 24, 36 hours about whether or not it's the worst, which could be a blown ACL or whatnot. But he is one of the best wide receivers available in this draft. Does he choose to return to Alabama, where they have done a magnificent job rehabbing other dudes and their knees and their shoulders and what have you? Or does he choose to just go straight to the league? I'm going to be interested, because I think that's going to change the calculus for how we feel about Alabama, because Bryce Young and Jamison Williams have an argument for the best quarterback wide receiver duo in college football. Now, Ohio State fans are yelling at me about C.J. Stroud, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, and I'm saying you have an argument too. Right now, I can't call it. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. I also think it's really fascinating to take a look at guys like Will Anderson and Dallas Turner and what they're going to do at middle linebacker as well, because Alabama has this unique front in that they could trust those two outside linebackers to act as ends and as 9 techniques and to cover hooks and flats, right? They have these hybrid safeties that play inside linebacker in Christian Harris and Henry To'oTo'o, which is why when you saw number 10, Henry To'oTo'o, coming on the blitz, you understood that it had to happen because math, but he's getting rolled up because, he ain't the biggest dude in the world. That's not Jeremiah Trotter going at a center. That's basically Bob Sanders, right? That's a short, stout tackling machine. Now, Henry To'oTo'o led the team in tackles, but that's all he does, right? What are you going to do with that now that you know? Is he coming back, right? What do you do with Christian Harris? Is he coming back? Jordan Battle, these sorts of questions that I want to get answered. I had this written down. I think it's just interesting to raise to you which Stetson Bennett would show up in the national championship game. And the answer's all of them, right? Like it's all of them. And then for Nick Saban over here, who suffers a second loss to a former assistant this season, he's like, hey guys, I lost 2 games this year. I lost 2 games the last 2 years. They happen to be to Jimbo Fisher, who has won a national championship as a head coach and who has broken Alabama's record for recruiting rankings this year already before signing day. And the other one's Kirby Smart, who won a national championship tonight. So both of those guys are really, really good. I guess that's the other thing that we could say about Nick Saban is that the legacy for that man is only growing because now his tree has 2 national champions on it, in addition to himself. I don't know that you could do much better than that, right? Like, I think about coaching trees that way. Like, the 2015 coaching staff at Alabama is elite. It's got Nick Saban at head coach, right? It's got Kirby Smart at defensive coordinator. It's got Lane Kiffin at offensive coordinator. It's got Mario Cristobal at offensive line. You've got Mel Tucker coaching on that team. You got Dan Lanning as a GA on that team. Like, it's really kind of sick and nasty. Now that I mention it, Dan Lanning's got a national championship, like, as an assistant, as a coordinator, in addition to having one as a grad assistant. So I'm excited about that. I really can't wait to dig into that in the offseason and continue to build Nick Saban's legacy. And I know a lot of people are not excited about Nick Saban, but I am, because I've never seen this sort of dominance in the sport, For a bunch of people that really want to tell me that we don't need to expand the playoff. If anything, we need to retract it. I'm going, y'all hate Nick Saban, because that's what it would be. It would be a bunch of us talking about Nick Saban even more so than I do now. Okay, 33-18, national championship for Georgia. Excited about them. We'll have more to say about them as we enter the offseason. But now I want to talk about my way too early top 10. I'm going to preface this by saying I have a way too early top 25 as that on foxsports.com that you can go check out. But we're going to go through the top 10 here, and I'm going to go number 1 to number 10. And if you watch Joel on the CFB on Fox Tailgate, you'll see there's a lot we have in common here, okay? So number 1, I got Alabama. I put a premium on returning starter quarterbacks. And if Jamison Williams does decide to return, as I mentioned, that's an argument for the best quarterback wide receiver duo in the sport. I also think Will Anderson is that dude, just like you. And I think he's going to be a front runner for every Defensive Player of the Year honor there is, and could have the kind of season that Chase Young had in 2019 at Ohio State. Speaking of Ohio State, you'll see it number 2. I got Ryan Day in Ohio State on the strength of that Rose Bowl win, but also on the strength of his hires here recently, right? He replaces his offensive line coach with UCLA's offensive line coach. I believe it's Justin Tinsley. I got to go check that out. But I know it's the UCLA offensive line coach. Then, before that, he hires former Oklahoma State defensive coordinator Jim Knowles to be his defensive coordinator. And that's the one that Buckeye fans are very excited about, because their defense was boo-boo to start the season. Kerry Combs accepts the demotion. Matt Barnes starts calling the plays. They got a little bit better against not-so-good teams, and then got run on by Michigan. That can't happen if you're an Ohio State fan. That has to change. And then you saw Jim Knowles and that Oklahoma State defense really were carrying Oklahoma State to the second best season in their school's history on top of being able to run the football, right? So that 4-2-5, I think, is going to work for them. I think they have athletes in place. They already added Tanner McAllister from Oklahoma State as a safety as a transfer portal grab. And I think that if he gets them going, Ryan Day's offense is going to be Ryan Day's offense, because you understand C.J. Stroud is that dude, right? He broke records that were held by Justin Fields and Dwayne Haskins in his only season as a starter. He returns Jackson Smith and Jigba, who had 347 receiving yards in an outstanding Rose Bowl game against Utah. That is the all-time bowl record, and that dude was the number 3 wide receiver on Ohio State's depth chart last year, even if you believe that he was the more talented of the 3. That included Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson, who will likely be first-round draft picks in April, right? Add to that, Travion Henderson is 7.5 yards deep, and that guy is an absolute freak show. Hand him the football as often as you can. You're going to put up 40. It's about, can you stop people? Number 3, we talk about Texas A&M. If Max Johnson, LSU transfer, or Haynes King, who's coming back from injury, are good at quarterback, Texas A&M should be great. And that's a very big deal for A&M, because outside of Georgia winning the national championship, the program that has been starved for the longest amount of time and feels like they should have been there for the longest amount of time is Texas A&M. They feel like they should have won a national championship since 1939 and haven't. That means A&M has not won a national championship since before World War II. Add to this, they have not won a conference championship in this century. You got to go back to 1998 in the Big 12 for the last time that A&M won a league title of any kind in football. Now, you return dudes. Like, you lost Isaiah Spiller, fine. You got Aeneas Smith coming back. Put Aeneas Smith in the backfield if that's what you want to do. But also, you're adding an outstanding true freshman class with this signing class. Last year, I was yelling and screaming because Alabama set the record for the highest ranked recruiting class in rankings history. I mentioned A&M broke that record this year. They're studly. They're good. And remember, this is me talking. A&M fans and I got history. I'm telling you, you're one of the 3 best teams in college football in my way to early top 10. Number 4, I got Georgia. I don't know about quarterback, right? I'm still sort of skeptical about how you're going to replace that front 7, which was elite and uncanny. Jordan Davis is a monster, okay? Nakobe Dean is a monster. Channing Tindall's a monster. I'm also skeptical about what you're going to do at defensive coordinator. I think Dan Lanning had that job for a reason, as opposed to Glenn Schumann, who was also up for that job the last time they lost a coordinator. I believe that was Mel Tucker, who took the Colorado job at the time. I just have questions to answer, but I still think you're one of the 4 best teams in college football, and you're the reigning national champion. So if you have a problem with it, that's fine. I'll take that. Send all shade to @RJ_Young on the Twitters. Number 5, I got Michigan. Look, man, this is contingent upon Jim Harbaugh still being the head coach. If he's not the Raiders head coach or whomever's head coach in the NFL in the next few days. It's also contingent on J.J. McCarthy being your starting quarterback, Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards being your 2 bell cow backs in the backfield the way Hassan Haskins and Blake Corum were for much of the year in 2021, and throwing Andrew Anthony to the ball in addition to Eric All, right? I have questions about how Mike McDonald is going to replace the dynamo that is Dax Hill at safety, but they can do it, right? They recruit well. They play great defense. It's a good staff. They remain intact, and you ought to feel good as the defending Big Ten champion going into next season. So those are my top 5 teams headed into 2022. Let's talk about 6 through 10, okay? At number 6, I got Sam Pittman and the Arkansas Razorbacks. Those of you who have been following me on this journey for a long time know that I have believed in Sam Pittman from the jump. I really loved the hire, and I loved how enthusiastic he was about being Arkansas's head coach. Going back to his introductory press conference, that man was tearing up because it meant so much to him that the folks at Fayetteville tapped him and accepted him. And he has done nothing but throw his heart and soul into the Hogs program, and it is paying dividends, okay? They go into the Outback Bowl, and they beat a really good Penn State team. They return KJ Jefferson at quarterback, and while they lose their number one wide receiver, they add Jaden Hazelwood, who was a 5-star, the number one wide receiver coming out in 2019, to their wide receiving core, coming from Oklahoma. Kendall Browse's offense goes fast. They want to score some points, but more importantly, Barry Odom's defense continues to, for the most part, keep people from scoring. I love the way they deploy their linebackers. They're getting guys back that I thought might be eligible for the NFL draft and should go. But I'm here, right? I'm here with Arkansas. It means that I have not one, not two, but 3 SEC West teams inside my top 6. So it's going to be stout. And I think Arkansas could finish as a top 10 team and still be the 3rd best team in all of the SEC West. Like, it's bonkers, but it's been done before, right? 2011 being that year, Alabama, Arkansas, LSU were all pretty doggone good. Number 7, I got Baylor. That is the defending Big 12 champ and the Sugar Bowl champ. Because, A, Dave Aranda has had a turnaround of turnarounds. 2020, they won 2 games. They were 2-7. 2021, 12-2. Big 12 champs. They beat Oklahoma, and they beat Oklahoma State in succession, and then beat Ole Miss, right? While also surrendering like 1 touchdown in the Sugar Bowl. And I think they did this without the better of the 2 quarterbacks starting the game. Because Jerry Bohannon couldn't go in the Big 12 championship, we got to see Blake Shapen show out. And had he been ready to go, I think he might have given them an even larger scoring margin, because I just think he's a better quarterback than Jerry Bohannon was, especially based on what we saw in the Big 12 championship game. And then Dave Aranda is keeping both of his coordinators, right? He's getting dudes back in Rob Roberts and in Jeff Grimes that I think were integral to the turnaround and who want to be in Waco. And they've been able to keep him in Waco, and they recruited well, they developed well. He's got a culture there that they can sustain. I expect them to be in the Big 12 championship game next year, if not defend, if not push for the college football playoff in 2022. And number 8, you'll see I got Notre Dame. I loved elevating Marcus Freeman to head coach. I loved even more Marcus Freeman being able to hold on to Tommy Rees. That means your 2 coordinators are intact. It means you have a nucleus of young, hungry coaches that are already recruiting the hell out of this sport for Notre Dame. You lose Kyle Hamilton, right? An All-American safety, a 1st-round draft pick. You replace him with Brandon Joseph, who's an All-American defensive back at Northwestern. Like, you're already filling in some gaps there. You saw what Chris Tyree was capable of in the Fiesta Bowl, right? Like, I love that tailback. I get that Oklahoma State had a game of games in there, but I'm also looking at what the Irish have done and what they're set up to do. And I really like what they are and what they can be in 2022. Number 9, I got Utah. I was big on Utah to start last year, and then they dipped and they came back up, right? And I feel outside of Salt Lake City, Utah just doesn't get the kind of recognition that they deserve to get. They're tough. They play hard-nosed defense. They love to be physical in the trenches. Kyle Whittingham has been able to work through quarterbacks, find a guy that works, find a guy like Tyler Huntley a few years back, starts the season with Charlie Brewer, ends with Cam Rising, gets Tavion Thomas going, right? Finds guys. And he got punt returns out of a 34-year-old. Like, I'm still trying to get my head around how long my man has been playing football. I'm going to look him up here in a second. But I'm thinking about what Kyle Whittingham has been able to do with parts that nobody's really talking about. Going back to 2008 when they beat Alabama and they were undefeated. Nobody wanted to hand them a national championship game. Nobody gave them a chance in the Rose Bowl. They were there. I think if he uses timeouts, they get more opportunities to try to stop C.J. Stroud and them, or get Noah Ruggles to at least kick a longer field goal, and perhaps they can win that football game. All right, number 10, Michigan State. For me, can you replace Kenneth Walker III? I think you can. They go into the transfer portal. They bring out Jalen Berger, who I thought was going to be the starter at Wisconsin this year. Now, I was wrong about that. Ches Malusi shows up, and then later, Braylon Allen. Good God, man. Like, you're going to hear for, I don't know, ever, that dude's a teenager because he squats 600 pounds and nobody can tackle him. Like, he's a Wisconsin tailback. Like, when you think about a Wisconsin tailback and you think about how they want to play offense, that's the kind of guy I think that is going to take over your brain. Jalen Berger goes to Michigan State where they want to run the football, where they want to feature tailback. And I think that if Peyton Thorne ends up being that dude, they're going to be okay. Scotty Hazelton, I still think, is a great defensive coordinator. Wasn't great last year. Certainly his secondary could be better, but I trust him and Mel Tucker to figure those things out. All right, for the rest of my top 25, head over to foxsports.com where you can read what those teams are and why I put them where I put them. All right, earlier today, the National Football Foundation announced the 2022 inductees for the College Football Hall of Fame. And while I was really excited to see former Oklahoma safety Roy Williams inducted, I was even more elated to see Chuck Ealy inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. Chuck Ealy is a former quarterback at Toledo. He was 35-0 as a starter at Toledo from 1969 to 1971. He also was undefeated as a quarterback in high school. He's 65-0 by the time he took his first professional snap. The reason that he had not been inducted to the College Football Hall of Fame before now is he was not voted a first-team All-American by first-team All-American selectors, and that was a prerequisite for consideration. Most people who looked at Chuck Ealy's career, the trailblazing he did as a black quarterback at Toledo, and putting together the only 35-0 winning record as a starting quarterback, felt like enough. And last year, February, Black History Month, I wrote a series of stories, and one of them was about Chuck Ealy and just what he accomplished in the sport and what he's accomplished in life, quite honestly, right? This is a man who was passed over to play quarterback in the NFL and goes to the CFL to play quarterback, puts together an outstanding career, and it became an outstanding businessman in Canada. I got to speak with him earlier this summer as I was researching my book about the Tulsa Race Massacre and just visit with him for a little while. And he was the first guy that I thought to reach out to when I saw this list. And I can't tell you what it meant for me to know that I get to see himself go in next year, that man is going to get his flowers, because I believe that's what College Football Hall of Fames are for. It's for guys like Chuck Ealy. Guys like Bob Stoops are going to get in, and we celebrate them, right? But guys like Chuck Ealy are why I love the sport, and quite honestly, why I'm sitting in this chair. All right, that is going to do it for tonight's episode of the number one ranked show. We're going to go do, I think, one more show before we take a week off, and then we'll go back to once a week, and we'll update you guys on what the schedule looks like. But again, I've had an outstanding time this season. I really love doing the show, and I really love talking with you. Let us know what you think about the show at wherever you listen to the podcast, in the YouTube comments, Facebook, Twitter. We're taking in all the feedback. Shout out to Tyler Wojak, who helped me all night tonight put together this show. Our producer, Catherine Donnelly, who has been my number one since last summer, and has helped me grow as I host this show. And we've learned so much from each other. I really love this team, and I really love what I do. All right, that's it for me. Doses.